Cricket App, the Southern Vipers and Hampshire Cricket are deeply saddened and share the sorrow of our nation in the passing of Queen Elizabeth II. The Queen and her late husband, His Royal Highness Prince Philip, the Duke of Edinburgh, both had a long history of supporting cricket and England's national sides. We recognise her immense contribution to the nation across the Commonwealth and around the world. For those who are able, please be upstanding to observe a minute silence in their memory.
Well, a good morning from the Ageas Bowl, where both the Southern Vipers and the Thunder have just observed a minute's silence in memory of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, and now we have the national anthem.
Thank you.
The national anthem as well here at the Ageas Bowl. We are just a few minutes away then from getting underway this Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy encounter between the Southern Vipers and Thunder. Thunder have won the toss here and elected to bat first. The situation as we go into the final three group matches, it would have been two today, but of course after the events of the last few days, the fifth round of matches were cancelled, so this is technically the sixth round of matches. The matches on Friday will be replayed at some point to be determined. So silence observed, the national anthem sung, and we are just about ready. Your commentary team today, this afternoon, or throughout the day, a little later you'll hear from former Hampshire spinner and discoverer of Alice Capsey, Raj Maru. But to take you through up to the start of play and for the first half an hour or so is myself, Kevin James, and all-round cricket journalist and broadcaster is Georgie Heath. Georgie, very good morning.
Good morning to you. Yeah, on this, the sun is just coming through here at the Ageas Bowl. Obviously that was a very poignant moment there as we get underway for this Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, but exciting to be back having cricket and playing in honour of Her Majesty. And I think the girls are just excited to be back with their domestic sides and back in the swing of things after the hype of the 100. We've been on a bit of a whirlwind the last month and a bit, has it been?
It felt at least that, yes.
Yes. So yeah, it'd be exciting to see them get going again. Obviously, the Vipers back on home turf and looking to continue winning ways.
That's just one of the camera things in front of us just falling down. That might happen once or twice throughout the day. So Thunder win the toss and electing to bat first. The Vipers sit top of this table with 18 points from 4 matches. That's 4 wins, and Thunder currently 5th with 1 win from 4. They have 4 points. At the end of 7 group matches, the team who are top goes straight through to the final at Lord's. That's on the 25th of this month, and that the teams that finish in second and third will play in a playoff. So all to play for. Thunder will be hoping to try and make up the points up to South East Stars, who sit third. They have 14. Right, 2 teams then. Do you want to go through the Thunder side and I'll go through the Vipers side, Georgie?
Sounds good to me.
Go on then. So read out the Thunder side if you've got it. You haven't, so I'll do both. Shall I do both?
Yes,
it'll be easier.
you can do that one.
Right, so Thunder are, this is not necessarily in batting order. They are Emma Lamb, Deandra Dottin, Laura Marshall, Ellie Threlcold, the captain and keeper, Saki Pye, Daisy Mullen, Laura Jackson, Hannah Jones, Seren Smale, Phoebe Graham and Liberty Heap. And the Vipers that we think are in batting order for this game, it'll be Ella McGacken and Charlie Dean to open, then Georgia Elwis. Georgia Adams, the captain, coming in at 4, which is a slightly unfamiliar position, certainly for the Vipers for Adams, although she has been batting middle order in the Brave. Looks like a new role for her. Coming in at 5, Paige Schofield. Emily Windsor, the hero at Lords for the Oval Invincibles last week, coming in at 6. 7's Chloe Hill. 8, Tara Norris. 9, Alice Monaghan, playing just a second game in this competition this season. 10 is the keeper, Carla Rudd. And 11, off-spinner Charlotte Taylor. There are your 2 teams. The Vipers in their familiar, what's that, sort of orangey tops, Georgie, would you say?
I'm going to call it a sort of orange ombre into black. We're going for the ombre. Yeah, it's nice. I like it. I like a bit of orange. Good for the tan.
Yeah, ombre. I shall write that word down as another word that I've learnt during this summer. Ombre.
The next time you go to the hairdresser, I'll go for a Viper's ombre, orange into black.
I don't think I'll get away with that, Georgie. You might, but I wouldn't. The sunshine comes out to greet the start of this game. Last time I was here, when Hampshire won with literally the last ball they could have bowled a couple of days ago against Northamptonshire. The heavens opened and it was horrible for hours, but that's all seems to have gone right now. And we are going to get underway. So Vipers against Thunder. Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy is back on after a break since the 23rd of July. And we're in the business end of this season. 50 overs aside. Thunder in sort of grey tops, really, although Georgie's probably got another name for that colour. And it's going to be Emma Lamb. He's going to face Tara Norris, the left-arm seamer, from the pavilion end. Comes in and bowls. First ball is straight. Emma Lamb's comfortably in behind that one. Pushes out the offside and we're underway.
Yeah, back underway, and obviously named after the late, great Rachael Heyhoe Flint. And since we were last here in the trophy, she's had her gate unveiled at Lords.
Yes.
That was quite a moment.
Which one is that? Is that the...
It's the East Gate.
East Gate. So that's... Oh, yeah, that's by the nursery side, isn't it?
Yeah.
From the main road. I saw that, yeah. Well, press entrance, really, I think, if I remember rightly. That's pulled away by Emma Lamb. Slightly short there from Tara Norris as it goes down to fine leg. And who else fields but Emily Windsor in the side here, having been competing for the Oval Invincibles. And is a little star now, really, after hitting those winning runs last week at Lords.
Emily Windsor and winning runs just go hand in hand, I think. She loves it. Yeah, she was great last week, and I saw her afterwards, and it was one of those moments. It was sort of disbelief, you know, and it's in the eyes. It's like, I'm sure it's going to hit at some point. Or I don't know if she's just recovering from having to carry the heaviest trophy I've ever seen.
Seren Smale on strike faces Tara Norris, who comes in with the slips. He's bowled first ball. Norris is straight through there, straight and full, and Smale stuck on the crease there, the 17-year-old, and she's gone. Big blow for the Thunder. They are 1 for 1.
Yeah, she just didn't see that one almost full and straight, and it just cut in on her, and she didn't move her feet, she just wafted her bat somewhat in front of her, and the bails flying. They're not zinger bails in this tournament, but they would have lit up the Ageas Bowl here, and she has to go, and that's a great start for the Vipers there. They're such a team. They ride off their own positivity. That comes from Georgia Adams at the top, but it's a great start from Tara Norris. She's vibrant in that opening over there. She kicks her heels up as she goes. She has that little shoulder rub that she does before she sets off, and yeah, she can be pleased with that one. It's a great start for the Vipers there, and yeah, the Thunder, it's not the ideal start to what needs to be a winning day for them.
Well, it's been quite a break, isn't it, for some of these players who haven't been involved in the 100. Smale, one of those. And this is only her 4th list day game. And all for just the Thunder, not even her county sides as she played list day. So still, I guess, in development, you'd say, as she makes her way back up the steps And the new batter is Laura Marshall, 28 years of age for the Thunder. What a start. Their ball didn't seem to do loads actually, Georgie, did it?
No, I think it took all of us, including Smale, a bit by surprise actually. She sort of went for her defensive and it just went past everything and out came the stumps. I sort of don't really know what happened. It was coming towards us and it was just, yeah, it gave us all a bit of a shock. It's woken us up on this this Sunday morning.
Sometimes a straight ball is all that's needed to a new batter.
That's when my mum would say line and length. Not that she even has that accent, but that's how she likes to say it. Yes.
She was obviously Welsh then.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
A career in accents, maybe not for me.
Laura Marshall then, playing her 60th list day game, if you include all the county cricket that she's played, as that's pushed back to Tara Norris, who half fields on a follow-through. What a start for the Vipers here, who are looking to make the final and win this competition for the 3rd year in a row. What an incredible record they have, Georgie, in this competition. I'm just wondering what other regional teams think of them, really, honestly.
I'll bring you that one after this ball from Tara Norris.
Over the wicket, comes in and bowls forward.
Yeah, she's really found her line here, hasn't she? She has,
hasn't she? She's on it, isn't she? Straight away.
Yeah, plays her cricket for the USA team. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to lie, I actually don't think other teams like the Vipers that much, but no one ever likes someone who wins a lot, really, do they? Unless it's someone like Roger Federer and you can't help it.
I've got to do a very quick update in a moment, Georgie, just bear with me. As Norris comes in, and I comes back a fraction actually as well. It's a good leave from Laura Marshall, but the ball definitely shaped back to Carla Rudd behind the stumps, and that's the end of the first over of the morning. And 1 for 1 here, the Thunder. Tara Norris bowling the first over. Who's going to be bowling the second? Here we go. So, well, it's been an amazing start. First of all, we had the minute silence and then the national anthem here, which was sung by both teams. Again, as been said in the last few days, many singing God Save the King for the first time. I'm sure that'll be a theme over the coming weeks and days and months. But the Vipers have started well here with the Thunder 1 for 1. Tara Norris bowling Seren Smale. First ball, she was out for no score. 1 over gone then. The Thunder 1 for 1. Looks like we're going to have a bit of Charlotte Taylor.
Now, Charlotte Taylor is a really good pal of mine, so this is one of those moments, it's like watching your kids play. I know how mums feel. Yes, but she launched herself into our awareness, didn't she, in that first season of the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, and she's just shining for this team.
All yours, this over.
Yeah, it's just played into the onside there by Lamb up the other end. Lamb on strike here. Yeah, so Charlotte Taylor didn't get a go in the 100 this year. She runs up bowls, right arm over. And there's an appeal, but I don't think she got anything on that. I thought it was a wide down the leg side, but might have just caught the pad.
I think it brushed the pad,
yeah. Brushed a pad down the leg side. Taylor in, right arm over, and that's played into the leg side. Picked up out there, they'll just get the one. The throw comes into the keeper. Yeah, Charlotte Taylor, we didn't really know much about her at all. She was sort of doing commentary a fair bit, and then suddenly she got the call up, got the ball, and won the tournament for them in the final.
Yeah, player of the final 2020. 6 for not many.
Back at work the next day. At her desk, I still remember seeing pictures of sort of champagne bottles and flags and celebration. Don't think she would have wanted champagne that day. She runs up bowls and it's played again into the leg side, but no run.
Yeah, she's yeah, she did. She got in touch with me at the start of 2020 and said, I'm not going to really feature with the Vipers this year.
Comes in again, and that's played nicely. They're struggling to get her away here. Taylor gone for just 1 so far from this over. And that's clipped again into the leg side, and they'll just take one off that. Taylor picks up, and that's the end of the over. So 2 from it. Tight from Charlotte Taylor there.
Yeah, she's taken 5 wickets in this year's competition so far. 2 overs gone here, with the Thunder winning the toss, and they are 3 for 1. And I think it's fair to say Charlotte Taylor, I mean, what I like about Charlotte Taylor, she has that lovely drift. She's an off spinner, but gets a nice bit of drift. A bit like Raj Maru when he was at his best, on his left-arm spin. That little bit of drift as well as a bit of a turn. That's a potent combination. As Tara Norris will bowl the 3rd over. Sunshine's still out. A few clouds, but we're set fair today. We shouldn't get any interruptions at all as Norris comes in over the wicket, bowls left arm, and wrapped on the pad there, Laura Marshall. But for me, that's pitched outside leg stump. Just a little too much as Marshall was looking to play that away on the onside. He's played for Cumbria as well as Lancashire, Laura Marshall, as well as the Thunder. Let's get 1 or 2 clouds casting shadows over the ground as well. It's got a slip in, that's Georgia Adams, fairly wide, a bit of a gap there between her and Carla Rudd as comes back again a little bit there. She plays it into a pad as the ball goes out square on the offside. I think that's Charlie Dean. What colour towel is that? That's to match their tops.
It is, it's sort of Garfield orange, Garfield the cat. I'm going for that, yeah. There's a proper tail going on there for Charlie Dean, but perhaps a little bit of damp out there, so we want to keep that ball dry. Like the England ladies playing last night, every time the ball went anywhere, they were having to dry it vigorously on a cold night up in Durham.
Yeah, win for England to start off with. 4 of the Vipers featuring in that. As nice drive, but not timed, actually, up towards extra cover by Marshall. And there is no run. Just looking at Laura Marshall in this year's competition. This is her 3rd innings. This is only a 3rd game. Average is 42, top score of 41. That was in the last game against the Central Sparks, which they beat at Old Trafford. That would be a good result for the Thunder, that, wasn't it? Beating the Central Sparks, Georgie?
Yeah, I think it was a bit of a shock about that one, actually.
It's a bit of a rain-affected game as well. This is all the way back at the end of July. Another length ball there from Tara Norris, who started really well here this morning. Right on the money. Pushed out on the offside. Yeah, it was a Duckworth-Lewis game. They won by 28 runs. Central Sparks have been a little bit disappointing this year, haven't they? 1 win from 4. They're a better side than that, aren't they?
Yeah, I think they are, but also I think it's one of those things playing off the reputation side. They did so well in the T20, and then they sort of capitulated a little bit on in that final in the end. They reached it, and it was so exciting there as Norris comes in towards us, left arm over, and that's just evaded.
It's my over, Georgie.
I know, but I was talking, and I didn't want you to have to dive on in there. Evaded Adams that slipped, but yeah, and I think the Sparks will be a bit disappointed with how they've fared so far, but there's still time to recover. Mathematically, I haven't worked it out yet, if they can do it.
Well, bonus points play a big sort of part, don't they, really? I mean, Thunder in 5th, so they've got to get up to 3rd at the very least. Southeast Stars occupy that, and there is a 10-point gap between the two, so they need to get a move on Thunder as Norris comes in again. That's turned away square on the leg side into the gap by Emma Lamb. They'll pick up a single, and the total for Thunder moves on to 5 for 1. Yeah, you don't want to leave it too much later. That's the end of the 3rd over. Nice accurate stuff from Tara Norris. 2 overs, 1 for 3.
But yeah, we talk about you don't want to leave it too late, but momentum does play a big part of it. We saw it in, mentioned the 100, obviously. It's been what's going on. It's been so good for the women's game recently. We saw that recently there with the side of momentum. You had some teams who started the tournament and they went absolute flyer, like in the men's competition. We saw London Spirit, obviously, and then they just didn't have that to get over the line in the end and get to that final. And then, whereas the Oval Invincibles, they sort of kept it constant. They were there or thereabouts, and then blasted to the win in the end, make it 2 from 2. So, yeah, it's about that momentum and keeping that going into the business end as Charlotte Taylor runs up bowls, right arm over, and she's just looked to paddle that into the leg side. No leg slip there, and Georgia Adams chases it fields it, and they just get the one there. So Emma Lamb looking to dig that one over the leg side somewhat there. She's trying to get going a little bit here, get a little something. They're just dealing in singles at the moment. They're struggling with Norris at the other end, so maybe they'll be looking to attack Taylor somewhat. Bowles right arm over, and that's played into the offside, fielded nicely by a rolling, diving Charlie Dean with that Garfield tail, and there's no run.
Easy to spot with that, isn't it? No, they're normally white. Somebody's gone out of their way to either colour that towel.
I'm here for it. I'm so here for it.
Yeah, looks like a change of field here. We're talking about the 100 as well. Charlotte Taylor didn't get a 100 contract this year. No, she was a little disappointed with that. Part of the Southern Brave outfit last year.
She comes in right arm over. That's a bit fuller from her. That's swept away into the leg side, but they'll only get one from that. Straight to the fielder out there. Can't quite see who that is.
That might be Alice Monaghan sometimes. She's out deep. She normally does patrols the cover area. I think that is Alice, yeah.
In comes Taylor. There's a good straight drive, defensive there, big stride out with the left leg from Emma Lamb. It's well bowled from Taylor. A bit fuller on that one, a bit more flight. And there's no run. Here comes Taylor. Full again, but played into the leg side just to find that square leg fielder, and they'll just take one. Bit of a misfield. Oh no, and they've gone for two. There's good running there from those two. It went straight to the fielder, and you thought it looked like it was only being one, but they ran the first one quickly.
It's quite a big boundary, actually, isn't it? Either
Yeah.
side of the wicket. It's almost as if they've left them in place for the men's game.
Taylor comes in, and that's cut away into the onside. They're going to push for two here. Yeah, and that's well run again by these two. That's good work. They've managed to find two twos in that over, so they want to keep that. You want to keep that if you can't find these big boundaries, and like you say, Kev, there are big boundaries out here today, and that's the end of the over. And the score ticks over to Thunder 11 for 1. Lamb on 8, Marshall on 3.
Yeah, 4 overs gone of this 50 overs aside contest. They are big, aren't they? I know they talk about, you know, here, especially with the 100 that's just been and gone, and the T20, and they always say that the boundaries here are a bit bigger than most grounds. I think here for this women's game, this is a fairly big boundary. I think we're going to see a lot of twos run today, and maybe even some threes as well. And I know that's always been a talking point, Georgie, isn't it, in women's game, that sometimes there are only ever 1 or 4. I don't think we're going to have that here today as Tara Norris starts a new over. Kyla Rudd's decided to stand up this time, as that's a nice drive, nice looking drive by Laura Marshall up to mid-on, and there is no run. Talking about players without contracts, Laura Marshall was another one. Didn't have a 100 contract this year. The women's 100 was a bit stronger, wasn't it, than the men, and when you look on paper, because there was more overseas.
Yeah, more overseas, and also it was more exciting. I might be a little bit biased, a very bit biased. It was more exciting, you know, tighter games and.
Yeah, I think that was generally the idea. It's a drive through the covers. That's a nice shot there from Marshall. That's going all the way. Wasn't quite a half volley. There was just width. She hit through the line and hit it well.
Yeah, we could hear it from our commentary position up here, couldn't we? She got a lot of that one. It got the full face of the bat, and despite 3 fielders in pursuit and those big boundaries, it just raced away into the cover boundary.
Just that 1 wicket has fallen so far in the first over. Seren Smale bowled by the bowler we're watching now, Tara Norris. Just looked a fairly straight delivery, which got through the defences of Smale. She was out first ball. 1 for 1, now we're 15 for 1 as Norris comes in from that pavilion end and bowls. That's straight, but nicely worked off her pads by Laura Marshall. Goes down to Emily Windsor down at fine leg.
I'm always really interested by Tara Norris's bowling action, and it starts from the run-up really. She does a little shuffle with her sleeve, sort of picks at the shirt sleeve, and then she stutters at the beginning of her run-up, and as she goes to deliver, it's almost like a catapult machine. She really gets that wind up as if she's real, and then
yeah,
you know, it's not a fluid movement.
I've never noticed that bit where she moves was it the shirt around the shoulders? I've never noticed that before. She comes in left arm over and bowls. It's just outside off stump, guided to point where there is no run. That's fielded by Charlie Dean there.
Yeah, she was out at the Fairbreak tournament in Dubai earlier in the year, so I was talking to her while we were out there, and she came up into comms for a bit, and she was saying that it's just something she's always done. She just picks at her sleeve. She probably won't do it now I've said that. And there's certain players, you know, they have certain things they do.
Yeah, I'm going to look at that from now on, Georgie, because I've never noticed that before. That's a nice straight drive. Goes up to mid-on. They're going to take a single. That's good running as well. Nice positive running. Takes the total on to 18 for 1.
I feel like she didn't do it before that ball now. If she doesn't do it today, I'm going to text her and be like, Tara, you've thrown me a dummy here.
You were saying about her playing for America. I think they've got some qualifiers going on this month, haven't they, which she's missing.
Yes, and there's also been under-19 qualifiers going on for the USA as well there. Okay. That Women's Under-19 World Cup comes up in January.
All right. She's only a couple of years older than that, so she doesn't qualify for that. So, oh, she's tapped on the pad. Oh, she's given out as well. I thought that may have pitched outside leg stump, but Marshall has to go. The finger is up. And Marshall goes for 8. It may just have straightened on her a fraction. If you're watching the live picture feed, have a look. Maybe it did. Maybe it has pitched on. What do you reckon, Georgie?
Yeah, I think that's just straightened up at the end. I was with you on that. I thought it might have just pitched outside, but I think that's a really good decision in there. It's the kind of one, if it had gone upstairs, perhaps umpire's call, but given out on the field. And obviously we don't have the DRS here today, but she's got to go for that one. That's really good. This partnership looked like it was just getting going here, and Tara Norris is having a fantastic day. That's her second wicket of the day. Obviously the first one bowled, and then that LBW. So yeah, it's impressive from Norris, the left arm seamer, and the Thunder in a little bit of a trouble here. 17 for 2.
Yeah, they certainly are. She's been very accurate this morning. I have to say, Tara Norris, probably as accurate as I've seen her bowl in this tournament. Certainly probably her most accurate spell, and she's always been a fairly steady bowler. But she's right on the money here and reaping the benefit. 2 for 9 from 3 overs. Smale for no score, Marshall for 8. And Deandra Dottin is the new batter. I'm sure, Georgie, you know a little bit more about her than I do.
Yeah, I mean, as a Thunder side, you wouldn't be too worried when you hear the new batter coming out is Deandra Dottin. She's flown a few miles recently. She was playing in the 100 for the Manchester Originals this year. She went back to captain the Trinbago Knight Riders in the inaugural 60 and the inaugural Women's Caribbean Premier League, and she just lit up that tournament, both tournaments really. And the 60, her side reached the final basically thanks to her. Lost in that final there, and then they reached the final again in the Women's CPL. She scored the first 50 of the Women's CPL ever in the final, and they won it. So she's riding high, and Deandra Dottin is obviously, she's said she's not going to be playing international cricket anymore, focusing on the franchise and the domestic stuff, and so she's back here in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint. Charlotte Taylor starts a new over, and that's played away and fielded in the covers by a diving, rolling Georgia Adams, and there's no run. And Dottin, the world boss, just at the non-strikers as Taylor comes in again, and that's lofted into the covers over the fielders, and they run through for 1.
Yeah, 18 for 2. Yeah, so she's flown a few miles. Wow. So the Thunder, Thunder need an overseas player a little bit. They need a bit of help, don't they, really?
Yes, they do. And I think if you're looking for help, if Deandra Dottin comes calling, you've done more than just find some help. You found a real gem there.
So she played in the Commonwealth Games as well for Barbados.
She did.
Up at Birmingham as well.
Taylor comes in, that short run up, and that's played with a straight back by Deandra Dottin, and there's no run. Yeah, she was playing for Barbados in that Commonwealth Games. She just face up. She goes aerial from Charlotte Taylor, and it's just cleared mid-off there. That would have been a really quite exciting day for Charlotte Taylor, but they just come through for 1 there. So she looks like she's stating her intent from the off here. She goes aerial with her first ball, Deandra Dottin. She just rehearses that shot. Taylor in again. A bit quicker from Taylor there. fielded in the covers. Just a little bit of a misfield there from Charlie Dean, but backed up. And there's no run.
They're very quickly on the back foot to Charlotte Taylor here, aren't they? Trying to find the angle through the covers.
And again, and that's can't get it through at the moment. So this is good from Taylor. That was a good finish to the over. Dottin looked like she was going to attack there, just couldn't quite find it, and then the over was finished tidily by Charlotte Taylor. And Norris to continue, or are we having a change of bowler?
What would you do here then? So Norris has bowled 3 overs. She's still got 7. That's quite a lot, isn't it? They are they? No, they're just having a chat.
Yeah, I think they're just having a chat. Yeah, she's going to continue, and I think that's a good decision there. She's found her form pretty quickly here today, Tara Norris, so yeah. I think they'll just be looking, if she can get rid of Deandra Dottin, that's the big one.
That is, isn't it? You almost feel that she's standing in the way, already the way this game has gone for the Thunder, standing in the way of the Vipers and a huge victory here, really. Dottin, 143 one-day internationals and 127 T20 internationals. What an amazing career. Still only 31. A few more to add to that list as Norris comes in and bowls to the right-handed batter. Bowls, and she's forward. Pushes that back to the bowler. Just loving the way Tara Norris is bowling this morning.
Yeah, she's really finding that length, you know. Yeah. It's full of a length, but it's not on the half volley, and Dottin's rehearsing that defensive shot again. Yeah, it's just been really on the money from Tara Norris today.
Certainly has. Tell me a little bit more about this Women's Caribbean Premier League, 'cause that's the first year of it, isn't it?
Yes, the first year of that, and then obviously the inaugural 60 tournament.
What was going on there as Tara Norris bowls? That's a nice drive. It's driven hard past Norris, past mid-on. That's going for 4. Wow, there was certainly a lot of power behind that shot. And even Paige Schofield at mid-on, who's a pretty decent fielder herself, couldn't get across quickly enough.
I mean, Tara Norris stuck a right boot out there. I would not be putting my ankles anywhere near that shot, because I think we would have been hearing crushing ankle bone if that had made contact. So she'd probably be quite pleased she's missed that one.
It would have been a season ender, wouldn't it?
Oh,
if it had been
yeah.
on ankle. But yeah, so what's this 60 tournament all about?
I mean, it's cricket, but it's cricket combined with sort of the Caribbean party.
Norris comes in and bowls. Dottin tries to cut as she edged it through to the keeper. She's tried to walk off, then stopped, and now the umpire has given that out. I don't think Dottin wanted to go. She knew she'd edged that. She was disappointed when she had, and she thought she might get away with it if she showed indifference. But as soon as the finger went up, to be fair to her, she's walking off. It looked out even from here for me.
I mean, it looked out to us, and then the umpire took his time to stick the finger up there, so I thought perhaps not, but eventually Dottin is sent on the way, and that is the big one. She's trudging somewhat slowly, removes her gloves and sort of swatted at the air as she had to head off there. That is such a big wicket here for the Vipers. The dangerous world boss, Deandra Dottin, coming off some fine form from that Women's Caribbean Premier League and the inaugural 60. And she has to go, Deandra Dottin, for just 5. She looked like she was trying to attack early. We saw her go aerial to Charlotte Taylor, and then that lovely straight lofted drive back down the ground. But that's the end of Deandra Dottin, and it brings the captain, Ellie Threlkeld, to the middle, probably a lot earlier than she would have been hoping.
Definitely. Yes. Wow. She's got to play a captain's knock. And I'm just wondering if Dottin, all the way she's walking off, and she's only just gone over the rope now, she's probably thinking, was it really worth that 8-hour plane journey all the way back so quick?
Yeah, she was great in that women's CPL. There were only a few matches. Each team played each other once, so it was sort of a must-win. And there was a bit of rain, so one of the games got rained out. But yeah, the Trinbago Knight Riders were victorious in that, led by Deandra Dottin and that 50 in the final. So she was in good form. So Tara Norris, she's got 3. She's having a fantastic day.
She is. 3
for 13 from her 3.3 overs.
Yeah.
So You'd take that
She certainly
on
did.
a sunny Sunday.
Yeah, Dottin also got a couple of half centuries for the Manchester Originals as well, so she has been in good form. But here comes Norris again, looking for a 4th wicket as that's turned away by Threlkeld out on the onside. They should get 2 here. Oh, and who's that running back? That might be Alice Monaghan there, just slipping in the outfield as she went to throw it back. Just looking at her studs now as she trots back to her mark at mid-wicket.
It was nearly a collision there between Ellie Threlkeld and Tara Norris, but all okay.
So Ellie Threlkeld, 23 years of age, played 6 matches for the Manchester Originals in this year's 100 competition. Didn't really get much of a go. It's all over pretty quick, that 100. As that's pushed up to mid-off, I don't need to tell Georgie that. Did you watch just about every match of the 100?
I think I pretty much did, yeah. And if I wasn't watching, I was listening or following on some form of live text somewhere in the world. It's when you then get on the tube and you suddenly lose signal.
Did you feel out of touch?
No, so much, yeah. Don't text my friends or family, got to keep up with the cricket.
Threlkeld then, the right-hander, faces Norris again. That's just short of her length, but again it's arrow straight. No angle there to find the gap on either the off or the leg side. Goes straight back to the bowler, and Norris, who's absolutely blowing the Thunder top order away here. They are 25 for 3. She has 3 for 15 from 4. 7 overs gone. Doesn't look a great decision at the moment. Thunder winning the toss, electing to bat first.
No, especially as these clouds seem to, you know, perhaps be blowing over. So perhaps when they come out to bowl, it'd be bright sunshine. It's the last thing they need. But yeah, perhaps not the best decision, although they couldn't have anticipated Tara Norris on an absolute golden one like she is today. Sometimes it's your morning, and it really is for the young left arm seamer out there. And looks like Charlotte Taylor is going to continue, so this will be her 4th over.
She's done well, three overs, none for 10, but she's been overshadowed somewhat by Norris.
Here she comes in, that's played in to the offside by Emma Lamb, can't get it through. Yeah, she's been tight here, you know, Charlotte Taylor. They can't get her away, can't get her through that infield during these early overs here. Runs up again, and that's Fuller and left.
It's close to being a wide.
It was close to being a wide, wasn't it?
I was just looking at that little blue line there, and I reckon it went straight over the top.
Quick turnaround here from Taylor, and that's much straighter, and she's gone aerial straight over, and that's gone for 6. That's straight back over mid-on there. She just timed that so nicely, and it sounded fantastic off the bat, didn't it? And moved her feet there, and the fielder had no chance of.
What a shot that was. Where's that come from?
It was lovely.
That was the context of the morning.
I think perhaps it's one of those, we can't just keep prodding and poking. We're losing wickets quickly here, so.
Super shot that. That's comfortably the shot of the morning. Might be the shot of the by the early afternoon as well.
Taylor comes in, and that's Fuller, and played into the offside again, just for 1. Yeah, it was. I think maybe, you know, you've got to go straight here. That seems to be the shorter boundary. And just injected a little bit of life into this batting innings so far. There's a few in here today.
It's not too bad, is it?
Taylor again straighter, and that's just played straight back for no run. Yeah, there's a few in, and I can see more coming into the side. Lots of people still in shorts despite mid-September. There has been a bit of sunshine around, but overcast so far. Taylor comes in, that's a flighted delivery. She fields off her own bowling. You can hear that "oh" from her. I think she felt that one as it smarted on her hands, and that's the end of the over. Thunder 32 for 3.
8 overs gone. Yeah, I think it's going to take a lot of people. It's going to take more than a few days of rain to get people out of shorts. We got so used to it.
I did bring shorts in case I needed a change. I did that very much. I'm going to pack everything in my wardrobe. It was one of those this morning at 7 o'clock.
Right. Yeah, it's not. I don't know, it's okay up in the Canberra Gantry. We're about 4 floors up in the hotel, looking back down on the pitch, and I have to say this pitch is fairly central, so we've got a great view looking back towards the pavilion. Trees beyond of telegraph wood, and looking further south. We can't see any further south, unfortunately, in those trees, but that's the direction that we are looking in. So we're at the northern end of the ground. Looks like Tara Norris is going to continue from that pavilion end.
I think it would take a lot to take the ball out of Tara Norris's hand at the moment.
Well, yes, I agree. Just let her keep going. It's only, like all the rest, only allowed 10 overs. She's bowled 4 of them so far, but great start for her and for the Vipers. 3 for 15 she's taken, looking for her 4th. Comes in and bowls to Emma Lamb. It's outside the off stump there. Lamb's left that one alone. Not sure she picked that one up. What's that? What's that? I actually missed the fly to that bouncer. Yeah. Called one for the over. Keeper standing up, bowling a bouncer. Love it. Tell me a little bit about Emma Lamb, because she played some internationals at the start of the year, didn't she? She played the Test match at Taunton. She got 100 at Northampton as well, didn't she, against South Africa?
Yes, and I was there actually.
Was you there? You're
shocked.
everywhere.
Oh, you
You're
can't
like
get rid of me. Yeah. No, it was a really fantastic innings from her. I thought she'd be a good Test player, and she put a nice innings together there.
She's on 17 at the moment. That's a nice straight delivery. She pushes out towards extra cover.
But yeah, she was just seeing it so well at Northampton that day. It was hot. There was no hiding from the fact that it was hot. It was during that spell in midsummer, and she was just timing it so well, and she was hitting it to all parts. It was a South African team that were a little bit down and out, and she was taking advantage of that out there. And yeah, she just looked fantastic, Emma Lamb. She opened the batting, and it was a great start for her. Obviously, she had a tricky time.
Yes, Norris bowls down the leg side. That's pulled away. That's 4 runs past Charlotte Taylor, who's on the circle on the 45, and that's 2 straight there from Norris. Probably the first bad ball she's bowled this morning. 36 for 3. Lamb moves on to 21. So yeah. She's had a tough time, you say?
Well, she had a tricky time when she started out in Australia, you know. At the end of that Ashes series, it was very much a throwing the lamb to the wolves as such. You know, it was over. The Ashes had gone, and she came in, and then she got a duck in her first innings. But we all know that players can be out for a duck in their first innings. They come back fighting, and she really did. She wasn't really given another opportunity for a while, so she sort of grabbed it by both hands when she was given it this summer.
Okay. Back
in the England shirt.
Here comes Norris. Bowling to Lamb. Lamb off the back foot, steers that into the covers. Oh, it's a slight misfield there, but fortunately backing up is Georgia Elwes at extra cover, no run. So are you surprised that she wasn't selected in this current... Is it just the T20s that the England side's been selected for? Because there's one-day internationals to come, isn't there? Yes,
so it's just been the T20s so far. She obviously hasn't been playing in those for England, so I would imagine she will be back in that 50-over side.
Yeah. Against India, what back end of the season, isn't it? After the 3 T20s, as Norris bowls. That's another good delivery, which Lamb steers up to mid-off. It's 2 straight to find the angle there once more. Lamb's 21.
Yeah, exciting actually. We've obviously got that women's ODI against India at Lord's at the end of September. It's a big weekend for women's cricket at Lord's, so we'll have the ODI versus India on the Saturday, and then the final of the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy on the Sunday. So maybe we'll all just sleep at Lord's for the night and just stay.
You'll be in heaven, won't you, for that weekend?
Yeah, you won't be able to get me out. I'll just chill by Rachel's gate.
Super Saturday and Sunday and all that. It's on the line of leg stump. It's almost straight to Taylor. They think about a single. Taylor's done well, recovering on that on the floor, picks it up cleanly, gets the ball into Rudd, and they don't take a single. End of the over, 36 for 3. Georgie's going to take a break. Yeah, Georgie, thank you very much. Georgie Heath will be back in half an hour's time. Springing Raj Maru, the former Hampshire spinner, and as he's been telling me all morning, discoverer of Alice Capsey. I'm sure you'll be telling us all about that in a moment. End of the over, 9 overs gone. The Thunder, having won the toss and elected to bat first, are 36 for 3. Saren Smale bowled by Norris for no score. That was in the first over. Lauren Marshall LBW to Norris for 8. That was in the 5th over. And the West Indian Test player Deandra Dottin caught behind by Carla Rudd off Norris for 5. And that was in the 7th over. And Raj Maru is alongside us. You can hear everything, Raj? Yes, he can. He's good.
Just about, Kev. Thank you.
You can only just about hear me. That's a bit of a worry.
Just about. I'll just try and turn these over a little bit, see if I can be better.
Oh, really? That's pushed out on the onside. This is Georgia Elwis. I reckon you can't hear in one ear. That's what it is, that, isn't it?
That is it. I've left my earplugs at home.
Oh, have you? All right. Well, we can turn you up a little bit if you want to.
No,
but you're
fine.
You're fine. Good. Well, it's not that bad then. So Georgia Elwis has taken over from Charlotte Taylor. Georgia Elwis bowling a right arm medium pace. It's Rudd standing up and bowls once more, and that's full, and that's driven by Threll Geld out towards mid-on, fielded by Georgia Adams, and there is no run. Great start from Tara Norris here, Reg.
Fantastic start. You know, every time she pitched the ball up, it seemed to just swing a little bit more, and the wickets she got, the batsman sort of lack of feet movement.
Yeah, that's right. Stuck a little bit on the crease as Elwis bowls. Oh, she's beaten outside the off stump there, Threll Cold. She was thinking about just nudging that down to third man. I don't think she was committed with that shot.
No, it's slightly apprehensive about it, but going into September now with slightly overcast conditions, the wickets seem to be sort of seaming around a little bit, and the ball seems to be doing a little bit more in the air.
Yeah, and Elwis certainly gets a little bit of movement. That's full again. That's nicely driven, but straight up to mid-on, where again she picks out Georgia Adams.
Also the experience she's got as well, you know. You won't see too many balls which will sort of go array, or too many experimental balls at this stage. She'll keep it up to the bat, get the batsman on the front foot.
4 wickets so far for Georgia Elwis in this competition as she comes in again and bowls. That's a length ball. Threll Cold watchfully pushes that out towards extra cover, fielded by Ella McGacken.
I think it's just steady Eddie, and what it does do is create pressure on the batsman, and they take more risks from bowlers at the other end, and they pick up the wicket. They get the rewards.
Yeah, I'm surprised actually she's not the most economical of bowlers in this competition this year, Georgia Elwis. I mean, she's always fairly steady. She's playing and missing outside the off stump again. Threll Cold opening the face of the bat, trying to find the gap in the covers, misses the ball, goes into Carla Rudd's gloves, and that is a maiden over for Georgia Elwis to start. The most economical of the bowlers so far in this competition for the Vipers, Charlie Dean, just under 3.5. Lauren Bell, who of course is on, made her England T20 debut last night at Durham. She's just over 3.5. They're the top 2 bowlers. Freya Kemp, who's also in the England side, she's got an economy rate of 4 and just over 4. It's the bowler that's doing all the damage at the pavilion end, Tara Norris.
Yeah, she's now, I think, been replaced at that end, and looks like we might. Yeah, Schofield is now on, bowling from the pavilion end, and she bowls right arm seam, and it looks like yeah, she's going to bowl over the wicket to Lamb, and in she comes. Slightly round arm, delivers the ball short outside, often cut to backward point, and a little bit good bit of fielding there. No runs. Looks like the temperature's slightly cooler this morning than it has been in recent weeks.
Yeah, certainly less than we've been used to, Reg.
In comes Page, slightly round arm again. Pitches it up, front foot, driven to mid-off, and no runs.
Page is sorry.
Go on.
Go on.
It's been a good start. All the bowlers have come on, have sort of kept the ball there and thereabouts, and the batsmen found it hard to get by unless they played a high-risk shot when they're about to hit over the top, which has been a little bit more difficult. In comes Schofield again. Round down short, and it's wide, and it's been cut just backward a point for 4. Just waited for the ball to come onto her and just ran it ball down.
Nice shot. Nice shot. Just you could see it as soon as it left her arm. Just that foot or so outside off stump just gives you enough room to free your arms. Nice shot, Emma Lamb.
I think with that sort of bowling action, with the slightly round arm, your margin of error is that much less. And she comes again. Wide again, short, but this time cut in front of square to put fielder on the cover boundary and picks up a single.
She's just dragging it down a little bit, isn't it?
She's trying to hit the wicket hard. It's just Thunder now moved on to 41 for 3.
They're starting to get going again, aren't they?
It's just building this partnership up a little bit. That's slightly better, straighter, pitched up a little bit more, hitting straight back down the wicket for no runs.
Pete Schofield was part of the Southern Brave squad. Again, another one that didn't get a game.
Oh,
There's two in this game, isn't there? They didn't actually get to play.
In comes Schofield again, pitched up, driven straight back to her. No runs again. End of the over. 43 for 1. 11 overs gone now.
It's 11 of 50. And the Thunder, having been 23 for 3, 41 for 3.
It's amazing. There's so many players who played in that 100 who didn't get a game. For 6 weeks, hadn't played actually a game in the middle, and having to now come and play. It must be difficult to, from net bowling to being in the middle again.
I agree. I mean, well, even and that's just the ones that had contracts. Of course, there's 1 or 2 that we've already mentioned throughout this morning that had contracts but didn't play. Several that didn't even have contracts. And you're right. You know, a break since what, the 23rd of July. And then you're asking these players to come out and play a competitive game. I mean, it must be. Yeah, I'm sure 1 or 2 of them have played a bit of club cricket, but it's not quite the same as Elwes comes in and bowls. My word, that's straight at Emma Lamb. She had to really be careful there as she turned it away on the onside. You could see Elwes getting excited there. She knew that if Lamb had made a mistake, then she was in trouble. But she managed to work that to mid-wicket where Schofield fielded.
Her line's been a lot better because she's got a higher arm where she can bowl it. Release point, stump to stump line, and
yes, a much higher. They bowl very similar, these two, but you're right. Elwes has got the higher arm. Has worked up to mid-on, and it just looks as though it's easier for her to bowl straighter, isn't it?
It is. It's with the rock. If you take the round arm, and if you look at it, you've only got one margin of error when it comes in to hit the right spot. If it's slightly early, then it goes sort of leg side. If it's slightly late, then it's going to be wide outside off stump.
Yeah. Elwes comes in again, bowls. That's another good length ball which Lamb pushes forward to. But yeah, nice bowling. That's all you need to do, isn't it, really, in this? You don't have to be quick, you don't have to do too much, cut your fingers down the seam and do all sorts of wobbly seams and God knows what else. You just bowled good line and length. Put the pressure on the batters to try and find angles.
There's no need for variations, is there, at the moment?
No. Just keep it there, which is exactly what Elwes is doing there. That's nicely tucked away. Square on the leg side by Lamb. Just came across the stumps there a fraction, actually, made the angle this time.
Well, he's making that pressure, is making the batsman do something different to try and get the scoreboard moving.
Yeah.
But that's good. As you were right, you know, at this stage of the innings, there's no need to do, use any variations. There's enough in the wicket. You've lost wickets. You're on top of the game. Just keep pressure on.
Elwes runs away from us and bowls. It's slightly fuller this time, and it's driven up towards mid-off. It's a nice stop by Alice Monaghan. 42 for 3. Emma Lamb's 27 off 34. Threll Cold 2 off 14. The cover fielder goes out deep. In fact, she's not sure what to do now. I think that's Tara Norris, who was running out deep, and now she's been told to come back again.
Seems to be 2 or 3 captains out there rather than one.
They keep the ring of fielders as Elwes bowls. It's on the line of leg stump. Just wraps Threll Cold on the pad as she was trying to play that away square on the leg side. That's the end of another over. So that's 12 overs gone here at the Ageas Bowl. The Thunder winning the toss and electing to bat first. 42 for 3, just 1 run off that. The Vipers have made 2 changes. If you go from the 23rd of July, when both these teams played their last Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy game, 2 changes for the Vipers. Alice Monaghan and Carla Rudd in for Nancy Harmon, the leg spinner, and Lauren Bell, who made her England debut last night. They're also, of course, missing Freya Kemp, Bouchier, and also Danny White, who are all playing for England last night. And The Thunder, well, they've made 3 changes from the side. They've also played their last game. That was against Central Sparks. In Phoebe Graham, sorry, Raj, it's yours.
Yeah, no, Schofield it again, and that ball, she got it right, pitched up, straight, and just been dropped in front, but no score.
Yeah, sorry, I wasn't keeping my eye on the action there. Phoebe Graham, Liberty Heap and Saren Smale all in for Kate Cross, who was involved last night but didn't play, Georgie Boyce and Alex Hartley.
Schofield in again, bowls, pitched up this time and straight, played ball to extra cover, and no runs again. There's really good pressure being built up here. Don't need to try anything different, same thing over and over again. Make Lamb try and do something different and play a high risk shot, and then she might give a wicket away, but this is good pressure. In comes Schofield again, straight, and Emma Lamb had to sort of back away and try and make some room to try and cut it through the offside, but no score again.
Yeah, Charlie Dean at point. She's good in that position, that's why she's there. There is a gap, isn't there, between her and extra cover. That is filled by a sweeping fielder out on the offside, but Dean's quick moving to her right.
Schofield in again. Pitched up, and she's played it across the line. One bounce to mid-wicket. Good stop that. Diving stop, one-handed.
It's Monaghan. She's a good fielder.
Yeah, the fielding seems to have improved.
Yeah, they're good.
You know, really well. They do seem to be throwing themselves around. In comes Schofield again. Pitched up straight and driven to mid-on, and picks up no run again. This is good bowling, good fielding as well, because Monaghan ran across from mid-wicket towards the stumps, and that put Emma Lamb off because she thought she was going to pick up the ball and try and run her out, but by the time she got there it was too late, and the ball went out to Tara Norris at mid-on. In comes Schofield again. Pitched up, and she's played across the line. Appeal for LBW, but not out. Umpire Wolf. That looked pretty close to me, Kev.
That's leg stumpish, isn't it? And yeah. I thought there was a bit of shape on that ball.
You're right, it just looked like it was holding its line, and but we were about, I don't know how high up here, but Umpire Wolf had a good view from there. But a fantastic over there, maiden, 42 for 3, end of the 13th over.
Yeah, he's a good umpire, Alex Wolf, to be fair to him. It probably was a marginal decision, but even so. So 19-run partnership unbroken between Ellie Threlcold and Emma Lamb, top partnership of the innings so far for the Thunder. Kevin James and Raj Maru with you as part of the commentary stint, and Georgie Heath with us also. She's just gone off to find a cup of coffee at the far end of the ground. I don't think she realises, actually she does know the ground actually. She was telling us that she's acted as a runner here in the past for a certain paid TV company when they've rigged up here. Start of a new over, here's Georgia Elwes. That's full, that's in the air, but safe. Just past Paige Scholefield's right hand at mid-wicket. And Threlcold will pick up a single. You get the feeling that Ellie Threlcold's just looking at the scoreboard and thinking, I do need to keep it ticking along a little bit. She's got 3 off 16.
She does, and you know, the pressure's also mounting on Lamb because her momentum has sort of died away a little bit because there's so many dot balls at the other end.
That's right. Legs ball, which Emma Lamb pushes forward back to the bowler, and there is no run. We had a minute's silence at the start of this game, followed by the national anthem.
It's quite emotional actually, because
isn't it?
Up here, standing up here and seeing that and listening to what was going out there in the national anthem, it was really touching.
It certainly was. Not too big a crowd here though, as that's nicely tucked away on the leg side by Emma Lamb for a single. Takes the Thunder total to 44 for 3 in the 14th. Yeah, the players were right up at the far end of the ground, so they were a long way away from us, and with not too many people in the ground, I suppose it was easy to observe the silence, which of course everybody did impeccably anyway. But the national anthem did feel like quite a way away. It's wrapped on the pad there, but that's going down. Ellie Threlcold just pushing forward. I think that just nipped back a fraction, Reg.
Yeah, just nipped back a little bit and looked just sort of bounce on her as well. You know, in these sort of games, what you really want to do as a bowler is trying to bowl into the over and out of the over. What I mean by that is the first two balls of the over, you don't really want to go for a boundary, minimum damage, and the last 2 balls of the over as well.
Yeah. Here's Elvis again then. Comes in and that's a nice drive through the covers, beating the dive in Ella McGacken, and that's going for 4. That's her best shot this morning, Ellie Threlkeld. She moves on to 7, 48 for 3. Top scorer 91 in this year's competition. That was against Lightning in Loughborough, where the Thunder lost that one by 5 wickets. But
she just opened up the offside there. You know, just moved rather than going across to the ball, just moved straight down the wicket, opened the offside up, and hit the ball through past extra cover for 4.
Nice timing, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Beautiful piece of timing. So yeah, the Thunder would love another top score from her here today. 91, pretty handy, as trying to pull that away on the leg side. That's bounced a little too high for me, as she was trying to sweep a good length delivery. 48 for 3 at the end of the 14th.
Yes, and Thunder now have to start looking to try and manoeuvre these balls, you know, at least try and hit a boundary per over, or pick up, you know, at least 4 and over. They've got to try and score for the next 4 or 5 overs to get that momentum going again.
Yeah.
So it's just changes in the field here. And it looks like somebody's going off the field here. Slight injury number.
That might be Georgia Elwes is going off. I just noticed that, yeah, it is, yeah. I just noticed she sort of did hold her leg, one of the deliveries in the, when she bowled that last over, I think, or the over before. It was just a little sort of, you know, acknowledgement to something around the top part of her leg.
A little twinge in the hamstring or something. A bit tight. Schofield lining it up again. In she comes. Like a round arm. Bowls, but it just nips back on a bowler, on the batsman. No runs. But she collapses on her front knee as well, which doesn't help her to get up and over the top. But hence the slightly round arm.
Yeah. Another good spot from you, Raj. Between you and Georgie, you've spotted a few more things than I've seen over the last couple of seasons.
You got your eyes on your notepads with all the facts and figures. There's a slightly round arm again from Schofield. Cut. Charlie Dean, brilliant bit of fielding there at backward point, diving to her right. No runs. 48 for 3.
Athletic piece of fielding that. She likes a dive. Just Charlie Dean. It's always on the floor at some point in the game.
I suppose she doesn't have to do her own washing.
Well, you got dark trousers, it helps.
Slightly over pitched and worked to mid wicket and fielded by Alice McLaughlin for no run again. This is good pressure, this.
It's done well, wasn't she? Schofield into a 3rd over, none for 5. Dragged a couple down in her first couple of overs, didn't she? But she's recovered well, hasn't she?
Really well.
Yeah.
It's about 12 paces, in she comes again. Balls, made a little bit of room outside off stump. Emma Lamb and ran the ball down to 3rd man, picks up 1, fielded by Charlotte Taylor. Only picked up 1 there. Score moves on to 49 for 3.
I mentioned Threlkeld's highest score. Emma Lamb has a highest score of 82 in this year's competition. That came in the first game up at Sale. 6-wicket win over Northern Diamonds. Sorry, a 6-wicket defeat against Northern Diamonds.
Schofield, in she comes again. Balls down the leg side this time. I think it's going to be called a wide, either wide or a leg. It is a wide. Wicketkeeper got a cross run. Just didn't take the ball cleanly. Just, I think, he hit her on the top of her thigh. Slightly painful blow. Only keeping with hockey shin pads on, it does become very difficult. In comes Schofield again. Full toss on the leg side and swung away to the deep mid-wicket boundary or deep square leg boundary, and picks up a single. Fielded by Georgia. Actually, that was Emily Windsor on the boundary there.
Yeah.
Number 4.
Yeah, the last time she was in the field, she was mic'd up to the BBC commentary team in the 100 final.
It's a fantastic game, her first game as well. In comes Schofield again, pitches the ball up. No runs, driven to mid-off, end of the over, 52 for 3.
So a good comeback here from Thunder, having been 23 for 3. Saren Smale for no score, Laura Marshall for 8, Deandra Dottin for 5. The 3 batters out at that stage. That was in the 7th over, all 3 falling to Tara Norris. Got a bit more spin here, Raj, have we?
Looks like Charlie Dean's coming on. She had quite a good World Cup, and since then she hasn't played for England. We saw the game yesterday.
Well, she played in the one-day internationals. Well, she played against South Africa back in July.
Yeah,
that was her last one-day international. But you know, again, you know, as Georgie was saying, maybe once this T20 series against India is over, then they pick a one-day squad. She'll be back in it.
Well, also, Emma Lamb had a good run out for England as well, opening the batting, scored a few runs.
Yeah,
I think she scored a ton one game.
She did at Northampton. Yeah. That early part of the summer, or earlier in the summer anyway. So Charlie Dean with her off spin comes on, and she's going to be bowling to Emma Lamb, who has 30. As Dean runs away from us and bowls, that's nicely flighted. That's driven into the ground. Back to Dean. So 52 for 3, start of the 16th.
She does seem to bowl an attacking line, which is outside off stump, trying to get the batsman to drive and get the ball through bat pad. What I've seen in the men's game, with spinners bowling nowadays, they're quite happy to get hit square of the wicket rather than get hit down the wicket.
Ground,
and the ladies are happy to get hit down the ground rather than square.
They are. Lamb comes forward and pushes that back to the bowler once more. Great start from Charlie Dean, nice and tight. Good tight line. Some bowlers, when they let the ball go, a bit like you, Reg, really, some spinners, you just see the ball come out of the arm and it just looks different to just bowling it. There's something about it. That's lovely shape, and that's nicely driven through extra cover. Don't think that's got the legs to go all the way, but Lamb will pick up a couple. That's Alice Monaghan running after that one. In fact, so like Chloe Hill running after that one. Chloe Hill on loan from the Central Sparks, as she has been all season. Not keeping wicket, she is a wicket keeper, but Carla Rudd back in the side today.
I think where it looks different,
as Dean comes in and bowls, it's just nudged away on the offside to Tara Norris. Quick single there for Lamb, moves on to 33, 55 for 3. Sorry, Ray.
Just talking to your point about where it looks different when it comes out of the hand from spinners, that if you do put extra revs on the ball seems to actually drift and dip on the batsman. That's the difference between somebody who doesn't put that many revs on the ball but just puts the ball there. Charlie Dean pitches the ball up and worked on the leg side for a single.
Yeah, I missed that one, sorry. End of the over, Charlie Dean's first over completed, and she's gone for 4 runs. Thunder after 16 are 56 for 3.
Yeah, it's a good start to the over. And that is a big difference, if you do put revs on the ball, you get that extra dip, you get the drift, and that looks different. And you get that sort of, not just the side spin, but you also get top spin with the ball as well.
So is that, I mean, are you saying that's why Charlie Dean, the way it comes out of her hand and just the way it sort of travels towards the batter, you're saying because she's putting a lot more revs on?
Yeah, you can see the difference between Taylor and Dean is how many revs they sort of put on the ball. Somebody who puts the ball there is quite accurate but doesn't get as much out of the wicket.
It's yours, Reg.
And that was sort of pitched up by Schofield, tried to play the ball across the line, hit on the pad, appeal, but not out. So that it looks different, and that's where you see the top spinners. They do put that extra revs on the ball. In comes Schofield again, slightly around arm, pitches the ball up and driven through extra cover to deep personal, deep extra square boundary, and only picks up a single. It was well bowled, well fielded. The fielder's got to be lively now as well. You know, they have been on top. Now it's sort of drifting away. They've seemed to have gone quiet in the field because there's been a partnership. You know, fielder's got to make something happen. Somebody's got to do something more dynamic out there. In comes Schofield again, pitches the ball up, and Lamb front foot defence. No runs. Well bowled. Score remains on 57 for 3. Even the crowd's gone slightly quiet at the moment. We just need that little bit of atmosphere again. The fielders are the only people who can create that. In comes Schofield again. Pitches the ball up, Lamb plays it to deep square. Picked up by Windsor. Pick up 1 and the score moves up to 58 for 3.
Yeah, there's 1 or 2 more coming. I mean, it's not a big crowd, of course it isn't, but I would say last week, because there was, I guess, the threat of rain for the men's game here against Northamptonshire, and the crowd was never very big. We're not far off that sort of size. A few hundred?
Yeah, a few hundred. In comes Schofield again, pitches the ball up. Front foot defence back to the bowler. No runs. This is good pressure, you know, 2 singles of the over so far. 5 balls gone. Last ball of the over, you don't really want to get hit for a boundary now.
No.
In comes Schofield. 12-yard run up. Bowls, pitches up, driven
Shot.
to mid-on. Through mid-on, between mid-wicket and mid-on, and that runs away to the boundary. That's a fantastic shot.
She's hit 2 nice boundaries now, hasn't she? Early throw card each side of the wicket, actually.
Just uses the pace of the ball nicely, lets it come on and then just punches it through the gap. So a very nice shot. Score moves on to 62 for 3, end of the 17th over.
Well, there is other games going on in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy today. Of course, everybody didn't play what would have been the 5th round on Friday for obvious reasons, but South East Stars are taking on the Central Sparks. That's 3rd against 6th. South East Stars 65 without loss in the 14th there. Sunrisers are taking on Lightning, the 2 bottom sides in the group. Lightning 72 for 2 after 16. And Western Storm taking on the Northern Diamonds as Dean starts a new over and it's turned away on the onside by Lamb, and there's no run. So Storm against the Northern Diamonds, that is 4th against 2nd. Northern Diamonds 84 for 1 after 15.
She's kept the field up and trying to create pressure on Lamb.
She has, hasn't she? She's gone big over mid-on again. She hasn't quite got hold of it this time as she did earlier in the innings where she hit 6 over mid-on of Charlotte Taylor. She'll pick up a couple. Just went over the head there of Georgia Adams.
That's what we talk about, that dip on the ball, you know, when some of Charlotte Edwards just slightly flat, so she comes here onto the bat, there's not enough dip. That one just dipped on her, she couldn't get quite under it.
I'm going to do a quick 30-second update in a moment as that's turned away on the onside. They're going to take a quick single to mid-wicket. Wow, they've got home, but I'm not quite sure how they did, because that was straight at the fielder.
The fielder picked the ball up, threw the ball in, slightly off balance, but Dean picked up the ball in front of the stumps and trying to throw it back at the stumps. Just the lack of power in the throw.
Here we go then, Dean's bowling. Well, Thunder are recovering here a little bit. They are 65 for 3 in the 18th over. They were 23 for 3, and the bowler doing all the damage was the Vipers' left-arm seamer Tara Norris. Had Saren Smale bowled for no score. That was in the first over. Laura Marshall, LBW for 8 in the 5th. And then Deandra Dottin, the West Indian player who's been flying to and from the West Indies, playing in the Caribbean Premier League there, comes straight back for this. She only made 5. She was caught behind. So 69 for 3 then, Thunder. We're in the 18th. There's 4 runs on the leg side, I think, when I looked up there, Reg.
Yeah, just a sweep shot, slightly leg side. But the batsman went down and just paddled that away. Just very fine for 4. Dottin must have collecting some air miles.
She was. Suffering a bit from jet lag as well, I've no doubt, as Dean bowls that one. May just have held in the turf that one a fraction as he turned on the onside.
And the little dip as well on the ball. And the batsman doesn't really understand what length is going to be. It's just the confusion in length. That's what it creates.
That's right. The fielder actually in that over that went to mid-wicket, I was wondering who it was. It's Nancy Harmon, who's on as a substitute fielder for Georgia Elwis. So that was where I thought there might have been a chance of a run out there, but Nancy Harmon on at currently 69 for 3, 18 overs gone. 7 runs off that one from Charlie Dean.
Change the bowling now at the pavilion end. It looks like Captain Georgia Adams has come on. So some more off spin. She bowled quite well in the 100 this year. She came on and she did the job. She picked up vital wickets. She'll be hoping to do that in the first over or two to pick up a wicket and break this partnership up. It's bowling with a 5-4 leg side field, more sort of orthodox off spinners field rather than the field we saw with Charlotte Taylor, with 6-3 offside field, and also with Charlie Dean 5-4 offside field. Georgia Adams has come on now with the orthodox 5-4 leg side field for an off spinner. In she comes with slightly round arm bowls. Ball played out to backward point, no runs.
She's been bowling for Southern Brave with her off spin, and also in this year's competition.
And she comes in pitched up, and the ball now driven to long on, and they pick up 1.
4 wickets she's picked up so far in this competition, an economy rate of 4.5 and over.
You know, this is not hurting the Vipers, but they really do need to break this partnership, make the life a little bit easier for them. Come with Adams, 4 paces, round arm, slightly short, paddled away just backward of square. In comes Windsor from boundary, picks up, throws it over the top, and no runs.
We'll go to the end of this over. Raj, I'll get you to come over to my side, and then we'll get Georgie in next to you. So we'll do that at the end of this over.
Here comes Adams again. Round arm pitch driven up down to mid on again, but they only pick up 1. No boundaries so far. Score moves on to 72 for 3.
Yeah, they're playing this just right now. The Thunder coming up to nearly a 50 partnership.
Partnership again. Round arm pitched up. Poor defence back to Adams. No runs. 5 good balls, only 3 off the over so far. You don't want to go for a boundary now. You've got to make sure that this is the minimum damage of 2 runs, but no 4. She sweeps the ball and it goes backward a square and it runs away for 4. Just slightly wider down the leg side, it's just going away, and that's nipped away for 4.
I've just got to get Georgie to choose something different for lunch, because apparently there's no soup. So just before you come in, Georgie, just let me know. 53 runs these two, as Raj has said. Lemon Lamb's contributed 29, and Ellie Threlcold 22 of this partnership. So Raj, I'll get you to just come out. There, we'll get Georgie in where you are, and then when Georgie's ordered what she wants the white bean salad. There you go. So everybody that's listening to this and watching on the live picture feed now knows that Georgie Heath will be having the white bean salad for lunch. And I have to say, I did see that last week being ordered and eaten, although I didn't look too hard, but it looked very nice. As that's turned away on the leg side, there'll be runs here. Charlie Dean bowling. It's Charlotte Taylor running up towards the boundary. They're going to come back for 3. Thunder move on to 79 for 3. And Georgie Heath will take over, and then alongside her will be Raj Maru.
Yeah, they're going along nicely now, Thunder. Obviously, it didn't start too well for the team from the north, but these two really building nicely in the middle here. Lamb moved on to 42, so she's going along really well here. And then Captain Ellie Threlkill, 22. So it's a really nice rebuild going on from the pair in the middle, and that's played straight batted back up, and there's no run. Charlie Dean with that orange tail hanging out as she runs up to bowl, right arm over. She bowls, and it's played. She's nurdled into the leg side for 1. The sun has really come out here now at the Ageas Bowl. I've just been downstairs, made it down from the gantry. I got a little bit lost on the way, couldn't get back up, didn't have a zapper to get myself up to floor 3 and thought I'd be stuck in the lift forever. But we're back now, and so right arm over, Charlie Dean's in. That's Fuller, that one, played again into the leg side, and they just take the one. Fielder comes in from square leg.
It's very difficult to come back into the building. It's easy to get out of the building and walk around the ground, but trying to get back to where you want to get to is very difficult here.
Yeah, I've learned that one. There's Dean's in, right arm over. Just played down to fine leg. Oh, and there was a chance of a run out there. I think perhaps a direct hit, and she might have been gone. She sort of didn't really run that with much oomph, Emma Lamb. She was sort of just jogging to the end there, and the throw came in, but she's safe. It's a lovely forward defensive there, and she holds the pose. That's straight out of a textbook, that kind of defensive shot there. And that is the end of the over. Thunder 82 for 3 after 20 overs.
Well, they'll be happy with that now. They've had a good partnership. They've got this scoreboard ticking over. They've got to quite a decent score now. They've just got to now just keep ticking it away. Keep going at the same rate they're going at for the next 10, 15 overs. And then they've got wickets in hand for the last 15 to press the pedal down, push the score along.
It's interesting as well, because obviously we've got all these different formats now, so they sort of had to get back into the mindset of the 50 over, like we all do. We're back in 50 over now. It doesn't matter that you're only 82 after 20 overs. You've got another 30 to play out, and he's still got 7 wickets in hand.
Adams, round arm, and the ball cut away to the deep extra cover boundary, and they pick up a single. Yes, it is difficult, and you can see the difference in people playing club cricket now as well, is that even though when they're playing 50 overs or 20 overs or time cricket, ball pitched up and driven down to long on by Lamb, pick up a single, score moves on to 84 for 3. People are still playing the same way as they would play 20 overs in time game or 50 over cricket. They don't realise and can't make the changes of the difference how they got to play. Adams with that low trajectory, round arm, swept away, backward to square again, 4. And I think just looking at her field, the field she set, the way she bowls with a low action and a round arm, she's got to have that sweep man bit finer, because if you've only got one margin error, if she releases the ball slightly early, it's going to be leg side-ish, and if they sweep, the ball's going to run away behind square and fine. That fielder has to move finer, not too square. She's got her 2 square on the boundary at deep square leg. In she comes again, round arm, short, trying to work through mid wicket but misses it. Picks up no run. Adams round again, pitches it up this time. Extra cover, picks it up. No runs again. Harman picks it up. So Harman's on its 12th man for Georgia Elvis, who's gone off injured. We don't know what the injury is. Adams comes in, pitches the ball up, driven to Harman again at extra cover, and picks up no run. End of the over now, and 88 for 3 of 21 overs.
Yeah, it was a good recovery there from Adams. Obviously went for 4, and then she just pitched up a little bit more with the remaining 3 balls, and it's 3 dots. So it was good recovery from that. I also just love how much she's bowling these days. We saw it a lot in the 100. Obviously, originally she's just, she was an opening batter. That's what we knew her as, and then there was that, she thought it was a bit of a mistake that she'd been in bowling practice, and she was asking Charlotte Edwards about it. And she's like, no, Georgia, I'm having you in. But we saw her in the 100 for the Southern Brave, and she was absolutely flying. And then she was coming in the middle orders with the bat, and she seems to have really found her groove there. And she just loves playing with this team. You know how much she loves the Vipers. She's captained them to the title twice, and so they're going for the hat-trick this year.
Yeah, I've seen her practicing in indoor school a few times this winter.
There's Charlie Dean round the wicket here. And it's just played away into into the leg side. A bit of a wayward throw, but the apology was in and it's just gone for one. So
yeah, she's experimented bowling seam, she's experimented bowling leg spin, and she found her niche in bowling the off spin. She's a little bit more how do you put it, she's more consistent bowling her off spin than she is with all the other types of bowling, so she's stuck with that off spin.
yeah, Dean over the wicket again now, and that was no run off the bat of Ellie Threlkeld. He's in again, right arm over. A bit fuller and straighter there. She can only defend. This is good from Charlie Dean, just keeping it tight.
She also sits on our, Georgia Adams, on our Sussex Independent Schools Cricket Committee.
Flighted delivery there from Charlie Dean, and they scamper through for one. Oh, nice little bit of acrobatics there from Dean, who does a sort of, I'm going to call it a low down. I'm going to give her a cartwheel on that one. That's about as good as I could do a cartwheel.
Yeah, she works out as a coach from the Aldridge Academy in Brighton, and from that part of it, she sits on our committee.
Dean comes round the wicket again to Emma Lamb, who just plays that off her hip into the leg side, and they just take one. Yeah, she seems to be everywhere, Georgia Adams. She's captain of the Lord's Taverners team this year, I think, as well.
She is. She's been involved in quite a few things this year, and I think she's thriving in that.
Dean,
position.
That's a fuller delivery, and it's just edged down, and there's no one there, no one at slip, and that's run away to the boundary for four. So that sort of a bit of a blemish on the end of quite a tight over there from Charlie Dean, and Thunder finish the 22nd over 95 for 3. But yeah, Georgia Adams, she's just all over the place, really, isn't she?
She keeps herself busy. Her dad Chris is head of cricket at Seaford College. Has good competitors with us at Lancing. I was talking to Kevin while you were off air earlier about the bowlers bowling into the over and out of the over, and I think in the last 3 or 4 overs Vipers have committed the cardinal sin, is that when you bowl into the over you don't want to be hit for a boundary the first 2 or 3 balls of the over, and the last couple of balls of the over you don't want to hit for the boundary. In comes Adams again, low arm ball worked in to square leg where they pick up a single. Yeah, so, and in the last 3 or 4 overs they've done that. They've been hit for boundaries off the last ball of the over, which puts the pressure back on the bowling side. So really got to have your concentration and your wits about you when you're bowling. That nothing at the start and at the end of the over. Comes down the leg side, looks like that's going to be a wide there by Adams. She's trying to do something different and trying to fire it in and trying to experiment a little bit more. I think you've just got to try and keep it simple. Here comes Adams again, low trajectory, but pitches it up this time, driven straight back to her for no runs.
Yeah, it's interesting that you talk about the in and out of the over. It is that release of pressure. You know, you've done so well. You've bowled 4 dots and a 1, and then the last one goes for a 4, and it's just that mental aspect too.
Adams, low trajectory, short ball, and that's been pulled away. I thought it was going to be a brilliant stop there on the boundary, but Alice McClellan just pushed it over the boundary rope for 4.
Yeah, she did really well out there. She got her right arm to it, and that actually brings up the 100 for the Thunder. They're 101 for 3 after 22.3. She got her right arm to it, and then she just sort of got herself in a bit of a tangle, still had hold of it, and sort of dived over the boundary.
I think every time they pitch the ball up like that, like this last one from Adams, all they can do is hit the ball down the ground for a single, which the fielder she's got set. But every time she's bowled it just slightly short, she's been pulled or swept for 4. Because she's got that slightly round action, it's very difficult. Margin on over is less. Pitched up, driven to long on again, and picks up a single. Got that extra ball coming up now from Adams because of the wide she bowled, the second ball of the over. And she comes again, pitches it up, and the ball's been worked to deep mid-wicket for 1. So not bad end to the over, but it's just that 4 in the middle of the over sport for that over for me.
Yeah, and with these two, they're so set out there in the middle. You know, Lamb is on 48 and Threlkeld moved on to 40 there. So they're going along really well. They're running their singles nicely. They're pushing that one, you know, looking for two, but then they are getting that release of pressure. And if they're just working in singles, they're not going to get that score that they feel is defendable. But the Vipers are giving them that one boundary and over that is just keeping them up with a good run rate, and yeah, it's pushing them along nicely. I think this partnership is key. You know, get one of these two. If you can get Emma Lamb before she reaches that 50, I mean, Threlkeld's coming up behind her quickly. She's 40 from 47, so her strike rate is pretty good up there. So get one of these two, and you just feel the Vipers might feel they're back on top again there, because they were going along so well at the beginning.
I think change of bowling now should try and help a little bit. You've got to try and rotate the bowlers as well when you're not picking up wickets. They've got to change of bowling at this hotel end.
Yeah, Charlotte Taylor back on. She was economical earlier. She comes with her right arm over, and that's Fuller. And there's a muted appeal for leg before, but only Taylor seemed to be too excited about it. She sort of marches back, her arms pumping, and she was really economical earlier, so it's good to bring her on. You know, you just want to slow the run rate a bit and get that pressure up. She comes in again, right arm over, and that's swept away into the leg side, and that's going to evade the fielder, and that's gone away for 4. So not quite the start Taylor would have hoped for here.
No, and that ball is slightly wide down the leg side again. You know, you can't, at this level, the margin of error is that much less. You can't afford to bowl width. You've got to be bowling stump to stump line at this stage of the innings. Maybe, you know, could try and bring Norris back on, see if she can pick out a wicket. Just chopping and changing bowlers around.
Taylor's in, bowls, and that's Fuller and straighter, that one, and it's a quick 2 scampered through, picked up by Adams. And they come through just for 1. Ellie Threlkeld moves on to 45.
And the other bit is, for my liking, is that extra cover, mid-wicket and point have got to be tight in saving singles.
Taylor's in, and that's just worked off the hip again. And there was a chance of a run out, but she was home, and direct hit, I think she still would have been in there. But that's showing how quickly they're rotating the strike here. And Emma Lamb moves on to 49.
The fielders just seem to be sitting back on the heels slightly. You know, they've got to back the bowlers up here.
That's just played off the back foot straight from Ellie Threlkeld there. Picked up good arm there from Charlie Dean.
Yeah, the 4 fielders who are inside the circle, extra cover, mid-wicket, 45 on the leg side and backward point. They've got to be tight, saving 1, and keep those batsmen on strike.
Taylor's in, right arm over, and that's just played into the leg side by Emma Lamb, and that brings up Emma Lamb's 50 from 70 balls, and that's a pretty good knock. Her team were in a tough position when she came in.
Fantastic knock. She's been patient, she's been calm, she hasn't panicked at all. She's played a couple of shots over the top, but she's just rotated that strike and taken control of this game and brought it back into Thunder's favour a little bit again. Just getting up to a nice competitive total, but could even get up to a winning total now. So it looks like we're going to have a change of bowling now at the pavilion end.
They've been listening to you. Looks like it could be Tara Norris.
Well, it could be. It is Tara Norris coming on. And yeah, you just got to try and rotate the bowlers around a little bit more, especially in one-day cricket. 2 overs from here, 1 over from here, 3 overs from there. Just slightly different so the batsmen don't get used to one bowler or the same pace or the same length. Just chopping and changing it. And they'll be a bit weary of Norris because she's picked up 3 wickets.
Yeah, she's been having a good day. She started to miss her line and length just a little bit by the end of her first spell, perhaps getting tired, so came off, and she'll be feeling refreshed again now, and she's got that firepower, that left arm seam.
Now she's coming round the wicket into Lamb. Bowls it slightly wide, and Lamb punches it through the offside to deep extra cover for a single, picked up by Windsor on the boundary.
No, I like this change here from the Vipers to bring Norris back on. Obviously, Emma Lamb open, so she's had a look at Norris today already, but Ellie Threlkeld will just be a little bit wary about what she was seeing earlier. That early cluster of wickets all came from Norris's bowling.
It's just slightly different pace as well, different angle the balls comes at. Slightly wide, short, cut, but hit out to extra cover, but brilliantly fielded by Adams. Extra covers and no singles. So yeah, it's really crucial that extra cover and mid-wicket, they do get in tight to save the single, because you have got people covering you behind you, so you have got to get in tight. You've got to make sure that they don't pick up easy singles. In comes Norris, round the wicket again. Sprints in, but pitches it up, and with that angle the ball's been hit back down the wicket to extra cover for no runs. So she's had a good start to the over, one off the first ball of the over. 2 dot balls. She's now got to really get her head screwed on and concentrate, get it right. Don't really want to be hit for a boundary now. Keep this pressure on you. Now building that pressure up again. She sprints in again. Leans back. Bowls it short and just bounces in front of extra cover, goes through, and they'll pick up 2. But that was a risky shot. Ball just bounced in front of Alice Monahan, who dived forward, but it's just got under her arms. Ball ran away for 2. Just can't keep banging it in halfway down the wicket now. You've got to try and bring the batsman forward, make them make the mistake. In she comes, running in round the wicket. Got to pitch it up. Bowls it short, wide, and it's been cut backward a square. But again, they pick up 2.
And that brings up Ellie Threlkeld's 50. Just the next over after Emma Lamb hers, and that's 50 from 55 balls. And she's hit 8 fours in that strike rate of 90. So she's going along quite a lick here, Ellie Threlkeld. She's nurdled it around nicely. She's rotated the strike, and 8 fours in there as well. So yeah, she's found the boundary when she's needed to, and this has been the partnership this Thunder side really needed after those early wickets.
In comes Norris again, pitches it up this time, and the ball's defensive down the wicket. No runs. So that's good into the over, and good out of the over. So no boundaries off the over, and the score goes up to 117 for 3.
Yes, we're at the halfway mark here, so 25 overs. Thunder 117 for 3. I mean, when they'd lost those quick wickets early on, they'd be pleased with this. They wouldn't have come into the day thinking we want to be 117 for 3, but when they found themselves 0 for 1, and
well, they could have easily completely shut up shop, but what they did do was they didn't look for those expansive shots. They ran between the wickets well. They nurdled the ball here, there and everywhere, picked up the 1s, 2s, and then in the last few overs they picked up that boundary off the last ball or the 5th ball of the over, which has put pressure back onto the Vipers. And the Vipers have sort of gone back into their shell a little bit in the field, where they're sitting back, they're not making things happen, sort of gone to sleep in the field. They need to pick themselves up a little bit, just create that bit more atmosphere, that bit more pressure back on the batting side. And it feels as though as soon as Charlie Dean has gone outside the circle onto the boundary or away from the action where she was diving around and creating that pressure, they've been able to pick up those easy singles. She's quite noisy as well, so if she goes back onto the boundary, then there's nobody making a noise in the circle.
As Taylor to continue, she comes in, right arm over, and that's played again into the leg side, no run. Ellie Threlkeld backing up quite far down the pitch there, gets back in her crease. The sun is definitely shining down here at the Ageas now as Taylor comes in. Right arm over, and that's a bit fuller and wider, and it's just bounced off Carla Rudd, who behind the stick. She's standing up to the stumps and she gives chase. Glove off, throws it back.
Yeah, that just sort of bounced on her. Just took her eyes off the ball. Just bounced on her. She turned her shoulder away and didn't take the ball cleanly, and they pick up a single.
Taylor in, and she looks to cut into the offside, but it's taken cleanly by Rudd that side. No run.
She doesn't have that much pace on the ball, Charlotte Taylor.
She's in. That's down the leg side there, but I think perhaps a little bit of pad on that. It's not been signalled wide.
No, she got something on it.
And again, there's a full toss there, hit into the leg side. They're going to push for 2. No, they're just going to settle for 1.
That's more like it in the field, you know, looking to get after the ball, get behind the ball, somebody sweeping behind you, pick up the ball, cut those 2s out, make them into singles, cut those boundaries out, and that will create pressure on the batting team.
Taylor's in, and that's lofted over cover, and it's going to bisect the 2 fielders there, and that's just like we said, it's just finishing the over with a 4 there, and it's just like you were saying earlier, the in the out, and we're out with a 4. And that brings up the 100 partnership between Lamb and Threlkeld.
Yeah, that just does take the pressure off. It looks like I've been summoned to come off here, and Kevin is having withdrawal symptoms. He wants to come back on, so I'm going to sign off and let him back on.
Yeah, so this partnership has just been everything the Thunder could have hoped for when they found themselves 23 for 3, the departure of the dangerous Deandra Dottin. D-Dot, the world boss, Emma Lamb and Ellie Threlkeld, the 2 blondes came together in the middle, and showing that blondes perhaps do have more fun, especially on a day in the sunshine at the Ageas. And the Vipers have really got to do something at this point to find that point of difference, break this partnership, because these 2 are taking it away from them here, and they're looking very comfortable out in the middle. As I welcome back to my left,
Hello,
wonderful
Georgie.
Kevin. Hello. Got your lunch orders in?
We got them all in, yeah, they're all ready to go. I'll tell you what, the Thunder are dictating here, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. Tara Norris comes in. She's finding that length again. It's a straight drive back, picked up at mid-on, just the 1. Yeah, they are dictating things a bit. You know, at the beginning of the early on, I looked like it was going to be a quick day out and a long drive back, but they've recovered really well here.
Certainly have. It must be wonderful when you're batting out there to sort of dictate on your own terms. I wish I'd experienced that more.
As Norris comes in, left arm round the wicket, and she's finding that line of length again there, and it's just played back to her. She fields off her own bowling. There's no run. Emma Lamb just takes a step away and surveys the field.
I guess, you know, we've all been in the situation where, as a fielding side, you just feel that all you're now doing is waiting for a mistake from either of the batters, rather than having somebody bowling who's actually really putting pressure on.
Left arm Norris comes in, and it's just played off the hip into the leg side and picked up there.
Now, how long's lunch away? Just over 23 overs. Red Maru's got stuck into a donut. Look at that. You know, the lunch portions are quite big here. Can't believe he's doing that, Georgie.
He says his sugar levels are going down.
Oh, yeah, what an excuse that is.
As Tara Norris comes in, a stuttering start to that run, that left arm over. That's full and straight again, and it's just played up to mid-on, fielded by Charlotte Taylor, and there's no run again. And I can see a little bit of concourse cricket starting down to my right. Sun's just gone behind a cloud briefly, and the only thunder going on is out in the middle. Norris left arm round the wicket again, and that's played into the offside again. No run.
Yeah, It must be a horrible feeling out there. The Vipers haven't really got anybody to sort of put any sort of... I think they're suffering from having no Georgia Elwys out there at the moment. Georgia Elwys is obviously still getting some treatment. And I think since she's gone off, Lamb and Threlcold have prospered.
Left arm round again from Norris. She plays that over point. I think Georgia Adams might have got a hand to that, you know, but it's fielded there by Charlie Dean, and they come back for 2. So she's looking to attack a bit. She went aerial there. Yeah, like you said, I think they're missing Georgia Elwys, but also they're missing their players that are off with England at the moment. You've got the likes of Lauren Bell. You know, she's usually one of their opening bowlers for the Vipers. She's been so good for them in the last few years. Yeah, she's missing off on England duty, and that's always going to put a dent in a domestic team like this. We can celebrate that they've gone off to do international duty, but you kind of want them back.
Well, yeah, and to be honest, the last game they played here against the Sunrisers were actually going along quite nicely, chasing 233, which the Vipers got off 9, which wasn't a great score really on the day. The Sunrisers got within 11. Here's Charlotte Taylor. Bowls. Oh, that's an edge maybe into the keeper's gloves, but too much of a deflection to go directly in the gloves, and it's bounced off and gone down behind Rudd for a single. Threlcold picks up a single, 55. She moves on to 129 for 3. And the Sunrisers actually, again, without all of the Vipers around, you know, actually were in the game for a long time. That's pushed out square on the offside. They'll pick up a single as McGacken throws at the bowler's end and Taylor picks up. So, you know, when the main players aren't around, the games are a lot closer on the whole. The Vipers still find a way to win, but the games are closer than they normally are. And I think here the Thunder will feel that they're actually in with a real chance here, as that's cut out deep cover where Windsor comes in off the boundary away to our left. You know, these two are really experienced players, aren't they? And they're playing it exactly right.
Yeah, and it now seems to be sort of perfect batting conditions as well. So it's all going, swings and roundabouts, all gone in their direction now.
Yeah. That's cut just behind point. McGacken throws the ball at the stumps, and that would have been close. I think Emma Lamb there might have been struggling a bit, but the ball misses the stumps and actually cannons into Lamb herself and picks the ball up.
Yeah, cannons into Lamb.
Yes.
She backs up, she picks it up. It's part of the team now. Get her in an orange ombre shirt.
So for me, these two just need to keep going the way they are, and I think they'll put the pressure on the Vipers here. They're turned away on the leg side by Threlcold. 56 she moves on to. 131 for 3. In fact, no, that was Emma Lamb, wasn't it? I think the scoreboard struggling to keep up. In fact, I'm just wondering if the scoreboard may have got stuck there a little bit. It's just got the batters the wrong way round. Initially as Threlcold this time pushes that up towards mid-on, and that's fielded by Charlie Dean, who finds herself just below us here on the camera gantry at the hotel. End of the over, and the Thunder, having been at one stage 23 for 3, are now in the luxurious position of 133 for 3 after 28.
Yeah, you can see Georgia Adams just having a chat with Charlie Dean down there. She's thinking, what can I do in this situation? I need my big wicket taker. Tara Norris was that player early on in the innings, but since she's come back on, she hasn't quite found what she had, that firepower early on in the day. And then Charlotte Taylor started off economical, and they just started to make the most of her bowling there, these two. They're really set out in the middle. You need someone who's just going to bring that little something to break this partnership, and it looks like Charlie Dean is going to come on to bowl. We have seen her have great success for the Vipers and for England.
Did you have any success when you went around the other side of the ground and find some coffee?
I did locate some coffee. It's not the kind of coffee I would write home about, but it had caffeine in it.
Georgie.
And that'll do.
You know the media team and officials are listening to this. Georgie, your first visit to the ground for quite a while. We don't want you to make that the last visit.
I also got lost and stuck in a lift, so it was a bit of a stressful situation, really. And I'd finished my coffee by that point because I didn't want it to get cold.
And now it's arrived here, a few minutes after you arrived back.
As Dean is in, and that's just worked into the leg side by Ellie Threlcold there. She's off to do a spot of gardening. Nice day for gardening, wouldn't mind.
Not on this pitch, obviously.
Here comes Dean. That's straight, and that's just really Rachael just can't quite get her manoeuvre around that one, and it just drops in front of her.
Tell you what, that hasn't missed the stumps by very much. I think Carla Rudd did pick it up cleanly, thinking that may have done.
In comes Dean, right arm over, and that's worked nicely off the back foot, but can't get it past Charlotte Taylor at point there. This is good, building a little bit of pressure here from Charlie Dean. As they always say when you're at club level, build the dots. Dot ball's a hot ball. Right arm over, Charlie Dean, bit flighted delivery, and that's played up to mid-on by Ellie Threlkeld, and they jog through for 1.
It just goes to show what can be achieved as a partnership, doesn't it, when you've got 2 experienced batters batting together who just know how to push the ball into gaps and keep the scoreboard ticking along, because they're doing an absolutely fabulous job here.
Dean, sunglasses on, in, and that's fuller and wider, and that's played nicely down behind backward point. Charlotte Taylor is giving chase, and that's a really good chase there by Taylor. Stops the boundary, and just gets a little high five from a teammate down there.
That was a nice little teaser for him. Your mate?
I know.
Hey?
Good old Taze. She's a good egg.
How do you know each other so well from?
Honestly think we met through Twitter, and then we've just become great buddies, you know. Every tall person needs a short friend. And that's fuller from Charlie Dean, just played to square leg, no run. Yeah, we just, honestly, when I was doing my podcast, I got in touch with Charlotte Taylor, and we just got along so well. It's just lockdown life when you make friends on Zoom, and got along really well. And stayed in touch ever since, and we did a few previews last year for the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. So it was myself, Hannah, who I also do the podcast with, and then Georgia Adams and Charlotte Taylor, and we're all too stingy to pay for Zoom Premium. So I think we logged out and logged back in about 4 times because it went on for so long. And yeah, Taze and I just get along really well. We did the Charlotte Edwards Cup finals commentary together for the ECB stream, which is good fun, but we do make a funny pair when we're walking around the ground together, 6 foot and about 5'1". So I think the step counter at the end of the day would have been a bit different for her as it was for me.
Okay.
But yeah, she's...
Other video interaction apps and internet services are available, of course.
Of course.
Yeah. 137 for 3, 29 gone, 21 to do, and Thunder are going along very nicely indeed, thanks to the 2 out in the middle. Emma Lamb, 62 not out of 80, doing her chances of being selected in the England one-day squad when it comes out. No harm at all. Let's cut away, backward a point. New over from Paige Schofield. Single to Lamb takes her on to 63, 138 for 3, and Ellie Threlkeld, the captain, leading by example as well. 58 from 71 she's on. They came together when it was 23 for 3 in the 7th, and they were all over the place with the Thunder. Anything but that now as they look to post a decent total. The Vipers are trying hard here, but handicapped by the fact that Georgia Elvis is off the field, got some sort of injury, just a little niggle it looks. Couldn't bowl any more than the few overs that she bowled, but she was bowling tightly. That's a nice cut shot, very fine, up to the top end of the ground. That'll be a single. Tara Norris throws, 1 bounce back to the keeper. But they are finding the gaps. They are keeping the scoreboard ticking along. And Thunder are in a decent position here, putting pressure on a side that have only lost 1 Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy game in 19 since it started back in 2020. Here's Schofield. Oh, that's in the air. This could be caught at mid-on, and Georgia Adams is under that, and there's the first mistake. Emma Lamb, who's gone over the top a couple of times, but this time just didn't time it at all. She goes for 63, and that's 139 for 4, and that partnership worth 116 ended.
There's a bit of a soft dismissal, really, in the end. It came out of nowhere. Emma Lamb looked to go over the top. She didn't really give it that much, and it's just gone straight down the throat of Georgia Adams, and she is not going to drop that one. The captain bucket hands there, Georgia Adams. She's taken some speckies in her time, but that she didn't even really need to try that hard. It came straight to her, 2 hands. And Emma Lamb, it's been a fantastic knock from her. She came in at the top, she watched wickets tumble around her. She built a fantastic partnership in the middle there with Ellie Threlkel, but she does have to go for 63 from 82. Emma Lamb caught by Georgia Adams off the bowling of Paige Schofield, and that was just, I think, Schofield's first over. So really good from her there. She's been around and about with the Southern Brave, didn't really get much of a look in the 100. So
didn't play at all, did she?
Yeah, so I saw her at the 100 final, and she was giving a Southern Brave shirt to a Trent Rockets fan and telling them they had to swap. But the fan was very excited, despite the fact the shirt was sort of dress length. And she was, yeah, it was a funny video of that one, of her telling her, this is the shirt you need to be wearing.
So a lot of shirt swapping going on in those sort of competition, at the end there, with young fans and what have you. Yeah,
I think so, actually. I think they also just get given so much kit that they keep it, and it's a great memento for them. But for the fans, it's just such a lovely moment for them. You see them at the end of the games, and you find it in the women's games in particular. The fans come and they hang around, and the players hang around for ages, sometimes sort of 2 hours. You see England players at the Commonwealth Games. They were there into sort of the dark and cold almost at Edgbaston, having just played, a Commonwealth Games match. They're probably exhausted, got to play another one in just a few days' time. So yeah, it's really nice, and I think the women's game does such a good part in that. They really appreciate their fans, and the young kids see it coming through. You see it on Twitter quite a lot. There's great tweets of fans meeting their heroes, or saying, I want to bat like Emma Lamb, or I want to bowl like
Lauren Bell.
Lauren Bell, is that who you'd want to bowl like? The Shard?
Yeah, down here, yeah. They love their women's cricket down here. There's a few in the crowd with their Southern Vipers shirts on. The new batter is Saki Pai. You said Saki, didn't you? Oh, she's wrapped to the pad there. That looks very close indeed. She's gone, first ball. And that was a serious ball there from Paige Schofield, because it just bounced a bit, but it nipped back a fraction. And I don't think Pai did a lot wrong, really. And she's looking back now. I don't think she can quite believe it. That just pitched exactly in the right area. Just enough movement. She's gone for the second Thunder player to go first ball after Seren Smale.
Yeah, and that was definitely no pie of a delivery to Pai there, was it? And she has to stroll off without scoring. Paige Schofield, we said that someone needed to come in and make a difference, and she's done it straight away. She's taken 2 in 2 here, and the Vipers, you can see them out in the middle there looking much happier. They're just grabbing a few drinks, and they've broken that partnership, and then they've got the wicket to back it up again. So she's gone 1-1 wicket, Paige Schofield in this over. And that is just what the Vipers would have been hoping. They've got the Thunder suddenly 139 for 5, and we're looking at the tail soon.
Yeah, well, we always said, didn't we, that Emma Lamb, Ellie Threlkel, if the Vipers can get one of those early, that will seriously put pressure on the Thunder. Well, they put on 116 in 23 overs, but already I think we're seeing now the rest of the batting order being put under pressure, and the new batter is Liberty Heap, an 18-year-old, and she's coming out on a hat-trick ball. I bet she's nervous.
Yes, and I can see your grin, because you were so excited by the name Liberty Heap, and just the way it rolls off. It's a nice one to say. Liberty Heap.
It's a great name.
Yeah, so you've got to announce her to come out and bat here. So
it's one of the all-time great names in cricket, and the 18-year-old here, playing just her 7th List A game, is on a hat-trick. Is Paige Schofield, comes in and bowls it short of length, but she's in behind it and plays that nicely. The hat-trick not happening there, and for me, the 18-year-old has played that very well indeed. I saw the full face of the bat up here.
Yeah, that was really nicely played. We could have read every single sponsor letter on that bat. That was not going through. She was determined on that one. She was not going to be in a heap at the end of that, Liberty.
I think this is actually her first List A game for the Thunder here. That's outside the off stump. She almost cuts that onto her stumps as it goes into the ground. She was trying to cut that away. It was slightly wide this time from Schofield. But what an over that's been after 23 overs of the Emma Lamb and Ellie Threlkel show. It's now the Paige Schofield show.
Yeah, Paige Schofield is just, give me the ball, I'll come and show you. We need to break this partnership. You know what, I'll do it, and I'll back it up with another wicket. That's a fantastic entry to today's game from Paige Schofield. Like I said, she's been sitting on a bench quite a lot for the last few weeks, so nice to get back in, get straight in on the action.
Yeah.
So we've got Threlkeld out there still, 59 from 72, but yeah, Liberty Heap, 0 from 2 at the moment, so they'll want to try and get her on strike because Threlkeld looks pretty set out there in the middle, the captain leading from the front. She's seeing the ball nicely. And Charlie Dean to continue in those sunglasses, right arm over. And that's played straight by Threlkeld, who sort of leans on one leg, almost annoyed as if she thinks she could have done something else with that. You know when you do something and you're like, oh, and you sort of lean over a bit, oh. There's Dean in, and that's Fuller. And played into the offside, and there's still no run. So this is good by Charlie Dean. Join those dots together again. It's a bit quicker, that one. And Ellie Threlkeld's down. She's looking to sweep that away into the leg side, but she's just not timed that. And Carla Rudd goes leaping out into the leg side to field.
Called a wide as well.
That's a wide down the leg side. Oh, she's just looking to cut that away into the offside there, Ellie Threlkeld. It's a little bit quicker from Charlie Dean.
Yeah, that's good bowling now. I mean, this now puts pressure on Threlkeld, doesn't it, really? You've got a youngster at the other end, very inexperienced now. It's all down to her, isn't it?
Dean in, and Threlkeld knocks it through, and they run through for 1, and that's fielded by... Who is that up there, Kevin?
Up at the far end,
yeah.
It was Tara Norris for a while. I'm not sure it is now. Let's have a look. I'll tell you in a minute. It might be, actually. No. I'll tell you in a minute.
Charlie Dean just tucking that yellow towel back down her back of her trousers. She comes in right arm over. It's a little bit quicker. Threlkeld looks to drive, but it's fielded at mid-off, and there's no run.
Actually, it might be Paige, actually.
Charlie Dean.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Just sending Paige Schofield back out to the boundary edge. That's turned away into the leg side by Ellie Threlkeld. She looks to come back for 2, but there was never on. That's not. Sorry, that's
Heap.
Heap.
Yes.
I apologise. And that is the end of the 31st over. Thunder 142 for 5.
Now this is going to be interesting for me, isn't it? Because Liberty Heap there has actually kept the strike. And I know they're having a chat out there in the middle, so they've really got to work out how they're going to play this. For me, actually, the 4 balls that Liberty Heap has faced, actually she's looked okay. More than okay. I think sometimes 18 years old, very inexperienced, you know, you can look as though you've hardly played at this level. She has played T20 for the Thunder in 2020 and 21, didn't play this year. Here comes Paige Schofield then, right arm, medium pace and bowls. It's just outside off stump. She's played that nicely off the back foot, found the gap through the covers. It won't go all the way. Emily Windsor's after it, but they do pick up 2. And again, for me, they come back for 3. Well, that's unbelievable running. In fact, she's close to being run out there. The throw from Emily Windsor's right over the top. How on earth did they get 3 out of that?
It's the power of youth.
It was.
Now, I don't have 18-year-old legs anymore, but I'm sure I could have run that fast. And actually, I'm a bit of a cruise ship. It takes me a while to get going.
Is
you know, yeah. Give me a long distance, and I'm fine. Yeah. But yeah.
Well, that, I have to say, to Emily Windsor, 3 runs there. You don't see that very often. So well done to Liberty Heap, who actually has moved on to 4 off 5. She's doing a great job already supporting Ellie Threlkeld, who really does now, for me, need to bat the rest of this innings. 18 and just over 18 overs to bowl, as that's driven hard to mid-wicket. In very quickly is Charlie Dean. So you were saying earlier, because you were talking about, you know, you got to meet Charlotte Taylor and, you know, your good friends who podcast. You do a lot of that, don't you? A lot of broadcasting.
I do. You can't shut me up. I'm
Is that
everywhere.
right?
Yeah.
I hadn't noticed over 31 overs, I must admit, Georgie.
Except when I was lost in the lift.
That's perfect for commentary, though. That's pulled away. That's a nice shot there from Threlkeld as that goes out towards deep square leg there, and I think that is Chloe Hill out there at deep.
Yeah, so I am a host on Women's Cricket Chat podcast, so it's all about celebrating not just the players, but also the people behind the women's game and those involved, so coaches, umpires, players.
Okay, Schofield comes in, that's turned away by Liberty Heap down towards fine leg. Apologies, it's actually Monaghan out deep square leg, Chloe Hill's at mid-off. Single, yeah, sorry, you were saying.
Yeah, and then also people, so people from organisations like Her Game 2 Cricket, you know, all about making it a game for all. And we're all about celebrating the women's game and hearing the stories that you don't necessarily get to hear. So it's been quite fun because some of the girls we've had before when they were just domestic players.
Throw cold on the back foot, just pushes out to extra cover, no run.
I feel quite proud now when they come through as internationals. I watched Izzy Wong make her debut and I was like, oh, we had her on the podcast last year. I feel like a proud mother. So, yeah, so that's what we look to do, you know, celebrate the women's game, be the sort of voice for women's cricket and those behind it and those involved in it.
Okay. Paige Schofield bowls driven hard back to Schofield. I think she got a finger on that one just in front of her foot, otherwise that would have been another nasty one. But end of the over, and that is 32 overs completed, 147 for 5. You mentioned there that the Her Game 2, because they have various ambassadors, don't they, around the country. Oh look, there's the sticker.
Sticker on my laptop here, and a pin attached to my lanyard, and I think you'll find her talking to a Her Game 2 champion over here. I don't really know what champion means instead of ambassador, but I'm part of the Her Game 2 cricket family, so we have our WhatsApp and we're all getting partnerships with different clubs all around the country to just emphasise that cricket is a game for girls, women, trans, everyone. Everyone can be involved in cricket. That's what it's about, and celebrating that all around the country. There's a football version, there's now a rugby one, so yeah, grow the women's game in cricket and all over. As Charlie Dean is in again, and that's played through the covers by Ellie Threlkeld. No, I can't get these blonde ponytails right today. I always talk about the blonde ponytail. That's Liberty Heap into the covers, and they come through for 1. It's a lovely straight bat played back by Ellie Threlkeld to Charlie Dean, who fields off her own bowling there.
So the Her Game 2 ambassador down here is Charlotte, isn't it?
Yes.
What's her second? I can't remember what her second name is. Charlotte. I'll think of it in a minute.
Yeah, and that's just played back again for no run by Ellie Threlkeld. We have a very active WhatsApp group, the Her Game 2. There's Taylor in, and that's a bit fuller and straighter, and she tries to field off her own bowling, sort of harbour bridges it as it goes up to mid-off, and they scamper through for 1.
Must be a very big group. It's taking you ages to find it.
Oh, it's just too many WhatsApps. What can I say? As Dean is in and bowls, and that's thwacked back down. That had a lot of power on it. It's gone very straight past the diving Dean. There's an apology from the fielder out there. Sort of threw it back at Dean's head.
150 up for the Thunder, coming towards the end of the 33rd.
Charlotte Tuckett.
Is that her second name? Right, I knew Charlotte. I've met her. I just couldn't remember her second name.
They're all over. And here comes Dean, right arm over, and that's played into the covers. And they look to come back for 2, but straight to the fielder out there, and that is the end of the over. Thunder 151 for 5 at the end of 33 overs.
So the Thunder innings dominated by that 4th wicket partnership between Threlkeld, who's still out there on 63 not out, and Emma Lamb, who I suppose a decent innings there of 63 off 82 balls, which I guess the England selectors will have noted that she's still in good form, and with the England women's one-day international squad yet to be picked after these T20 matches against India, I'm sure she'll once again be included in that squad. So 33 gone, 17 to do, and Paige Schofield, who has 2 for 22 from her 6 to carry on from our commentary end. So you're expanding into other sports. I guess this Her Game 2, I suppose there's no limit to what
Yeah,
Will
I'll be ice skating next.
Ice skating? Wow.
Yeah,
Anything
so
you guys like as well, so you can go along and watch?
yeah, I'm just like, oh, I want to go and watch this today. Let's make a her game too. I'm not sure it quite works like that.
Does it not?
But it all started in football and then expanded to cricket.
Sure. Schofield starts anew over there and bowls to Threlcold. It's almost yorked Threlcold as it goes back to the bowler.
And it's a really exciting thing to be part of. You can sort of see the escalation, you know, the acceleration it's coming through, and how many youngsters want to get involved, and even things like people, you see them tweeting pictures that they've got a flag at a game, you know, cricket is her game too, and then a pin and stickers on things.
Here comes Schofield, length ball, that's nicely played, angled down on the 45 on the offside, but no run.
And yeah, it's an exciting time for women's cricket and women's sport as a whole, really. So to even be a small part of that is quite an exciting prospect, really, you know, make it a game for everyone.
Sure. Here comes Schofield again to Threlcold, who drives. There is a gap on the onside as it goes out to McGacken down at deep mid-on. Scoreboard moves on to 152 for 5.
Yeah, and that's the kind of thing it was nice to partner up sort of women's cricket chat and link that up to her game too, and then the things that I feel passionate about, the women's game, obviously, and just women's sport in general. And
yeah,
we really have seen such a change in attitude, but also in skill level performances and everything. And it all, you know, see it to be all those things, but then the more we have, the more people come through, and the better the cricket is going to be off the back of that.
Sure. Schofield just taking her time with this next delivery, bowling to Liberty Heap, who's actually impressed since she's been there. That's just hit high on her bat there. She was trying to drive through a length ball. Ball just trickles back really to Paige Schofield. So I mentioned earlier, a few people here with their Vipers t-shirts on, which is nice to see. You have to really look hard because obviously one or two of the stewards have orange tops as well, so I don't want to confuse them with the stewards, but a lot of orange around. As Schofield bowls, and that's driven down the ground. That's a nice shot. It's not right out of the middle of the bat, but placed nicely. They're going to come back for 2? No, they're not. Threlcold would have been run into the danger area, decided against it with McGacken throwing it back at deep mid-on.
Yeah, also, obviously we've got 3 other Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy games going on today, so we can have a little chat about those soon.
We can, although you're going to change with Raj Maru at the end of this over. Georgie, so we can do that. And that's in the air but safe as it goes a couple of bounces out to Alice Monaghan at deep square leg, and that's the end of the over. So you want to take a break and then we'll come back. Yeah,
we'll come back in
half an hour.
I'll give you all that teaser and you can have a look at the other games.
I'll do it now actually for you.
Yeah, well,
I'll do it for you.
Oh, lovely.
All right.
Well, I'm going to hand on over. Try not to get lost.
You can have a coffee over there. Georgie Heath, she'll be back shortly. Raj Maru, former Hampshire left-arm spinner and founder of Alice Capsey. I keep saying that, don't I, really? I'm embarrassing him, really, but he really did. We'll get the lowdown on that in a moment. Let me very quickly then give you the other scores that's going on after I've done a very quick 30-second update. Bring everybody up to date with what has been happening here so far. Here's Charlie Dean with a off spin from the pavilion end, and that's driven by Threlcold, not to mid-off, but there is no run there. And there we go, it's coming up. Well, the Thunder, having won the toss, elected to bat first, are 154 for 5, and we're in the 35th of 50 overs. It is a recovery for the Thunder because at one stage they were 23 for 3. Tara Norris, the left-arm seamer of the Vipers, ripped through the top order, including Deandra Dottin, the West Indies international. But there was a partnership of 116 for the 4th wicket between Emma Lamb, who's probably soon to be named in the England women's squad for the one-day internationals against India after the T20. She made 63. Out there is Ellie Threlcold, who made 65. 156 for 5 then, Thunder, in the 5th. Let's push back to the bowler. Welcome back, Raj.
Thank you, Kev. Nice little break there.
Yep. Going along nicely still for me, Thunder. Ellie Threlcold batting nicely, and I love Liberty Heap, the 18-year-old, giving her good support. 8 off 10 at the non-striker's end as Threlcold tries to cut that away on the offside and misses. So come on then, the Alice Capsey story then, because she is very much a star of the English game. Still only, what, 18?
18. A couple of weeks ago she turned 18.
Yep. But the man here to my right introduced her to cricket as that's swept away nicely by Threlkeld down towards fine leg, where Emily Windsor does the fielding away to our left. 158 for 5. So tell us the story then, Reg.
She comes from a school, a prep school in the Surrey Hills called Belmont Prep, who, as part of my role, I had to go around looking at schools. And
as Dean comes in and bowls, and that's driven by Liberty Heap out into the covers. They'll certainly pick up a single. They may look for 2 here. There's quite a lot for McGacken to do out there away to our right. So 2 runs it is. 161 for 5 at the end of that. Yes, right.
So she was about 10 years old at the time, and she was playing for the boys under 13s team. Did quite well. Introduced her to my little prep school academy at Lancing College. Then she started there at the age of 11. We did 3 years work with her. She came to us on a cricket scholarship. And that's where it started. When she was a wicketkeeper batter, and the first week at Lancing, had a little go with spin, and she had a natural talent of bowling spin. So we kept with that, and she's progressed, and that's it.
Now you actually turned her into a spinner, didn't you, really, as Paige Schofield bowls. That's cut and missed outside off stump, and there's no run. Sorry, that's your over, Raj, but anyway, you can describe that while you're describing the over, because she wasn't the spinner, was she?
No, she was a wicket keeper, as I said, wicket keeper batter. She came in, and I asked her to have a little bowl, and she bowled seamers, but she was never going to get anything with a seamer as a seamer. And in comes Schofield again, bowls, pitches it up and back, driven back down the wicket to her. I think she's hurt herself.
Is that a catch?
It looked like sort of on the half volley. She tried to pick it up. It may have been, but just got the tips of her finger. But she's okay. She's getting back ready to bowl. Yeah. So she bowled a couple of balls, and we thought, yeah, there's something special here. So I phoned up Surrey and had a chat with them, and she at that age she played for their under 17s and progressed from there. In comes Schofield again, the ball driven down the ground to long on for 1. I've really been impressed with Threlkeld here today. I think she's hit the ball all round the ground. She's kept her composure. She's not, came in and knocked the ball around. Then she hit a couple of boundaries. Wickets, she's lost a couple of boundaries. Now she's rebuilding again. Great temperament she's shown.
Yep.
And the other thing with Capsy is, in comes Schofield again, a ball played out to mid-wicket, no run. Her mental strength is so strong. Even at that young age, she was so mentally strong. She knew exactly what she wanted, and she wasn't going to back down. And she got what she wanted. She's something special. In comes Paige again, pitches it up, and the ball's worked through to mid-wicket again, but no single there. Picked up by Charlie Dean, who threw the ball back. I think just ricocheted off the batter.
Off the umpire.
Off the umpire. It was too quick for me, that one. Umpire showing no pain at the moment.
Fiona Richards, the umpire at this end.
She's slightly different, Charlie Dean, in that circle. She makes things happen. She's so quick and vibrant. In comes Schofield, and the ball's hoiked through to square leg boundary. Picked up, only pick up 1 though. That was Heap who hoiked it down to the square leg boundary. End of the over, and move on to 161 for 5 of 36 overs.
18-year-old Liberty Heap, who plays county cricket at Cumbria, and as I say, this is her first list day game for the Thunder, and I have to say, Raj, I think she's done a really good job. She's only 11, well, she's not, she's 18, but you know what I mean, she's on 11 and 14, but she's really, pressure on her when she came out on a hat-trick, first of all, safely negotiated that with no problems, and then of course trying to rebuild after Emma Lamb and Threlkeld put on that 116-run partnership for the 4th, and then of course that pie going the very next ball. So there was pressure on there to keep things going, and of course give the strike to Threlkeld, and she's done that for me very well indeed.
Yeah, that's a very sort of mature type of innings. She's progressed to 11 or 14 balls, so she's not just stuck at the crease, she's actually trying to rotate the strike.
She is. And she strikes it well as Charlotte Taylor comes on, and she hoiks that nicely through mid-wicket. There is a fielder out there, but again showing positivity there. That's quite a deliberate slog sweep, which was hit well, but it's quite big boundaries square of the wicket both sides, as we said. So just a single. Heat moves on to 12, and it's Threlcold back on strike. 67 off 96 for the Thunder captain as Edwards bowls, and that's hit out towards extra cover by Threlcold. Probably got on that a little too early there. There is a gap between extra cover and point, but she somehow found Elvis, who's back on the pitch now for the Vipers, having been off it for a while, getting treatment. As Threlcold hits that as well through mid-wicket, a little harder this time, but that's picked up by Alice Monaghan out there in the deep.
That's a good arm.
Or is it? No, it might be Chloe Hill actually.
That's a good arm from the boundary there for a wicket keeper. That's a fantastic.
It is, isn't it? Yeah, Monaghan's at square leg and Chloe Hill out at deep mid-wicket. Chloe Hill still on loan from the Skies. Oh, she stumped. I think she may be, yes, and she's gone. And it's Liberty Heap there, who again went for the heave across the leg side, but this time having come a pace down the wicket, try to heave that away. It's outside off stump. She misses. Carla Rudd has the bails off. Heap goes for 12. Stump Rudd bowled Taylor. 16 balls she faced there, and the Thunder have lost another wicket. They are now 6 down for 162.
Yeah, that's pressure again, you know.
It's 163, sorry.
For the last 2 or 3 overs, they haven't really hit a boundary, although they've rotated the strike once, but they haven't hit a boundary. Now we're getting to the stage of the innings where they need to hit at least one boundary every 2 overs for the next 3 or 4 overs to try and put that score on a little bit more, tick it over a little bit more, and being short as well to get power. You know, she was either going to cut the ball or sweep the ball, and she came down the wicket trying to hoik that ball over mid-wicket, but missed it. But there's a good bit of stumping there. Charlotte Taylor saw her coming down, held the ball back a little bit as a spinner, that natural instinct, and just slightly wide of off stump, and just did her in the flight.
So the new batter for Thunder is Daisy Mullen. She's only 19 herself. She played 1 match for the Manchester Originals. That was against the Oval Invincibles in the 100 competition. Scored 9 runs in that game.
I was talking to Georgie earlier on about all these different formats people play now. But when you actually see them playing out there in the middle, and you see it at lower levels, at club level as well, and school level, is they play that shorter format, and even though you've got 50 overs, you're still playing the T20 or the 100 type of format, rather than knowing how to build an innings and push it on. The 2 batsmen here, Threlcold and Lamb, did that really, really well. They played it well, but everybody else is trying to play it like a T20.
So Mullen to face Taylor. She's on the back foot, just pushes that out square on the offside where Charlie Dean fields. You know, the good players will play the format. Doesn't matter whether it's 4-day test, whether it's 3 days, whatever it is, 50 over, T20, 100. You know, everybody else, I guess, you know, fills in around that really, don't they, at the moment, as that's cut away. She's off the mark, second ball here, Daisy Mullen. Goes out towards deep cover where Ella McGacken fields. So Charlotte Taylor picking up her first wicket, 8 overs, 1 for 39. Thunder 164 for 637 gone.
We did say that last time I was on air with the men's 50 over cricket, when we were talking about the same sort of subject, is that if you do play the 100 of the T20, it's very hard to adapt to the longer format. It's very easy if you can play the longer format, the time cricket or the 50 over cricket, to adapt to the T20 or the 100. It's very easier to do that. It's very difficult to do it the other way around. But most of these young ladies have played the shorter format, and now the longer formats come in. It's very hard to adapt to that.
It's often said, isn't it, and we know ourselves, Raj, because we've played a lot of list day stuff, but 50 overs is an awful lot more time than you think.
Yeah, it's not a sprint, it's a marathon.
Yeah.
Adams now back on at the Hilton end. She's got the 5 fielders on the leg side. In she comes with that low trajectory, wide of off stump, and it's been cut out to the deep extra cover boundary and picks up 1. picked up by Emily Windsor. One bounce to the keeper. And the crowd, you can actually start to hear them a little bit more now because they picked up a couple of wickets. They're just starting to pick that atmosphere up a little bit. Even the fielders seem to have a little bit of buzz amongst them. Slight change to the field now. The person on the sweep has gone finer, and the 45 fielder Charlotte Taylor has come to square leg in front of square to save one. In comes Adams, low trajectory, short outside off stump, but he's been punched to extra cover, fielded by Elvis, but no run.
Yeah, I mean, when Lamb and Threlkeld were going well, you know, just before Lamb was out, 139 for 3, feels like there's a good score going to be had, doesn't it?
Yeah, it looked like they were going to get to something like 230, 240, something like that. But
now, 165 for 6 doesn't look great. Threlkeld's is key here.
This is a crucial wicket for Wipers. If they can pick her up, in comes Adams, bowls it just slightly short, back foot and pulled through to deep mid-wicket. But she can only pick up a single. Score moves on to 165 for 6. Yeah, even the fielders look like they're sort of picked up a little bit. You know,
start to believe, don't you?
Yeah.
You believe the game could be won.
Adams comes in, pitches it up. The ball's been punched to mid-wicket, no single. The score remains on 166. She comes in, low trajectory again, pitches it up. Ball played back down the wicket to her. End of the over, good end to the over. It's only 2 off the over, and Thunder on 166 for 6 off 38 overs.
So 12 overs to do here at the Ageas Bowl. Other games going on today in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. It's effectively round 5 now of 7. It should have been round 5 on Friday, but of course everything cancelled on that day. So Vipers, who sit top of this table with 18, taking on 5th place Thunder. Other games that are going on, as we just watched Charlotte Taylor coming in from that pavilion end with her right arm off spin. It's straight, and that's a nice sweep shot there from Threlkeld, and that's going for 4 through Alice Monaghan at square leg. Went through her very quickly, and that was right out of the middle of the bat. Ellie Threlkeld moves on to 73, 170 for 6. South East Stars are taking on the Central Sparks. That's 3rd against 6th. The South East Stars 156 for 4 in the 34th. Sunrisers against Lightning, that's the 2 bottom sides in the group currently. As Taylor bowls, Threlkeld leaves that one alone outside the off stump. That was fairly wide, but not wide to be called. Lightning 162 for 7 after 39. And Western Storm against the Northern Diamonds, that is 4th against 2nd, as Taylor flights that one, and that's hit. Daisy Mullen at the non-striker's end, a ricochet to extra cover where Georgia Elwis doesn't pick it up cleanly. And Elwis is struggling there a little bit, just bending down. And no run there, but I think Threlkeld was a little bit disappointed there, because a lot of bottom hand in that shot, Raj, and a bit of power. That's why it ricocheted to extra cover.
It did, and it was hit with a great deal of power.
But it was a dot ball. Comes down the wicket, Threlkeld, and drives orthodox fashion up towards deep mid-on with Paige Schofield Fields. 172 for 6. Northern Diamonds in that game, 195 for 4 in the 36th.
You know what I would really like to see is that when Taylor's bowling, if she's bowling to Mullen, she can come back over the wicket, which is fine. But if she's bowling to the batsman in form, who's got runs on the board, I'd like to see her bowling round the wicket, just tucking her up and just reducing her options a little bit.
It's true. Mullen gets the bottom edge onto that one, onto the boot. It just trickles out on the leg side. Yeah, I mean, I think for me, Charlotte has just not kept quite a consistent line. No. Not quite enough. When you think when she burst onto the scene 2020 and took that final by storm, took the season by storm, as that's driven by Mullen, not timed as it goes out towards mid-wicket, fielded by Adams. I think this year, especially, really, she's been good, but her line for me has just varied just a little bit too much.
I think, you know, when you progress a little bit over year by year, your tactical awareness and knowledge has got to get better as well. You've got to learn to work out the opposition, the batters, and you've got to be able to chop and change your line, your length, whether you bowl over the wicket, around the wicket. That's the sign of a good spinner. As they get older, they mature, they can do that. She just seems to remain the same. And where the batsmen have progressed, her line and length has been sort of the same as it's always been.
Yeah. She's always had that bit of drift, though, hasn't she?
Yeah.
It's you, Red.
And it was Adams there pitching it up, and the ball worked to square leg, picked up no runs. Good start to the over. Just put that pressure back on the batters. In she comes again to Thurgood, low trajectory, pulls it, and it goes through mid-wicket, straight to the mid-wicket boundary. But she can only pick up one. She's off strike now. Now what Adams has got to do is keep Mullen on strike. Somehow those fielders, those four fielders saving the one, they've got to be really tight in and keeping that pressure on the batting side. Don't let her get off the mark too easily. In she comes, releases it. Ball's just chipped over Charlie Dean at mid-wicket, and they pick up a single. Just lobbed it over her, just a little top edge, trying to work the ball a bit too square.
I'd have loved to have had a little pitch shot like that, you know, when there's a bit of water in front of you and a bit of maybe a bunker just to the flag. Just beautiful, wouldn't it? Just would have missed that.
She pitches it up again, and the ball's just been punched back down the ground to her for one.
Just takes the bunker and the water out of play. That perfect with about a little 25-yard chip.
In comes off those 4 or 5 paces, low trajectory again, round arm, pitches it up. Ball's been hit to mid-off and no runs again. So that's 5 decent deliveries, only 2 off the over so far. Now the Vipers can actually sort of defend a little bit more and just concentrate. Don't give away a boundary. In she comes again, low trajectory, short of a length back.
Done it well.
Done it well. Ball just run it down, backward point for a single. Thurgood is keeping the strike. She's trying to shepherd the strike as much as she can for time being. The score moves on to 170 for 6 of 40 overs.
And Georgia Adams now conceded 27 off her 5. Charlotte Taylor has 1 over left of her 10 overs allotted. She has 1 for 44. The star for the Vipers, though, today has been Tara Norris, who knocked the top of the Thunder order over. She currently has 3 overs left. She has 3 for 28.
The field I would now have, Kev, is if Taylor's now bowling to Thurgood, would bowl round the wicket, have the 45 person in, have the sweep fine, put the mid-wicket on the boundary and got another mid-wicket on the boundary. And if she wants to take a single, give her a single and be happy with that.
Taylor then, down the wicket comes Threlcold, hits it through Taylor and past mid-off, up towards deep mid-on, where fielder Paige Schofield quickly comes across, almost to a deep mid-off position. So Threlcold gets the single straight away. She moves on to 77. That's come off 111. Yeah, 175 for 6. There's Taylor over the wicket again, this time to Daisy Mullen, who drives. This time sort of hits Taylor more than anything. I think that hits her on the boot, but she's okay.
Yeah, it just shows me that while Taylor hasn't been playing for the last 6 weeks or 7 weeks or so, where she's been playing club cricket.
Comes in again and bowls. That's just nicely tucked behind square on the offside. And Charlie Dean fields, but can't prevent a single. She's on the floor again, Charlie Dean. I think she's the one Vipers player that spends the most time lying on the floor during the game.
And Taylor, who'd probably been playing men's cricket, club cricket.
Yeah.
It's a second 11. It's sort of second 11 standard at club, rather than Premier League. You get away with it. Nice
drive by a Threlcold, but only as far as mid-off. She came down the wicket there. Can't get it past Tara Norris. But yeah, I know she was disappointed didn't get a 100 contract this year after being involved with the Brave the year before. That's flighted outside the off stump, and that's driven hard towards extra cover, but she picks out the fielder. That's Georgia Elwis, who we haven't seen, even though she came back on the field, having bowled 3 overs, none for 7, went off with a little injury, hasn't actually bowled since she's been back on. As Threlcold drives, there's the gap up towards deep mid-on. Paige Schofield back in play. Threlkeld moves on to 78 and keeps the strike at the end of that over. We've got 9 to do.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if she comes back onto bowl, Elvis. She's just kicking the footholds at the moment, whether she's going to bowl or Adams is going to bowl. They're both standing at the bowler's end. And it looks like it's going to be Adams taking her cap off. But I don't think you'll probably see her bowl now unless she bowls a couple at the death.
And whether she actually bats, I don't know. I mean, I mean, it looked to me, and I mentioned earlier that in her third over she just sort of held her leg briefly, and at the end of that over walked off. I'm just wondering if it might prevent her from batting.
Well, I think completely the opposite at the moment. In comes Adams, low arm, ball driven down to mid-on. Now you've got Threlkeld off strike. You really want to keep Mullen on strike, so that's well done. She has to be on the field for that length of time to bat. That's why she's probably on the field and not off the field. Otherwise, she would have stayed off the field.
Yeah, that's true.
Adams comes in again. Low trajectory bowls, round arm, full toss, and it's been punched. Easy single away to get Threlkeld back on strike. Now that's not great bowling. When when you've got the new person on strike, you really want to keep that person on strike. In she comes, bowls, Threlkeld, back foot, punches it to mid wicket. No runs, 179 for 6. Threlkeld still on 79, Mullen on 5. Fielders got to be on their toes, coming in. She lets it go, she punches it down the wicket. Is it going to carry? Coming in, what a fantastic catch that. That was a brilliant catch. Coming in, Ella McLaughlin coming in from the boundary, running in about 15 yards, diving forward, and with 2 hands she takes the catch, and Threlkeld has gone for 79. Well bowled Adams, score on 179 for 7 now.
Make them hit straight. That's what it's all about, isn't it?
Yeah, she's got to pitch it up, bowl it full, bowl it straight. There's only one place they can hit it if you bowl there, is down the wicket. You know, as we said earlier, there's no point for trying to experiment at this level in this format. You want to keep it simple, you want to keep it up there, you want to keep them hitting down the ground so you can set a field to it.
So, big wicket at this stage of the Thunder innings. He could have batted potentially another 8 and a bit overs, and that would have made things interesting. But the pressure's on, isn't it, really? You look up at the board and you think, well, 179 is a decent total, but you think, I mean, that they must be. The trouble is, I think sometimes the reputation of the Vipers does get the better of 1 or 2 players. They're probably thinking, well, actually, in this situation, we could probably get 230, maybe a couple more. And they think, oh, it's the Vipers. Is that enough?
Well, that you say a good point. Yesterday evening, I was talking to a young lady who plays at Loughborough University and at Worcester, who was our undergrad at school last year, and said I was going to be here today commentating on the game. She said it was going to be a one-way traffic. The Vipers were going to walk it. So the reputation of the Vipers is all round what they can do.
Yeah, maybe there was a little bit of that in the wicket. Laura Jackson is the new batter for Thunder, 24-year-old. She had a 100 contract with the Manchester Originals as well, but didn't play a game. Played 3 matches for them in 21.
Adams again, down the leg side, and it just gives the batsman a sight, a wide ball. In she comes. She's now taken a wicket. It's gone for 29 off 5.4, and she comes again with a round arm bowls, but pitches it up full and down the wicket for 1. We talked about it with that round down. You've got to release it at one particular point to get it accurate. You really have to be consistent with that. In she comes again, down the leg side again, and another wide. Just let it go a little bit too early. You've got to bowl it. If you get your arm up a little bit higher, I'm not talking about massive, you're only talking about another 4, 5, 6 inches, then your line will become a lot more consistent. This time she releases slightly late to compensate for the ball down the leg side, and that's short, and it's been cut away for 1.
It looks like she's lost her rhythm a little bit.
And the score moves on to 182 for 7 off the 42nd over.
So Thunder 182 for 7. Wow, that Threlkeld gone is a big wicket. Emma Lamb, who made earlier 63 off 82 deliveries, shared a partnership of 116 for the fourth with Threlkeld, and as well as a couple of the top players, including Deandra Dottin, out early. The fact that those two have gone, I think Thunder, their final total here will be a lot lower than we thought it might be at one stage. Got to change of bowling. Looks like Tara Norris coming back into the attack. 7 overs, 3 for 28.
Well, I can't see where the next boundary is going to come from, Kev, here, because the boundary seems to have dried up. Although they're picking up the 2 or 3 runs and over for the last 3 or 4 overs, but I can't see a boundary coming in anywhere.
Norris to Jackson, turns that away down towards fine leg. Emily Windsor jogs up from the fine leg boundary. That's a single to Jackson, who moves on to 283 for 7 at the start of the 43rd. You're right, it's boundaries will certainly help Thunder trying to put Vipers under pressure, who are of course 1 or 2 batters missing. The names of Maya Boucher, of course, and Danny White, familiar names, as that's a length ball. That's hit in the air and it's gone between mid-off and just over extra cover. Georgia Elwis, just another chip shot there, but it's 2 runs. Not quite the power there that Mullen was looking for, but she somehow found the gap, as also at mid-off Charlotte Taylor was running around.
They're just trying to press that accelerated down at the moment. I don't think you really need to do that. If you just count how many balls are left and go run a ball for the next, I don't know, 6 overs or so,
yeah,
and then in the last 3 or 4 overs, then you can look to try and, you know, push it on to 6, 8 and over.
That's right, they are 7 down as Norris comes in again, and that's a length ball which is quietly played out on the offside by Daisy Mullen.
Yeah, they can ill afford to lose another wicket at this stage now, because you know that would really put them under a lot more pressure. So at the moment they look like they're going to get to about 220, but you know, that will they get there? Will they not get there if they lose this wicket? It'll be very difficult.
You'd think they'd need that, wouldn't you, really, to at least put them under pressure. Is that Craig White walking round to our left, former Hampshire head coach, former Yorkshire and England all-rounder, of course, who's involved in the coaching staff. That's hit away on the leg side in the air and it's safe. That'll be 1 bounce, 2 bounces, and it's bounced past a diving Alice Monaghan, who seemed to have it covered, and I think as it pitched it just span away from her and seemed to gather a little bit of pace as it did so.
It just sort of curved round, didn't it, and just pitched away and then drifted away.
Yeah, Craig White just walking around to our left on the bow. He's sort of assists the coach in here, doesn't he, for the Thunder. I had a chat with him actually when Thunder were at Hove earlier on in the season in the Charlotte Edwards Cup. Nice guy. I like him a lot. That's a length ball to Daisy Mullen, who plays that back to the bowler. He's just out of my eyesight now. I think he's coming round just to below us, but it's almost a sheer drop in front of us, so I'm not going to peer over at the moment. although Georgie is. Georgie Heath, who's actually Georgie will be on in a minute actually with Raj. There's Tara Norris in the sunshine here at the Ageas, from the pavilion net, round the wicket and bowls. That's driven in the air straight over her head, not timed, won't quite go all the way. Georgia Adams picks it up and flicks it back to Charlotte Taylor, who's backing up behind her, and that's just the 2 runs there for Mullen. And that is the end of the over. So 43 completed. Raj is going to move over to my side. And with the Thunder 191 for 7. Georgie Heath, who's a cricket journalist and broadcaster. Her game 2 and lots of other stuff as well. 191 for 7. She's learning how to plug in as well on her own. Doesn't need a helping hand from me anymore. That's how quickly she learns. A word from Georgie then, and then Reg will be in alongside her.
Yeah, going along, they're recovering a little bit again here, Thunder. They had a little bit of a wobble in the middle. It's been a bit of a roller coaster of an innings, really. All those early wickets and that great recovery, and then another cluster of wickets, and then a bit of a recovery going on here. So as they look to get into the last 7 overs of this innings, they're pushing up towards 200. It's a nice little partnership, could start up quick here. Got Laura Jackson just on 2. She's facing Charlie Dean, who's right arm over there, and Jackson just doesn't quite get the timing on that one, plays it into the ground off a bottom edge, and there's no run.
The Vipers have now got to really switch onto the field and really create this atmosphere, take the last 3 wickets.
Yeah, it's a wide there from Charlie Dean, so she'll have to bowl that one again.
Yeah, I don't think they need to experiment too much. You know, they've bowled pretty well. That, you know, and they've just got to finish this job off now.
Dean in again, and that's just played back straight again by Laura Jackson. Dean with that Garfield tail, right arm over. That's fuller and straighter, that one. It's hit her on the pad. There's an appeal, but umpire having none of it.
It looked like I was just sliding down the leg side. If you can just have a look at that. Yeah, he just turned and he was just missing. It would have hit probably the 4th or 5th stump, outside leg stump.
Here comes Dean again, and that's defended back up to her by Laura Jackson. This is a good over from Dean so far, just the wide coming from it.
He's got to finish it off now and keep this pressure up.
That's just nurdled off the hip into the leg side by Laura Jackson, and they come through for 1.
Mullen, I think, is going to be the aggressor here. She's going to be looking to take the bowling on.
Charlie Dean gives that a bit of flight, and she went a bit for the big shot and just completely missed it, and it's dropped down by her feet there, Mullen, and that brings Charlie Dean's over to a close there, and the Thunder 193 for 7.
Yeah, Dean's finished off with the figures of 9 overs, 0 for 40. And carry on with Norris now from the pavilion end. Slightly defensive feel to what she started at the start of the innings. She's going to bowl round the wicket and try and get the ball to dart into the batsman on the offside. Try and keep that on. Pitched it up, poor ball played out to mid-wicket for no runs. You can hear 1 or 2 in the crowd are piping up now. It's getting closer to lunchtime, end of the innings. In comes Norris again, sprinting in. Takes off, bowls, pitches it up, ball flicked up over square leg. Runs out to Emily Windsor on the boundary. No, it's not. It's Alice McLaughlin Monaghan, and they only pick up a single. Windsor has moved down to fine leg. Monaghan is on the deep square leg boundary now. A few clouds are rolling in, but still quite a clear day here. In comes Norris. Pitches it up, hoiked away to backward square. In comes Monaghan, picks it up, throws it in over the top. There could be a run out. It's a good shout, and it is a run out. A fantastic throw that from all the way on the boundary from behind square over the top of the stumps. Well taken by Rudd. And a good run out there. Mullen is now gone. Run out for 14. And the score's 195 for 8.
Yeah, it was a really good bit of work out there behind backwards square by Monaghan. I actually, from my angle, I didn't think the throw was as accurate as it was, and then it just worked out really nicely for her. Really good from her. Quick work in the outfield. And like we said, it was Mullen that was going to need to sort of take the reins of this innings here. So now Laura Jackson is, you can't really call her the set batter out there, 4 from 10 at the moment, but she's going to have to control this innings now. And Thunder, who were looking like they could be pushing up to sort of 230 at one point, 240 when Threlkeld and Lamb were going along in the middle, are now 194 for 7 with still over 5 overs to go. So Vipers, would you be thinking that they might think they can clean them up here?
Well, they can look to try and bowl them out, and what Thunder have got to try and do now is forget about the boundaries. I think they've just got to count how many balls left, bat the balls, so you've got 30 odd balls left, pick up 30 singles. That takes you up to just over 120, close enough to 130. And if you do magically hit the odd boundary, you will try and get to 230. But you can't take any risks now. You've just got to hang in there. In comes Norris again at the new batter, Graham. Pitches it up and the ball's just defended back down the wicket to mid-wicket for no runs. But it's very difficult, you know. If you've got guys who are batting in the middle order, can't score at 4, 5, 6 and over, how do you expect the last 2 or 3 to come in and score at 6, 7, 8 and over? Very difficult. I'm not being rude, but at this level as well, it is very difficult. In comes Tara Norris again, round the wicket. She bowls it nicely straight down the line. Hits the ball, actually hits the batter rather than the batter hitting the ball, but they pick up no single.
I can't say that's how they teach you in the batting manual, you know.
No, you just stand there and let the ball hit you.
Just let it hit you. Become a goalkeeper.
That's how I find my hockey goalkeepers or my cricket wicket keepers. If the ball just hits them in goal, you're keeping wicket. Norris round the wicket, sprints in. Into the bound, delivers the ball just back of a length. The ball's just been played out to Charlie Dean at backward point, who shies at the non-striker's end, backed up by Adams. No single. End of the over. 194 for 8 of 45 overs. Graham on 0 and Jackson on 4.
Yeah, so you can just see the two batters have come together having a little chat out in the middle there. What kind of things do you think they'll be saying to each other? We just got to, it's almost just a prod and poke situation really, isn't it?
It's just prod and poke, but you know, if it was for me, I would just say, look, we've just got to look to try and rotate the strike. Just drop it and run. Look to drop it in the gap and run. Drop it in the gap and run. Don't play any expansive shots. Just looking to just drop and run, drop and run, drop and run. It is difficult, and the fielders have got to be switched on as well. You know, they've got to be in tight saving one now as well. You just can't let them have easy singles.
In comes Charlie Dean, and that's Fuller, and played into the offside, but there's no run there. That's off the bat of Laura Jackson. Dean again. And that's gone. I definitely thought I was hitting to the ground, but Laura Jackson is just, she's just given her wicket away. Charlie Dean tossed it up and she just played it straight back into the hands of Dean on her follow through, and she didn't have to move. Legs just splayed wide and she's just caught it straight between her two legs. Easy peasy, easy as you like.
It was like almost as, you know, here, have this catch, I'm going off, I've had enough, it's time for lunch. But she could have, you know, looked to just drop it square of the wicket on the offside or leg side. But it's the inexperience of the tail end batsmen, you know, they're not experienced enough to do that. So it's very difficult. If you did have a top order batsman still in with you, then it could become a little bit easier, somebody who could talk you through it.
Yes, it looks like Hannah Jones is going to come out to bat here. So we've got two batters out there, both yet to score. And the Vipers, they look a very happy bunch now. This, I think that's a sign of a well-oiled machine. You know, they can recover from that stand in the middle there, and they've come back, they've got those wickets, and they've fought back again, and they've really pulled the Thunder back. And that's the kind of what you expect from this Vipers side.
They do, and they also have the reputation. So even the opposition, you know, the Vipers have that reputation that, you know, at any stage they can pull out something out of the bag. You know, I was telling Kevin earlier on that I got a young lady at school last year who was my undergrad. When she knew I was coming here today to commentate on this game, she said it's going to be one-way traffic. You know, it's the reputation.
As Dean comes in, right arm over, and that's just defended back to her by Hannah Jones.
And good teams do that, you know. They actually do that. They have that ability to turn things around.
Dean again, and that's wide down the leg side there.
Again, you know, Charlie Dean doesn't have to be quick. She's just got to slow it down. Don't try and rush it now. They're 9 wickets down. Take your time coming in. Get it in the right area. Just concentrate.
That's much better from Charlie Dean. That's fuller and straighter, that one, and there's no run again, and it's just picked up by Georgia Adams. Yeah, you see Dean, she sort of barely gets to her mark and she's turned around and going back.
Sometimes you do need to, but okay, you know, a lot of the times you need to slow it down, take the sting out of the game, and just go to you're in control, you're in charge. You bowl it when you want to bowl it. Do you know what I mean? So just take your time, let the batsman wait.
Comes Charlie Dean. She looks to cut that away into the covers, but misses, and it's picked up by Carla Rudd, and that is the end of the over. So at the end of the 46th over, Thunder are 195 for 9.
Charlie Dean finishes there on 10 overs, and she's picked up 1 for 40. So that's great, good spell of bowling, good economy rate, only gone for 4.24 and over. Oh, she's gone for 41, sorry. When you look at, just a quick question, Georgie, who would you say would be England's #1 bowler, spinner?
I mean, we're always going to say Sophie Eccleston as that spinner, but did you see how Sarah Glenn last night in that T20, she had them all, she was spinning a web.
She did, and if you look at both of those bowlers, when they get back to their end of their mark, see how easy and the controlled they were before they came in. They didn't rush, they didn't panic. They were controlled and they concentrated and got the ball in the right place. And that's what Charlie Dean has got to learn the more she progresses up the ladder. Tara Norris coming into her final over now, round the wicket, trying to finish this innings off. She's up to the crease, bowls, and the ball's just been sort of run down towards third man, and they pick up a single. With these two batters now, tail end 10 and 11, not so good. The field now can come a little bit finer. The mid wicket extra cover can come a little bit squarer. Mid on, mid off can get a little bit wider. Backward point can come a little bit finer, because these two are not going to be able to hit the ball down the ground. They're going to be trying to use the pace and trying to run the ball down. Norris around the wicket, up she gets, bowled with that high arm, pitches it up. She's been very consistent in the line she's bowled, and the lengths, especially around the wicket, her lengths have been so much better than she was when she was over the wicket.
I think I'd like to hear a bit more noise from that Viper side out there. They are on top at this point. You just want them sort of egging each other on. You know, they could easily have the Thunder out before their 50 overs are over, and you need to hear a bit that positivity and get that team mentality going, and then they can carry that into their batting.
Yes, in comes Norris again, pitches the ball up, and the ball's just worked into square, back of square leg for 1. Monahan comes in from the boundary, picks it up, not a very good throw, throws it into the dirt in front of Rudd, who manages to pick it up on the second bounce, and ball goes back. Yes, and the ladies cricket has to learn that to progress forward. You know, you see good men's team actually do at this sort of stage would try and be noisy, bit quicker, a bit tighter in the field, not giving anything away. Norris comes in, bangs it into the wicket, back onto the back foot by Jones, and then just works it behind square for a single again. Score moves up to 199 for 9. No boundaries now. She's picked up 4 off this over so far.
I think you'd take that as a 10 and 11. You picked up 4 from the over she's been the most successful bowler so far today.
Yeah, you would do. In comes Norris looking to get that last wicket, pitches the ball up, and Graham plays that back down the wicket. For no runs, end of the over. 46, 7th over, 199 for 9. And Norris finishes off with 3 for 41 off her 10 overs. That's a fine spell.
Yeah, it's been a great spell from Tara Norris. She set the tone at the beginning of the innings with what she was doing with the ball, and then obviously she went off, and we've had what was going on in the middle. If we're just looking at the Manhattan here, look, this was Tara Norris all at the beginning there. And then you can see where the Threlkeld and Emma Lamb built in the middle, and then regular wickets have sort of fallen since then. And you would think the Vipers would they'll feel really positive if they can bowl them out before the overs are done. Then that just gives them that little edge as they go into their batting and when they come into bat.
It also gives them that self-belief, that momentum going in, that, you know, we're on top before they come back out again. And it takes away that down feeling and gets that upbeat feeling going when you get off. You know, you can take your boots off, you can go and have a nice bit of lunch, and you feel on top. Schofield in from the Hilton end, pitches it up, ball's been driven down the wicket, and they pick up a single. I mean, these two are not going to get in line with their front foot to try and play the ball. So what you want to try and do is try and get bowl full, and you want to try and bowl straight. You don't want to bowl at any length, you don't want to pitch it up. You're trying to get it right up in the block hole and bowl it full and straight. If they miss it, you hit. In comes Schofield again. Pitches it right in the block hole, as we said, and the ball's just been back down to the wicket. You're not going to go for any runs if you bowl there, because they're not good enough to try and manoeuvre that ball from that length.
Yeah, it's all about that line and length, like I was saying in my mother's strange accent earlier. Just disclaimer, she doesn't actually talk like that. But yeah, line and length.
Full again from Schofield, right up there. It hits the batsman on the ground on the front pad. We're trying to hoik it over mid-wicket. But as I said, from that length, it's very difficult for tail-end batsmen to try and work that ball around. They can work the length or short balls, but it's very difficult to work full and straight. Schofield again, just slight angle, comes in, pitches the ball up full, and the ball's been hit back down the ground to Adams, up mid-off, and no runs. It's a great start to the over. 4 balls have gone now. Only a single off the over. 2 balls left to try and pick up this last wicket. In comes Schofield again. Pitches it up slightly wide of off stump, and Graham punches it through to wide, sort of left of extra cover, and they pick up a single. Ball hit out to Elvis. I don't think she's going to bowl again with that slight injury she's got to her leg. I think it's a leg injury. In comes Schofield, last ball of the over. Pitches it full and straight, and the ball is hit over mid-wicket, but they can only pick up a single. End of the over now, and the score moves on to 202 for 9 of 48 overs. 2 overs left. Graham on 3 and Jones on 4.
Yeah, it's been really good from Paige Schofield. Obviously, we've given all the plaudits today to Tara Norris and her bowling up at the top, but Paige Schofield came in when it looked like the Thunder were just, to use a better word, rumbling along nicely. And she really made a difference there with those 2 quick wickets. And she's bowled, she's been economical, she's pitched it up, like you said, she's found that block hole, she's gone for that line of length, she's not gone for a huge amount of runs, just 29 from her 9 overs and those 2 wickets. So it's been really impressive performance today from Paige Schofield.
The important thing is she's only been hit for 2 fours. 1 4 was in her second ball of her spell, and 1 somewhere in the middle, but otherwise she hasn't been hit for a boundary.
And that's just played back to Adams by Hannah Jones. Adams fields off her own bowling. She skips in, right arm over, and that's swept into the leg side by Hannah Jones, and they run through for 1.
Yeah, Adams has really got to concentrate. She's making up Elvis's overs here, but she's got to get it full and she's got to get it straight.
And that's gone full, that's gone straight, it's gone up in the end, it's gone straight down the throat of the fielder at cover. Who is that down there?
That's Georgia Elvis, caught that cover.
Yeah, Georgia Elvis, even with an injury, she can take a catch. You don't need your legs to take catches anyway, especially when it comes straight to you like that. And that's just the finish the Vipers need. And they have bowled the Thunder out for 203 from 48.3 overs. There was resistance in the middle, but they've cleaned up the end there. Georgia Adams taking that final wicket. Some words from you.
Yeah, they bowled very well. The back end of this innings, they bowled really well. They were consistent in their lines and their lengths, and they bowled, they dragged it back. They gave away a few boundaries at the end, and they dragged it back. They bowled them out. They took their catches, which was fantastic. So a great comeback from the Vipers, bowling out Thunder for 203, and they'll go in there now with really upbeat and come out and hopefully chase this down, you know, within the 50 overs allocated to them, and try and knock it off in about 45 overs. So that's what they'll be saying to themselves out there. We'll give ourselves 45 overs to see if we can try and knock this down. It's not going to be slog and try and a big chase. It's going to be just sensible. This is a big ground, and because it's a big ground, you can run teams ragged here. You can pick up your ones and twos, and we've seen over the years here that knocking the balls through the gaps, teams who have won here are teams who have run between the wickets well.
Yeah, they'll probably be quite glad it's mid-September and not mid-July when it was roasting if they're going to be running threes. I don't think I'd want to be running threes today, but Thunder are going to have a bit to think about. They're missing a few of their bowlers that on England duty, so they're going to have to put in the hard graft there. It's a strong batting Southern Vipers batting lineup they've got out there today, but we will return for that chase after a spot of lunch, I think it is.
Yep, everybody will be going off, refreshed and then come back.
And 3 rounds to go. There should have been 2 rounds, but of course the 5th round cancelled a couple of days ago. So Thunder trying to keep the Vipers down to below 203 to earn just their 2nd win in this competition. The Vipers looking to keep up their 100% record with 4 wins from 4. Now, of course, the bonus point may come into play here. Now, I've been told by a very nice lady, Gemma Green, who works a bit with us on commentaries, and she's worked something out. Somewhere around 40 overs if the Vipers were to try and go for the bonus point for them to... I think that may be something they will look for, because it's quite tight at the top with the Vipers on 18 and Northern Diamonds on 17, South East Stars on 14. Those are the top 3 sides at this moment, and it's the top 3 sides that qualify for the knockout stages. Top side goes straight through to the final at Lords on the 25th, and the 2nd and 3rd place side will play in a playoff, which at the moment is scheduled for a week Wednesday, but with the previous round having postponed, there is talk about that being played next week. We'll have to wait and see, probably on the Wednesday, and then the playoffs being made or moved by a couple of days. We'll have to wait and see on that. Nothing's confirmed, but we'll keep you up to date, of course. So the sunshine is still out, which is great news. The 2 Vipers openers out there, Ella McGacken and Charlie Dean is opening the batting. Georgia Adams is moving down the order a little bit. That was something that happened for the Southern Brave and seems to be a spillover to this as well. It's Laura Jackson, right arm over to bowl with a blonde ponytail, and immediately McGacken works that into the gap behind square and will pick up 2. And the Vipers are underway. So 204 the target. Tara Norris picking up 3 for 41 from her 10 overs. Blew the Thunder top order away. They were 23 for 3 at one stage in the 7th over, including West Indies international Deandra Dottin caught behind for 5. Before that, Laura Marshall, LBW Norris for 8. As Jackson comes back. Nice delivery, but McGacken somehow still managed to get a bat on it and turn it on the 45 on the offside, and there's no run. And Seren Smale bowled by Tara Norris, first ball. They were 1 for 1 at that stage. That was in the 1st over. But a good comeback from Thunder through Emma Lamb and Ellie Threlkeld. They put on 116 for the 4th wicket in 23 overs. That's wide outside the off stump. Couple of bounces through to Threlkeld, the keeper. Called a wide, and the Vipers will move on to 3 without loss. Paige Schofield was on a hat-trick at one stage, having dismissed Emma Lamb. Caught by Adams. Lamb 63 off 82. Then bowled Saki Pai. Sorry, got LBW Pai, the next delivery. Was on a hat-trick. That's come back as well at McGacken. Nice shape on that ball, but McGacken just turns that with the shape away square on the leg side. That's Pai doing the fielding. McGacken moves on to 3, 4 without loss. The Vipers in the 1st over. Threlkeld eventually the 7th wicket to fall in the 42nd. Caught by McGacken off at the bowling of Georgia Adams for 79. Tried to hit over the top, just didn't really get hold of it. 79 of 117, and then the Vipers worked through the lower Thunder order as Laura Jackson, about a 10 pace run up, comes in and bowls, and that's outside the off stump, and Charlie Dean pushes that out off the back foot into the covers, and there's no run. So 3 for 42 off 10, Tara Norris. Couple of wickets for Paige Schofield. As I say, she was on that hat-trick at one stage. 2 for 30 from 9. Georgia Adams 2 for 33 from 6.3 overs. There was a wicket for Dean and also for Charlotte Taylor. Laura Jackson bowls. Again, there's good shape on the ball, but it's a little leg stumpish as Dean works that away on the leg side to deep mid-wicket. Pai throws, and they'll come back for 2. There's nice shape on this ball from Laura Jackson. Just a little bit of late in swing, but that one was just a little too straight. So the Vipers move on to 6 without loss in the 1st. As I say, if they want the bonus point, it looks to be around about 40 overs to knock off the 204. Otherwise, they'll have to settle for just the straight 4 points, if they win, of course, as that's a straight ball up to Charlie Dean, who pushes that to mid-on and fielded by the 18-year-old Liberty Heap, playing her first List A game today. The 18-year-old, and I have to say, didn't look out of place. Made 12, but came in on the hat-trick and certainly moved the ball around to keep Threlkeld and the momentum going, even though they'd lost those 2 quick wickets. But I think she promises much for later in her career. So 1 over done. The Vipers are 6 without loss. Phoebe Graham will bowl from the pavilion end. Phoebe Graham, 30 years old now, joined from the Northern Diamonds during the winter, and I'm not sure she'll enjoy playing against the Vipers too much. 2 finals in 2020 and 2021, Edgbaston and Northampton in this competition. Vipers against the Northern Diamonds. Vipers have won both games. Phoebe Graham on the losing side both games. I'm sure she'll probably be hoping for a different result today, just to reverse fortunes a little bit. That's just dabbed down to 3rd man by McGacken. She moves on to 4, and the Vipers on to 7 without loss. The other games that are going on today, South East Stars and Central Sparks. That is 3rd against 6th. South East Stars finishing with 254 for 9 off their 50 overs there. Sparks yet to get underway. Chloe Brewer, half century for her. Alice Davidson-Richards, half century for her as well. Length ball to Charlie Dean, who just dabs that out on the offside. 57 and 50 respectively. Also Sunrisers against Lightning. They're the bottom 2 sides in this competition so to date. Lightning 230 for 9, still looking for their first win, Lightning. Lightning 230 for 9, Sunrisers in reply 6 without loss in the 3rd. Catherine Bryce with 100 there, as that's down the leg side, and that will be called wide. Catherine Bryce with 104, top scorer in that Lightning innings. Grace Kelly with 46 at the top of the order there. And Western Storm against the Northern Diamonds. That is 4th against 2nd. Northern Diamonds 334 for 6. The Vipers are at Headingley next week, and that's half stopped by Pye diving to her left. In fact, Deandra Drotting, I'll tell a lie, certainly took the pace off that shot, that cut shot from Charlie Dean. Just a single in the end. Dean moves on to 3, and Vipers 9 without loss in the 2nd. There was 100 in that game for Kelly Armitage, 131 not out. Lauren Winfield Hill 74 she made, and Bess Heath 70. So a good total there for the Diamonds. 334 for 6. Western Storm will reply to that shortly, as that's outside the off stump, and McGacken leaves that one alone. So you're up to date on that. And in the Test match, England 158 all out, replying to South Africa's 118 all out. South Africa in the 2nd time around 90 for 2. They lead England by 50 with 8 2nd innings wickets remaining. You're up to date with all the major cricket action going on today, as in the sunshine comes Phoebe Graham. Right arm over, bowls. Oh, almost edged that one. McGacken trying to force that through the offside on the up. Ball just beats the outside edge as it goes through to Ellie Threlkeld. So keeping her company at slip is Laura Marshall, who made 8, one of those 3 early wickets that fell to Tara Norris. She was LBW. Comes Phoebe Graham again, and of the back foot there, McGacken opens the face, turns that down to 3rd, where the fielder down there is Seren Smale. And at the end of the 2nd over, the Vipers are at 10 without loss, chasing that target of 204. And just to repeat that for the bonus point, it looks to be around about 40 overs. It could be 39.5, it could be 40.1. It's around that point. Of course, if we get close to that, then we'll make sure that we know exactly. But I'm sure the Vipers chasing what would be a 3rd bonus point in this year's campaign. They've lost just 1 of 19, the Vipers. The Sunrisers put up a very good fight against them here. The last round of fixtures at the end of July only fell short by 11 runs. There's Laura Jackson bowls outside the off stump again. There's that shape from just outside. Goes through to keeper Threlkeld. McGacken leaves that one alone. New look opening pair. for the Southern Vipers in this game. It's usually Georgia Adams and McGacken, or Georgia Adams and Danny Wyatt, but Adams coming in a little lower down the order as McGacken turns that away on the onside, but only finds the fielder at mid-wicket, and there is no run. So far McGacken in this year's competition has hit 104 runs from 4 innings. This is her 5th innings. Sorry, 4 innings. Yeah. She averages 34 with a high score. Sorry, 104 runs. Yeah, top score of 72 as that's turned away on the onside. And there is no run there. Sun keeps shining, which is nice when it comes out. It's very warm indeed. That 72 came against Lightning at Derby, opening the batting in that one. Score remains on 10 without loss. Then 3 dot balls to start this over from Laura Jackson. Bowls again outside the off stump, cuts, misses. Big blonde bony tail of Laura Jackson there, just bouncing around as she lets the ball go. There's no slip for Laura Jackson, just a ring of fielders on the offside, 5 of them. 2 fielders out on the leg side at deep square leg and at fine leg. As Jackson comes in again, runs away from us, right arm over and bowls, cuts that. At least this time she makes contact with him, but straight to Deandra Dottin. And that is a dot ball, so 1 ball away from a maiden over here for Laura Jackson, whose first over went for 6. A little bit of shape on 1 or 2 of these deliveries, as I was mentioning, just coming into the right-hander, so they have to be careful. Just steadies herself and comes in now from about 10 paces once more. And bowls, and that stays outside the off stump, but cuts straight to Dottin again at backward a point. So that is a maiden. And for the Vipers, they remain on 10 without loss. 2 overs, 1 maiden, none for 6 for Laura Jackson. Remember, 204 is the target they're looking for. They're bowled out in the 49th over, the Thunder, so they didn't use up all their allocation, which is always a little bit of a disappointment, especially if games get close. 9 balls they still had, technically. Hannah Jones left not out on 5. The last wicket that went down was Phoebe Graham. She went for 3, caught Elvis, bowled Adams. She went for a big one, didn't time it. Got a bit of a skyer. That's outside the off stump. Bit of extra bounce there from Phoebe Graham, as Dean thought about cutting that down through backward a point, but decided against it at the very last minute. They get through their overs a little quicker as well. The 50 over Royal London One-Day Cup games, the 50 overs were taking a little longer. Just before half-1, Vipers got through theirs. There's a cut shot again straight to Dottin, who's perfectly placed at backward a point at the moment. As we were saying earlier, she's been jetting around the world, having just jetted in from the Women's Caribbean Premier League. Only made just 5 before she edged Tara Norris through to keeper. Standing up, bit of extra bounce. She was trying to cut that one, got a minute top edge into the gloves of Carla Rudd. Here's Graham again, bowls, and again there's an attempted cut shot, but it's kept a little low this time on Dean, who wasn't totally committed on that shot, probably just saw it not bounce quite as much. Goes through harmlessly in the end. Set fair here, decent crowd. Had a chat with 1 or 2 people as we went over to the far side for lunch, and chat with 1 or 2 on the way back as well, which is always nice. Oh, that's a beautiful delivery, which has almost caught the outside edge. Threlcold, as the ball dives on it, just dives slightly in front of her and to the right. That was very close to the outside edge there of Charlie Dean. Ball just leaving Charlie Dean and just bouncing a little bit. She's a little taller than 1 or 2 others here, Phoebe Graham. Just gets that odd bit of extra bounce. No slip, but there is a gully. As Graham comes in again. And bowls. And, oh, she's got a leading edge there. Again, the extra bounce has just done for Charlie Dean there, as she was trying to close the face, working it on the onside. It for her, went harmlessly out on the offside, but again, a bit of extra bounce. Laura Marshall down at fine leg there, but the closest fielder to us. Oh no, there is the third as well. Away to our right, that's Saren Smale. The only two fielders down this half of the pitch, or it feels like it anyway. As Dean works out into the gap on the leg side, they'll pick up a single. It's been a good over from Phoebe Graham, this one. A maiden in the previous over, and that's just a single off this one. So Thunder, the last couple of overs have kept things pretty tight. First over went for 6, the second over went for 4, and just 1 off the last 2. Sees the Vipers 11 without loss. They need another 193 from here. 46 overs still potentially to bowl. There's 2 batters have a little conference out there. You don't need to go at this too hard. I'm sure 40 overs is very much in their minds for that bonus point, but I suppose overall it's more important to win the game and pick up the 4 points as opposed to risking the game. You would think 203 isn't really enough. It looks a pretty good pitch really on the whole as Marshall comes in again. Sorry, Jackson comes in again and turns that away. Does Dean on the leg side. She moves on to 5. Again, just a little bit of a hint of shape. Sort of from about halfway down the pitch, the ball just starts to angle into the right-hander. Nicely played by Charlie Dean. She's 5 off 12, 5 off 13 McGacken. Almost mirroring each other out there in the middle. As Jackson comes in again and bowls, and that's just come back a fraction at McGacken, who's trying to find the angle behind square on the offside, can't find it as it's fielded by Hannah Jones. Thunder's slow left armour. 12 without loss, the Vipers remain. As Jackson's at the top of her mark once more. And bowls to McGacken. McGacken on the back foot, just steers that out to the covers, and there's no run. And Georgie Heath is back with us. Hello.
Hello to you.
You all right? It's good to see you again.
Yes, you too. Nice lunch.
Not bad. Yeah, pretty good. It's pretty decent lunch here, isn't it?
I feel like mine might be a bit oniony, so you might want to stay away from it.
Oh, is it really?
Yes.
Okay, I'll bear that in mind.
But no, very good. Nice and sunny.
Happy
Had a
with
nice
that?
chat with some stewards on the way round.
Yeah, I saw you engrossed in some chat there. Oh, that's full toss outside the off stump, and that's hit into the covers. That's going to be called a no ball, I think. Charlie Dean's going to have to hurry back here. The throw comes in at the bowler's end, but it's a no ball anyway. Just a little too high. It wasn't dangerous, but probably, I wouldn't say uncomfortably high, but not the sort of height you want to see regularly. Georgie's lost something there. Georgie, you can go and find it, whatever it is you've lost.
No, it's okay. I think it's just my telephone. Who needs it anyway?
Well, you might do.
Yeah.
I certainly do.
I might just pop out.
Yeah,
just
go on,
a
go and
minute,
find it. Yeah,
because,
just go and find it. That's all right, I can keep going.
Okay.
I can't see it up here. Must have. Now it's a free hit for McGacken here against Laura Jackson. Bowls, and it's a length ball. She goes for the heave. Doesn't quite time it. It's fielded at mid-wicket, but just ricochets off. I think Daisy Mullen, that is. Yes, it is. Off her knee. She's okay, but it's just a single there. McGacken trying to heave that away on the leg side. Didn't quite middle that one. It was almost in the slot there to do that. 14 without loss then. We are in the 5th over. As that keeps very low on Dean, who plays that late and just bends down low as she does so. Pushes that out behind square on the offside. Hannah Jones fields. And there is no run. 2 balls left. 1 ball left of over number 5. Just a few people wandering around. A few people in Southern Vipers t-shirts, which is nice to see when we were wandering around to the other side of the ground at the break. Here comes Jackson again. That's outside the off stump. Dean just leaves that one alone. Thinks about driving on the up. Actually didn't. And the ball goes through to Threlcold. That's 5 overs gone then. And she's found her phone. That dropped out of your pocket or something, because you haven't been gone out of this room very long, and I'm just trying to think. Bottom of the stairs, halfway up the stairs, in the corridor, in the lift. It must have been round there somewhere, Georgie.
I'd left it on the sink by the toilet.
Ah, right, okay, right. There you go. So there you go. That's a great description. Right, start of a new over there now from Phoebe Graham. 2 overs, none for 5. Started well. Caused her 1 or 2 problems in her previous over with a bit of extra bounce. She now wants third a little finer. I don't blame her, actually. There is a gully in as well as McGacken faces the next delivery. Short. McGacken pulls it away and just past mid-wicket. Only just. There's no real power in that shot, although they will pick up 2 as Hannah Jones makes a little bit of a mess of that running round from mid-on, but that was dangerously close to being caught out. Georgie Heath.
Yeah, you like to see that she's going for it, though. It just evaded the diving fielder there. But I like this from Ella McGacken out there because, you know, they're not just going to prod and poke around the Vipers. They are going to attack this. We mentioned that bonus point earlier.
That's Phoebe Graham bowls in behind that McGacken. Pushes out on the offside.
And yes, they get the points for the win, but if the bonus point's there and it's offered and they feel that they can go for it, then why not go for it? Obviously, we haven't got the likes of Danny Wyatt at the top, who, you know, she's such a linchpin for this Vipers batting side, but they've got the depth. They've got someone like Georgia Adams coming in later on, so why not go for it? I like this. And Georgia Elwes, she scored 100 this year.
Yes, hopefully she's okay. She didn't look 100% fit in the when fielding. That's nicely timed, but straight to dotting at point. McGacken batting at the moment. Yeah, she bowled, what, 3 overs and then was off the field for a few overs, but back on to bat. So will she be able to run up and down the wicket as quickly as normal? We'll have to wait and find out. There's Phoebe Graham back, comes in and bowls, and McGacken reaches for that, caught a pie at cover. That's a good catch. She's reached for that one there. McGacken didn't really get hold of that, and Pye has taken a good catch low to her left. Took it almost right against her body to make sure her body was right behind that. 2 hands, it stuck, and they've lost their first wicket, the Vipers. McGacken goes for 8, and I make it that the Vipers are 16, I think that is, as it scores just disappeared off the screen.
Yeah, Vipers 16 for 1 there. That's a good catch there from McGacken. It went from Pye. It's gone quickly off the bat of McGacken, and she just held it up, one hand in the air, you know, grasping it and showing it to her team. And that's just the breakthrough the Thunder needed at this point. These two were just starting to get set. Started quickly, slowed down a little, and we're getting going again. But yeah, she's earned that, and it brings Georgia Elwes to the middle. And like we said, she was struggling with a little bit of injury, so it'll be interesting to see how these two run between the wickets. They're 2 of the big dogs at the Vipers, Charlie Dean and Georgia Elwes. They know each other well. They've both put in great performances for the side over the last couple of years. Georgia Elwes scored 115 earlier on this season, so she's not been out of nick, and it's just to see how that injury comes along. I think I saw her running a little bit around while I was having a good old chinwag, and during the lunch break she was running a bit, and she seemed all right, but you never really know until you can't replicate batting out in the middle, really. There's nothing quite like it, so we'll see how she goes here. She's just gonna take guard, just doing her gloves up again, rolling those sleeves.
Yeah, that 115 was against South East Stars at Hove in the second round of the competition, but actually 2 noughts after that against Lightning and Sunrisers. So she's facing Phoebe Graham. Bowls. Elwes is in behind that, tucks that to Dottin at point. I think we're going to say a lot of Dottin fielding in that position throughout this Vipers reply. 16 for 1 in the coming towards the end of the 6th.
Deandra Dottin is one of the best fielders in the women's game at the moment. Okay. You're not going to risk 2 against Deandra Dottin. You're not going to try and hit it past her. She will catch it. I'm
just watching her now. She's very alert as the bowler comes in. It's down the leg side, called a wide. Just how you like to see your fielders, isn't it? As they walk in, you're like expecting the ball to come, and I just kept my eye on her there. That's exactly what she was doing. Yeah,
she's one of those, you get young fielders to watch someone like Deandra Dottin. She gets low, she's always looking, she's always, she's walking in, they teach you from such a young age. Walk in. You feel like a right idiot when you first start doing it, but that's why she takes those catches, because she's on her toes.
Here comes Phoebe Graham again, and Elwes is looking for a single as Pye comes in quickly in the covers. Obviously excited after her catch in that over, and that's the end of that 6-ball set. 6 overs gone. Vipers 17 for 1, lead another 187.
Yeah, and we saw Dotton with was it a catch earlier in the World Cup this year? She took an absolute flying catch. One of those ones, there'll be a lot of photoshops later of sort of Superman capes attached to it as she's sort of parallel to the floor, leaping. She's not tall, but she's so athletic, and that's the kind of fielder that any team wants. And it's just bits of fielding like that. For someone like the Thunder side, you know, they might be a few runs short, but if your fielders can just put in those performances, it brings that sort of energy to a side when you've got a fielder like that. So someone like Dotton is really interesting to watch, and it's what she brings to the team that can be incredible on that front. As we've got Laura Jackson coming in, right arm over, just wide outside the off stump, but not signalled wide by the umpire.
So you had a good lunch and a good chat. You've had a good day so far, Georgie, coming down here.
That's what happens when they let you out for the day. I get lunch and a chat and I lose my phone and I get lost in a lift. So it's been a good day. Tick them all off. Here comes Laura Jackson. Blonde ponytail, and that's just straightened up a little bit there on Charlie Dean, who's currently 5 from 15. I like to see Charlie Dean opening the batting here.
Did she do it for London Spirit? I know she was captain for London Spirit.
I don't think she did.
I'm just wondering if they've decided, because Georgia Adams now is going to be a medium in the middle order.
Laura Jackson, that long curly blonde hair, right arm over, straight batted, that almost hitting the stumps at the other end. It was so straight, the defensive from Charlie Dean. It's fielded at mid-off. Laura Jackson, she's a good fun one. She does a lot of coaching with youngsters. I spoke to her and she was said she was chatting to them, you know, oh yeah, do you know this person, and they didn't know Catherine Brunt. And here she comes, right arm over. Oh, and that's just sort of under edge there from Charlie Dean, and doesn't play it onto her own stumps, but it goes down to fine leg, and they scramble through for one. And she was saying, you know, if you think of England women's cricket, quite often one of the first names that comes to your mind is going to be Catherine Brunt. And these kids were sort of 10 and 11, and she was like, you've got an education to have, you kids.
She's bowling well here.
Sets off that. That's Fuller, and the dust comes up as it's just again played down to fine leg, sort of under edge again, but they scramble through for one, these two.
So you're saying they never heard of Catherine
No.
Brunt? Really?
And I was like, sorry, what have you been doing for 10 years of your life? You know, who have you been watching? But I think maybe that's a sign of the fact that, you know, we just expect everyone to know all the women's cricketers now, which is great that they're getting all that coverage. So
sure.
Maybe they know Laura Jackson. And that's just played defensively into the leg side there, and that's the end of the over. Just 2 coming from that over from Laura Jackson. That's tight from her.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I think she's causing 1 or 2 problems out there. I think there's a couple of times she bowls outside off stump, and the batter's not quite sure if it's just going to shape in or stay out there. And a little bit of hesitancy at times. So you think that out of a group of children that go for coaching, some of them should know the name Catherine Brunt?
Yeah, I reckon so.
Okay.
Yeah.
I said, assuming they are a group who play cricket.
Yes.
As opposed to a group that have just been assembled from the middle of nowhere.
Yes.
Okay. Here's Phoebe Graham again, as that's tucked away by Elwes on the leg side, and moves on to 2. And the Vipers on to 21 for 1 at the start of the 8th. I think that's fair enough. Yeah.
I think it's fair enough too. We're just watching Georgia Elwes there. She jogged that one through. She hasn't been stretched too far with her running, but she seems all right at the moment. But yeah, I think I would expect a group of young cricketers to know Catherine Brunt.
Yeah. It's a drive, but not timed by Dean as it goes out towards extra cover, although of course they won't be able to watch Catherine Brunt in action at the moment.
No, and that was what was interesting with that England team yesterday. There was a lot of questions beforehand. Obviously, Heather Knight's coming back from injury still, so Nat Siver was going to captain, then Catherine Brunt wasn't in, and then Nat Siver's taking a break, quite rightly, I think, for her mental health. It's been pretty full on, so 3 of the big dogs out.
Graham to Dean. Dean's on the back foot. I thought she was going to pull that initially, and I think she was, and then the last minute just played it with a straight bat on the leg side.
Yeah, so it was interesting, and that's what's exciting with the women's game at the moment. You've got youngsters that come through, so we had someone like Lauren Bell on debut opening the bowling, obviously normally with the Vipers, and then you've got Freya Kemp in there. Alice Capsey is just taken to international cricket like you can't imagine.
Well, I could, having been coached by Reg Maru, as that's cut away, but straight to Dottin. She's got that area covered at point. Nothing's going to get past her unless it's well hit. But yeah, well, of course, I mean, she's 18. Freya Kemp, 17.
Yeah, it's mad, isn't it?
I mean, what is going on?
I don't know. I found that watching the 100 this year just made me feel very old. I needed to sit down with a Horlicks.
Phoebe Graham in her 4th over here. That's pulled away by Dean, just past the diving Threlkeld. It's kind of helped down to fine leg by Dean, who it looked like initially she was going outside leg stump to play the shot, and in the end decided to stay where she was and just helped it away just, well, I say just, probably a good couple of feet away from the diving Ellie Threlkeld. If you watch on the live picture feed, it looks like they've sorted the picture out a little bit, because I thought in the first innings it looked like there was fog hanging over the ground, but I think they must have cleaned the lens a little bit in the break. 24 for 1. I was thinking, gosh, I'm watching a game somewhere where there's sort of mist or something. That's pushed out on the onside, and there is no run to end that over. So we've had 8 overs here. The Vipers chasing 204 for victory, are 24 for 1. Elvis is on 2, but Charlie Dean, the opener, is on 10. The one wicket that's fallen, Ella McGacken, who made 8.
Yeah, it's a gorgeous day down here now in Southampton,
right,
isn't it? Yeah.
It's always nice down here.
Yeah, I think it is. It's not got the... Maybe that was... They had that sort of fog on there for the London smog to make us city folk feel at home. But it is beautiful out here. It's such a nice ground. I don't come down here enough.
Do you not?
No.
Didn't you come down for any 100 games? You said you watched loads of 100. Did you not come down for any?
No, I can't afford the petrol. Laura Jackson in with that right arm over, and that's in the block hole there. It's dug out by Elvis, but just no run there. And she's stepped away, and she almost looks like she's taking her guard away from the stumps there, having a bit of a practice, and then come back in. And there's Laura Jackson with that iconic curly blonde hair as she thunders in. And that's worked away to Deandra Dottin at point for no run. She's just so... You can see Dottin, she's just bouncing around always every time she's fielding.
Clearly enjoys it. And so far nothing has got past her. I'm going to keep my eagle eye on that. I bet one does somewhere along the line. One.
Jackson in, and that's Fuller, and she's tried to cut that away into the offside, Georgia Elvis, but no bat on it. It's taken by Ellie Threlkeld. I love watching Ellie Threlkeld behind the stumps.
Do you?
Yeah, fantastic wicketkeeper. Been under the guidance of Sarah Taylor at the Manchester Originals as well, so
okay.
If you're going to have a coach, take the best, why not? In comes Laura Jackson. That's just played defensively by Elvis. This is really tight bowling here from Jackson.
I think there's a wicket for her here. I'm surprised that she's nearly coming to the end of her 5th and she hasn't picked up one, because the shape that she gets, not every ball, which actually makes every ball dangerous, because some of them outside the off stump don't, and they go on with the arm, and some just shape as they go about halfway down. I think she's been unlucky so far.
She's in again, and that's cut away. It evades Deandra Dottin, and it's gone away to the boundary. I think I owe you a hot beverage, Kevin.
Well, I don't think anybody would have got there, to be fair. Do you?
No, it was a lovely looking shot. And that's Georgia Elvis. She does that so nicely. She always looks calm out there with the bat, and she's just cut that into past point. It's run away for 4, and that's sort of broken the shackles a little bit on how the tight over from Laura Jackson here as she continues. And that's fuller and straighter and played back to her by Elvis. And that concludes the over. The Southern Vipers 28 for 1 after 9 overs.
I think I might get Raj in, actually, if you're coming for me. And then you and Raj.
Lovely.
Is that all right?
We can talk Alice Capsey, Raj.
Yes, talk more Alice Capsey, because we haven't heard about her enough this summer. I'd love to hear a bit more. So Georgie Heath will continue. Then Raj Maru, the former Hampshire spinner. And founder of Alice Capsey, will come in.
Yeah, so these two just looking to build again after that wicket of Ella McCocken fell earlier. Lovely catch from Salma Pai out there at cover. And Laura Jackson's been bowling really well. It's just broke the shackles a little bit with that 4 there. So we've got Phoebe Graham in bowls, and that's cut away into the covers. But straight to the fielder out there at cover. Welcome back. Nice lunchtime.
Yeah, nice lunch, and back to the grind now. Where the sun's come out, temperatures rising, all good.
Phoebe Graham, and that's full and straight, and oh, it looked like she'd almost got a nick on it, and hands went up. Ellie Threlkeld dived forward. She took the catch wonderfully, but there was no bat on that one.
That looked like a really nice leg cutter. He sort of pitched middle and off stump, and then just held its line outside off stump. It looked like a real beauty.
Graham turns at the top of her mark. Right arm over the wicket, and that's played down to third and picked up by Deandra Dottin, who throws it in, and they take 1. Ooh.
It'd be Laura Marshall there fielding at sort of gully, fine gully position. Short third man.
Graham's in, bowls, and that's walloped up. Oh no, it's not. It's gone straight up in the air, and it's taken by Ellie Threlkeld. That's just, she's not got all of that. She's got the edge on it. It's gone straight up in the air off the bat of Georgia Elwes. Easy as you like catch for Ellie Threlkeld behind the stumps.
Yeah, that was a short ball, just bounced a little bit on edge. She tried to pull it over mid-wicket, but it's just a little bit late on the ball, and it's just hit the top edge and gone straight up in the air. So, yeah, that's a well-needed wicket, that, for Thunder. Puts Vipers into a little bit of trouble now, 29 for 2. And there doesn't seem, there shouldn't be any panic out there. They've just got to play proper cricket and runs will come. The longer it goes into the game without losing wickets, the more Thunder will start to panic a little bit and then try to do different things, and that's when they'll start to bowl bad balls which you can put away. So you don't have to make the running just yet, but just got to run them ragged in the field. 1s and 2s, 1s and 2s.
Yeah, and El Capitano, Georgia Adams, heads out to the middle. She can bat a bit, can't she?
Yeah, she can bat a bit. She's averaging 20 in this competition. So she just needs to bat through. One of these two has to bat all the way through to the end of the innings. And if they do that, I reckon they'll reach their total with about 42, 43 overs, something like that, within that time.
So brought Deandra Dottin in at slip here, interestingly.
Well, that's the only way Thunder are sort of going to try and win this game, is they're going to have to bowl the Vipers out.
In comes Phoebe Graham. That's played defensively by Georgia Adams. You can tell that the Thunder, there's a bit more energy about them in the field at the moment with that second wicket. Yeah,
they look a little bit younger inside compared to the Vipers, a little bit more inexperienced, but a little bit more sort of hungrier for success, if you see what I mean. They haven't had that, they want that.
In comes Phoebe Graham. And Georgia Adams just plays that into the leg side, but straight to the fielder, and still no run there. Yeah, they're just looking a bit excited, this Thunder fielders.
Just get a little bit of self-belief, don't you, when you pick up 2 sort of early wickets. You know, just have a little bit of that self-belief that, yes, if we pick up another wicket or 2 wickets in the next few overs, we've got a really good chance of breaking through into this Vipers batting lineup, because there's not that much. If you see, if Emily Windsor's going to come in at number 6, there isn't that much batting after that to come in.
Yeah, so that's the end of the power play. 10 overs. The Vipers are 29 for 2. So it's not been the prolific power play they might have been hoping for. Oh, it's difficult to say, prolific power play.
Yeah, it's you know, if you had Danny White in the team, it might be slightly different, because then she would have pushed it on a little bit. But these players are a little bit more inexperienced. In comes Jackson, bowls. Slightly wide, kept low, well taken by Throckwood behind the stumps. No runs.
I was mentioning Ellie Threlkel behind the stumps. She did sort of a wicket-keeping masterclass thing on one of the hundreds, you know, because I may have watched 1 or 2 games of that. And she was saying different tips she's been picking up from Sarah Taylor. I'll continue on that in a minute. And yeah, she was saying it was all about pushing your hands out towards it and following it with your body. And it's the kind of thing that made me realise, so as a lacrosse player, I have done some goalkeeping in that. And that is all about pushing your hands towards it and stepping after it. And it makes you realise just how much sports can cross over in different ways. And it's all about pushing your hands out and being positive and going towards the ball.
It is, and that's very well bowled there by Jackson. Got through the back pad gap of Charlie Dean, who pushed at the ball, and the ball sort of nipped back and through the gate and bowled her. So that's that wicket they were looking for, and they've got their 3rd wicket. Now the Vipers are exactly in the same situation as the Thunder were in. You know, 29 for 3. They've now got to rebuild. This is not exactly what they wanted.
No, that was a lovely delivery there from Laura Jackson. She's really earned that actually today. She's bowled so well. She's hit her lines, hit her length, and they've been really struggling to get her away. She's built up that pressure, and that was just the icing on top of the cake, really, wasn't it? And there might be a cherry if she gets another one. Yeah. But it was just a lovely bit of bowling, and you know, there's nothing better as a bowler than that death rattle.
No, that's right. Talking about your pushing your hands forward, it's having spent all my life fielding at first slip, you know, and when you do catch the ball in that sort of position, you have to catch the ball in front, and then you have to bring the ball back in with the pace of the ball. You can't snatch the ball. You have to actually go with the pace of the ball and bring it in and cushion that ball in. And that's what she's talking about behind the stumps there. Is you do push your hands out, and then that you take the ball in front, and then it comes in with the pace, and then you can take it. But if you snatch at the ball, that's when you make, you know, the ball jumps out of your hand.
We've even got Thunder fielders doing star jumps out there. Surely she can't be cold.
Not in this weather, unless cholesterol level's very low. In comes Jackson again. Hopefully she's coming in. Pitches it up again. Well bowled. And ball's just guided down by Schofield. Down to 3rd man and picks up a single. Score moves down to 30 for 3. The Vipers are under a little bit of pressure now. These two now got to stay together like the Thunders did. They put that 4th wicket partnership up, and Vipers will be looking to do that as well. A big partnership is needed. Jackson in. Comes in. Nice steady approach, pitches it up. Adams drills it to extra cover, but no runs.
They've sort of got 2 senior pros out there in the middle, haven't they, the Vipers? You know, Georgia Adams, obviously the captain, and Paige Schofield, she's been around the team a while, so you feel like these two will have the maturity to be able to not be too affected by the situation they're in and just sort of get themselves in and work through this chase.
They have to. They don't have to. And that's very well picked up there by Doughton, coming in from backward point. She's picked it up and thrown it all in one motion, but just missed the stumps. If she had hit the stump, direct hit, then Adams would have been struggling. She'd have been walking back to the pavilion now. But she just missed the stumps. But what a great bit of fielding there. Great athleticism there by Doughton. Score moves on to 31 for 3 at the end of the 11th over.
That was interesting, that pickup, actually, because as she goes to pick it up, she's already looking. She's thought about it before she's even done it, and she knows where she's going to throw it. She knows which end she's going for, and that's that anticipation that a good fielder needs to have. You need to be able to think sort of one step ahead of yourself, because if you're that bit slower, she's going to be home already.
And that's where I thought the Vipers struggled after they'd taken that 3rd wicket in the field. They didn't have that awareness, that anticipation in the field to stop those ones.
Phoebe Graham to continue. Bowling to Georgia Adams, who wallops it into the leg side. 2 bounces for 4. And that's just the pressure break they needed.
It was, and that was, that was easy for Adams. It was a long hop on sort of leg stumpish area, and she just sat back and just pulled it, just helped it along for 4. She didn't really have to hit it, she just had to help it along. It was a poor delivery, really.
A bit of a gimme. Here comes Graham again, right arm over to Georgia Adams, who looks to defend at that one. And Ellie Threlkeld thinks that she's got a tickle on that behind the stumps. They've all gone up, but umpire unmoved.
Yeah, umpire Wolf unmoved. The keeper ran first slip, went up in the air. They thought there was a slight tickle on that, but the umpire wasn't impressed. Actually, the bowler didn't appeal either, just turned around and walked back. Maybe different if she'd appealed.
In comes Graham. That's a lovely forward defensive there from Georgia Adams.
It's just got to be sensible cricket now, If you look at it, Elvis didn't really have to play that shot. She didn't have to push it along. She could have left that along, left that one, just play. Wickets would have come. These 2 can't bowl all afternoon.
Graham's in, and that's just chopped to point by Adams, who rehearses the shot.
I say there's apart from Emily Windsor, there's not that much batting left in the Vipers' attack. So they've got to be really mindful of that and look to just play without any risks.
And that's just played off her legs into the leg side by Georgia Adams. They're going to push for 2 here. They're going to have to be quick. Laura Jackson comes with the throw, but it's good running from these 2, and that's what they need to do, pushing those 2s.
Yeah, we spoke about this field being massive, didn't we, just before lunch, where it's a big field, and the teams who really do well on this ground are teams who run well between the wickets. And as I said, you can just knock it. There's plenty of gaps. You just knock it into the gaps, pick 1s and 2s up. If you're going to go 3 and 4 and over for the first 15, 20 overs, that's not a problem.
Graham's in. That's just defended into the offside by Adams, and that brings the end of a pretty good over for Phoebe Graham. And the Vipers, after 12 overs, are 37 for 3.
Yeah, they're looking to go at sort of 5s and 6s, so they're up with the run rate, but they've lost those 3 crucial wickets early on. Looks like Jackson's going to come in for her 7th over now. They might even bowl out these 2. She's going to come in and bowl her 7th over. I've really been impressed with captain of Thunders. I thought she batted really well, sensibly. Experience, she's kept really well behind the stumps. She looks like a real athlete. In comes Jackson, bowls just on a length outside off stump, just nipping back just a little bit of sort of off cut back into the bat towards the stumps. She's been nagging away at that line and length all throughout this inning so far. She hasn't given that much away. She's just got to keep going. Let the batsman make the running. The batsmen have got to be patient, calm, and wait. And she comes again. Just that nice line, middle and off stump line.
It's similar to what we were seeing with Tara Norris earlier, wasn't it? She's really found that line, Laura Jackson, and she's just capitalising on that.
Yeah, and she hasn't got massive amount of pace, so the ball doesn't really come onto the bat. The batsmen actually have to wait, but they don't have to push at the ball. They just got to wait, and But she's using it to her advantage. In she comes again, bowls, pitches it up. Just slight late in swing, like a little bit of reverse swing. Just gets a little bit of inside edge. Schofield gets it out of third man, picks up a single. The score moves on to 38 for 3. The sun's really out now. This is a really nice afternoon.
In the distance, I can just see a golf buggy. I've seen a lot of people heading off out there. Very nice day for cricket. Very nice day for golf.
Yeah, in comes Jackson again. Bowls. Started it just too straight and it sort of swung down the leg side, but really well taken by Thrower. She's taken it and taken the bails off, so sharpish. She kept really well, moved across to that. She looked real. She looks like a real athlete. She kept very well in the 100, and that got me thinking that she could actually be pushing Amy Jones for her place in the England team.
You read my mind.
In comes Jackson again. Bowls, starts it just outside off stump and he swings in late, and all Adams could do was just knock it into mid wicket for no runs.
Yeah, Ellie Threlkeld, I think she is knocking on that England door at some point. She's been there or thereabouts for a while, but Amy Jones has just been so prolific in that England side. But Ellie Threlkeld, the batting, the wicket keeping.
In comes Jackson again. Nice and straight again. 4. Adams plays it down the wicket. A fantastic over. Only 1 off the over. She's only gone for 18 off 7 overs. That's a fantastic spell so far. Taken the crucial wicket. Score now 38 for 3. End of the 13th over. Now we change of bowling at the pavilion end.
It looks like Deandra Dottin is going to have a bowl.
She's got to earn some of her ear miles today. She's jetting in. She get many runs today, but she's going to try and put amends with her bowling. Try and pick up a wicket or two. Not go for so many runs.
She can pick up wickets, Deandra Dottin. In the World Cup earlier on this year, the West Indies completely shocked the host nation New Zealand, much thanks to an over bowled by Deandra Dottin right at the end of New Zealand innings, and she just picked up 2 wickets and the West Indies came out of nowhere. She's in, right arm over, and that's played into the covers by Charlie Dean there.
She's got like a nice sort of steady approach, and at the last minute she sort of jumps out, but she's got a quick arm. She just lets it go.
Apologies, Paige Schofield. I'm just reading. So updating the board. Apologies there. Yeah, and they came back for 2 on that one, which is good. They need to keep pushing those 2s, but in comes Dottin again. That low stance of Paige Schofield. Really bent knees there as she takes that. She just knocks it back up.
She's got a very quick arm when she gets to the crease. She gets there and that bowling arm comes over so quickly. It's a really quick arm. It's very hard for the batsman to pick up the pace of the delivery when arm's coming over that quick.
In again, Dottin. And that's just flicked into the leg side by Paige Schofield, and they just run through for 1, fielded by Laura Jackson down there at backwards square leg. And Deandra Dottin's not the tallest of bowlers, so she hasn't got that height advantage. So I guess coming through quickly with that quick arm is what's going to give her that extra something.
And it's that skiddiness off the wicket as well. So some balls will skid through and some balls will just stick into the wicket. The more she hits the wicket hard, the ball will stick. Otherwise, she kisses the surface, the ball will skid through and go through a lot quicker. So she's got that advantage of being short.
She's in again, and that's played over extra cover. And it's rolled away to the boundary. That's a lovely shot there by Georgia Adams. The 2 just meet in the middle for a fist bump. No need to run on that one. Over into the sunshine.
Yeah, she just picked that ball up just slightly in front of her. Hit it over cover, square, sort of The cover is very square, sort of in between point and extra cover, in between the two. She just got it over her head there for 4.
In comes Dot in, that languid running. And it's again played into the cover, and that's going to be back-to-back 4s for Vipers captain Georgia Adams. Slightly less square of the wicket, that one.
We spoke about earlier about not having variations and so just going to be nagging away when you picked up early wickets. She came in trying to bowl a slower ball there at the back of the hand, and it was a full toss when Adams just caressed that ball between extra cover and cover for 4, which has brought in the change in the field with cover going back onto the boundary now.
And comes Dot in. She's gone for shorter there, and it's played defensively by Adams. No run, and that concludes the over with 7 coming from the over.
The score now 49 for 3 or 14th over. What this will probably do now, it'll push the field back a little bit, which means there'll be enough areas for the batsman to push the ball for singles when Dotin's bowling. But Jackson's coming in for her 8th over, but she's still got the same field as she's had previously. 5-4 offside field. 3rd man, backward point, cover, extra cover tight, mid off on the circle. In she comes again, looking to bowl that off stump line. She bowls it on the leg stump line, just swings in, and it's going to go for a leg bye down to fine leg.
She is getting a little bit of that late swing today, Laura Jackson. We saw a few in her last over.
It looks like with that slightly roundy sort of arm, she's getting that little late swing. So you talk about the reverse swing as the ball's going down at the last minute, as he's looking to go out, he sort of swings back in. In she comes again, bowls again, that little in swing, and they pick up another leg bye. Looks like Adams wraps her on the legs. No, she might have got a tickle on that. Picks up a single. Score moves on to 51 for 3. With that little bit of in swing and bowling it that tight, she's not going for boundary, but if you're looking to pick up that extra wicket, you just want to move the ball back towards the off stump a little bit. In she comes again. That's the sort of line she's got to bowl. Middle and off stump line, and the ball's been played out to extra cover for no runs. Now if you do that and it nips back and the player's looking to hit through extra cover, he can nip back through the gate and get them out. That's what she's got to look to do. Batsmen are going to be mindful of that. The run scoring opportunities of her are going to be off the leg side. In she comes, bowls it middle and off stump, gets an outside edge down to 3rd man. Pick up a single. Again, the hustle and bustle you were talking about in the field when they picked up that 2nd, 3rd wicket seems to have disappeared now. They're just sort of sitting back now a little bit, waiting for things to happen. I think you've got to make things happen now if you're going to win this game. In comes Jackson, coming in. She bowls short, down the leg side. Great stop by El Thelquid there, but it's a wide. And pick up another run. But there was a fantastic stop there down the leg side. It kept low and it was going really wide down the leg side. She stepped across 1-2 and shuffled across and then had to dive and stop that. It's a great stop. She saved 3 runs there, or even 4 there. Come Jackson again. She's got to get that ball on the off stump. She does that, and all Adams could do is just push it out to backward point for no runs. They're going to not take high risk singles to Doughton because she's so quick and athletic. She's got a great arm on her. It brings that change in the field, but the over being so good now, Thelko pushes cover back onto the boundary to try and stop that 4. She's got to make sure she bowls outside off stump. She does that, and the ball's outside edge. It's running away to fine leg, but that's a great stop. And they're going to come back for 2. So she saved 2 runs there on the boundary. I think that's Heap on the boundary. She stopped 2. Score moves on to 55 for 3 at the end of the 15th over. Adams on 18 and Schofield on 6.
Yeah, it's interesting, like you said, about we were talking about the fielders and the noise they were making. Can't imagine they'd be very good at poker, because they're making it very obvious when they feel like they're on top and they feel like they're not this underside. They just need to get their voices up a little bit, because they've taken 3 Vipers wickets, and they like one of these two, and they're very much in the game. It could be, you know, this crucial. This partnership is vital for the Vipers to, you know, make their mark on this game. But Thunder feel like if they can get just one of these and get their voices up, get a bit excited on this, get behind their bowlers, get one of these two gone, and it could be their day.
It could be.
In comes Dottin for her second over, right arm over, and that's chopped onto into the onside for no run from Paige Schofield, who just has a little dig around with her feet. Ellie Threlkeld. She got hold of, oh no, that's her glove. I thought she was holding her helmet there. No, the helmet's behind her.
Just the cap slightly loose on top of her head.
In comes Dottin. She bowls, and that's played nicely down to third by Paige Schofield, and they come through for 1.
Yeah, she just backed away slightly, used the pace of the ball and just guided it down to third man for a single. That's very well done.
Georgia Adams on strike, just surveying the field a bit, perhaps thinking it's been a while since we last reached the boundary, and we had those back-to-back 4s earlier through the covers. In comes Dottin, and that's played again down to third by Adams, just the 1.
And that's what Adams has created in the previous over with Dottin, where she hit her for 2 4s and the cover went back, the backward point went back onto the circle. And if the backward point goes back onto the circle, if you use the pace of the ball, a big gap appears. But if you're in tight, then that gap becomes very small to get the ball through. So she's gone too deep.
Here comes Dottin, and that's played again. It's copy and paste this at the moment. Down to third, run the single.
And this is all they need to do, is just pick up those 1s and 1s and 1s in the odd boundary. No real risk involved in it so far. They're up with a rate. No problems in that.
Here comes Dottin, and that's wide. Not played by Georgia Adams, so she'll have to bowl that one again. She's just looking to go that bit wide, and they were cutting her down to third man.
I think
previously, and she's just gone a bit too wide there. I would have thought she would look to straighten it up somewhat.
It's that mentality of the 100 and the T20. If you see the guideline for the wide, she's aiming for that guideline all the time, rather than looking at the stumps, trying to aim at the stumps.
She's in, bowls to Schofield, who tries to swat it into the leg side, doesn't get any bat on it, and it's taken by Threlkeld, who's lost her cap again.
And it looks like the pace of the ball on here is actually loosening, and it's not just quite carrying to the keeper. The more you bounce it into the wicket, dig it in, it's just dying. Pitch is getting slower.
Dottin for the final ball of this over. And that's played again down to third by Schofield. And they run through for 1. And that completes the 16th over, and the Vipers are 61 for 3, chasing 204 to win. Just Georgia Adams and Paige Schofield having a chat out in the middle there, or this change of overs. And while Kevin comes to join me on the left, and I'll be leaving you.
Very sad, Georgie, but fortunately not for good. Just for a half hour. We'd hate you to leave us for good right at this moment. It's a fascinating moment. What a spell from Laura Jackson. I have to say, we saw that wicket coming. She had to pick up a wicket in that spell. She duly did, bowling Charlie Dean. Big wicket, that one, for 11. But I tell you what, Raj, for me, great shape on that ball for Laura Jackson. And I think the Vipers can almost consider themselves lucky that in that, 7 or 8 over spell of hers, in fact 8 over spell, She only got 1 wicket.
Yeah, it was a magic spell. She came on, she bowled that nice line and length. No real pace, but just that little in drift in there as well.
Certainly did. Hannah Jones, the left arm spinner, on round the wicket, and that's turned away behind square on the leg side by Pace Schofield. And there is no run. 143 runs needed here, just under 34 overs left in this innings. As Jones bowls away from us, and there's a sweep shot, and she's got it fine, and she's got it past the diving fielder, and that's going for 4. Couldn't
fantastic
quite get
shot,
across.
yeah. Schofield just let that come onto her, got down onto one knee and just paddled it round the corner for 4.
Yeah, good shot. Phoebe Graham couldn't quite, with her dive, get to the ball as it went past her fingertips. 65 for 3 now. What a spell from Phoebe Graham as well. Picked up Ella McGacken and Georgia Elwes as that's turned away on the leg side. I thought that was in the gap. For me, that was a single. They've missed out there. Pye having to come across to help Phoebe Graham on there. That was right in the middle of them.
I think the batsman not backing up that far at the non-striker's end.
Yeah, bit of a mistake there, but it happens. Rather that than than getting run out. There's a cut shot there from Schofield, but too close to her. Can't find the angle. Interesting, when Dottin came on, her 2 overs have gone for 17. Her first over for 11. Just taking the pressure off from that pavilion end that Phoebe Graham built up. As Hannah Jones comes in again and bowls. That's a good line, but nicely played into the gap. A little harder this time. So Pye runs back. They'll come for 2, and the Vipers move on to 67 for 3.
That's the thing we were talking about before lunch. Remember, Kev, about making a change from the 100 and the 20-20 to the 50 over game, where what line and length you've got to bowl. And she was looking to bowl that 100 length, which is just wide outside off stump, short.
Flighted, driven into the ground, fielded by Hannah Jones. End of her first over, 67 for 3. Yeah, sorry, Reg.
Not expecting, you know, not wanting the batsman to hit it over mid-wicket or on the leg side, just bowl 2 wide outside off stump. And the batsman just hit it through the offside. Adams being more an offside player than a leg side player, she put those 2 boundaries away. That spread the field, and that took a load of pressure off the Vipers.
So Jones' first over went for 6. She played all 6 matches for the Manchester Originals in this year's 100 competition, took 4 wickets. And Dottin, I'm not surprised here, Raj. Her 2 overs are a little expensive in the context of where the Vipers found themselves at 29 for 3. Very similar to the Thunder, who were 23 for 3. And you really can't afford 2 overs in this situation, going for that many.
No, and that's brought a change in the bowling at the pavilion end. Emma Lamb's now coming on.
She bowls a little bit of off breaks.
A little bit off break, nice and easy, nice steady action. 3 or 4 paces off. She got very low again. She collapses over that front leg instead of bowling up and over that front leg. So it looks like she's not going to get it up in the air. She's just going to fire it into the batsman from that height. In she comes again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Fires it in, and all Adams could do was just push it down the wicket for 1. There's no real pace on the ball. Vipers don't really need to go after the bowling just yet. Just got to wait for the bad ball, put it away, looking for those ones. Comes Lamb, bowls it wide and short outside off stump, which is cut to cover, no single.
Not too short, that one. Emma Lamb playing in her 3rd match, bowled just the 11 overs prior to this, and this competition's taken 3 wickets.
And she comes again, fires in short, and Adams pulls it through to deep mid-wicket, and she picks up a single. Throw coming in. The score moves on to 68 for 3. So 1 off the first 4 balls of the over. She'll be looking to finishing this off. Any more damage? In she comes again, pitches it up. Schofield just turns it to square leg, but no run.
39 these 2 have put on for the 4th wicket so far.
Change of field, cover being a good over so far. The cover goes onto the boundary. In she comes again. Pushes it in, they turn it round the corner for an easy single. Fielder being just slightly laid back, and they pick up that single. They shouldn't have been a single there. But Jones was just sitting back thinking about what she was going to bowl from this end, and just slightly went to sleep there a little bit, I think.
I reckon you've said that from experience there, Reg.
Yeah, well, I've seen it happen a few times. It is, you know, when you're a bowler and you've come on to bowl and you're going to be under pressure, you're thinking about how you're going to be bowling, but you actually forget about what's happening at that present time.
Yeah.
Sometimes you know, with experience, you've got to forget that. You've got to worry about one ball at a time.
So the Vipers need another 135 from 32 overs that remain in this game. Here's Hannah Jones, left arm round the wicket. That's cut away by Schofield, out into the deep, away to our left. Schofield will move on to 17 with that single, and the Vipers total on to 70 for 3. We were talking about at the break how we were walking over to the side and talking to one or two various people. On my way back, I bumped into Emily Windsor's mum.
Oh,
Just
wow.
walking around the ground. Yeah, she got almost as much exposure in that 100 final as Emily did herself, hitting the winning runs. The camera kept focusing on her in the crowd. That's pushed to mid-wicket, and there is no run.
But you didn't get a word in edgeways there, did you?
Oh no, she's fine. No, she's just obviously very proud. You know, very proud mum, as you would do with watching your offspring hit winning runs at Lords in front of 20,000 odd people, as that's turned away on the onside and there's no run, and a live BBC audience as well. I mean, that goes back to the old days, Raj, doesn't it? Live one-day finals on the BBC in the men. There's been a big audience as that's pushed towards extra cover by Adams. No run there.
You can see the way these two are playing that. There's so much pressure on them, but they're not looking to actually play any expansive shots. They're just waiting and waiting. It's a waiting game.
It's pushed to extra cover.
I don't think they really need to push it. You've got plenty of time on your hands. You know, you've got 30 overs still to go. You can worry about that when there's about 15 overs left. You can worry about what the total's left.
Well, they're close to the Duckworth-Lewis score. That's always a good marker, isn't it? As that's nicely pushed up towards mid-on, although she finds the fielder there. That's Liberty Heap, and that's the end of Hannah Jones's over. Accurate over and a good over from her. One off it, and she's bowled 2 overs now, none for 7. But it's just like Threlkeld and Emma Lamb in the Thunder innings, wasn't it? Really just going along nicely. 116 they put on for the 4th wicket in 23 overs. Never looked in trouble, never looked troubled, never did anything silly completely throughout that partnership. And really, from a Thunder point of view, they needed them to carry on, because once they went and they were parted, put pressure on Threlkeld, and then when she went, then of course the pressure on the rest of the order, and they were picked off, really.
They were, and that's what happens, you know, when you're put under pressure with the boundary stop coming at the end. In comes Lamb again, short down the leg side. Schofield must just come off her thigh pad down the leg side, otherwise there would have been a wide. In she comes again from that pavilion end. That low sort of trajectory, well picked up by mid-wicket, who comes in and cuts it across, stopping the Vipers going through for a single. It's a good bit of fielding. Comes Lamb again. Bowls, and Adams just tucks it round the corner, and they pick up a single on the leg side.
That's Schofield, yeah. 18 she moves on to.
Schofield, yeah. Sorry, Adams on strike now. Comes Lamb, bowls it short, and Adams pulls it, one bounce. No, on the full, on the boundary, and Jackson takes a easy catch, running in from the boundary, catches it above ankle height. She didn't really hit that one. She just pulled it across, and instead of either hitting it down or hitting it out the ground, she just helped it along its way and just carried to that mid-wicket boundary.
I think it's a really good catch from Laura Jackson. I have to say, it was low down in the end, wasn't it? It did carry a long way.
It did carry a long way. She ran in, picked it up nice and easy, made it look easy. Put Vipers into trouble now. 71 for 4. In comes Emily Windsor, local favourite.
Yeah, bit of an applause there from this crowd. It's obviously not that many here, but it's dotted around. It's reasonable, about what you'd expect. And the finisher, as we like to call her now, the finisher is walking to the middle.
Well, she's now got to live up to that name now, and she's got to finish this job off. She's got an opportunity to make a name for herself. I
think she already has, Raj.
Yeah, but she's got to build on to that from when she started off in that final in the 100, winning that game. She's now got to carry that on to take it to the next level now. Yeah. You're looking to push on to become a senior player, to get into that top 4 batting lineup.
That's right, yeah. I think it's a bit more of a considerable run chase from here on in for her than it was a week yesterday. And 13 not out to win that game for the Oval Invincibles.
And with the spinners with no pace on the ball, it's very hard to get anything on the, any power into your shots.
He's already played 1 major innings for the Vipers this year, with 90 against the South East Stars at Hove.
In comes Lamb again, just bowls it into the wicket, into the batsman, no width, and Windsor just knocks it into mid-wicket, but no run, dot ball.
Also the finisher, I mentioned that week last Saturday, also in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy last year at Northampton, not out at the end.
Lamb comes in, bowls it wide and half volley outside off stump, and Windsor drills it off the front foot through extra cover 4. What a great start to her innings. 4 and off the mark.
Wow. What a shot that was. Nicely timed that, wasn't it?
It was very well timed. She's very much an offside player, and you don't really want to give her any width outside off stump. Into that over, under the 20th over, and the Vipers move on to 75 for 4. Windsor on 4 and Schofield on 18. Adams departed.
Yeah, I should be disappointed with that, that's for sure. Had all the field on the leg side to hit it to. That's me, isn't it? That's Hannah Jones bowls, and that's driven by Schofield out on the offside. Finds the fielder at extra cover. Yeah, there's always a bit more pressure on players now. Emily Windsor will find that her stock has risen a little bit after that exposure last Saturday, and almost expected to do more now from every game. That's gone to extra cover again, this time off the back foot. Just trying to find the gap. Schofield hitting it too hard, so it's going a little too straight.
There's no pace on the ball, can't really work it square off the wicket.
It's up to mid-off this time.
And when you do it, when there's no pace on the ball, it's very hard to cut it square. You hit it straighter, but it's
I think she's found the right pace here, Emma Lamb, as well. She's deliberately tossing it up in the air. Oh, and it's dropped. Emma Lamb, it was a difficult one. It was high, it was to her left. She stretched out 2 hands, but actually it went in, didn't it? Just about.
Went in, and she needed to sort of catch it and go forward and roll with it, rather than trying to keep her balance and stay up.
So Raj is right, the lack of pace here is just causing 1 or 2 problems here for the Vipers, having lost 4 early wickets. They had this against the Sunrisers and nearly lost as Windsor comes forward. She's wrapped on the pad, that's going down the leg side. There's a couple that are keeping that appeal going. I'm not sure Hannah Jones was that convinced, as she was already turning back towards her mark. It's definitely going down the leg side. Jones comes in again and bowls. That's driven by Windsor out into the gap, where it's fielded by Jackson. Windsor will move on to 5 off 5 deliveries.
And that experience from Craig White, the bowling coach of the Thunders, will come into play here, because all the bowlers who've bowled so far, apart from Doughton, haven't put any pace on the ball, and the Vipers have really struggled to get that ball away.
Yeah, they certainly have good opening spells from Phoebe Graham and Laura Jackson, it has to be said. 2 wickets for Graham, 1 for Jackson. McGacken, Elvis and Dean going early on, 29 for 3, has put the Vipers under pressure. And of course Georgia Adams has gone since then. So yeah, fascinating contest this, Raj. 128 needed from 29. Vipers already 4 down.
It's not going to be an easy total. So I don't think there's that much left in the stock to come in. It's a short ball there from Lamb, and Windsor's pulled it just to that fielder behind square on the leg side, just dropped in front of her. There's no run. In comes Lamb again, bowls it short, and then Windsor pulls it This time she keeps it on the ground and it goes out to Laura Jackson on the boundary, and they only pick up a single.
Yeah, that's been the difference, isn't it, really? For me, Windsor's on 6, the scoreboard's showing her on 4, so I think the scoreboard might be stuck a little bit again.
Just a bit more too much lunch there at lunchtime, gone to sleep. In comes Lamb. Short outside off Tom. Dotin picks up, nearly a run out there. Oh, fantastic bit of fielding there. She's so athletic there, and her awareness is so good, that anticipation levels that much better than anybody else in the field, that she picks that ball up quickly and nearly runs out Schofield. Schofield thought it was an easy single, knocking it to her left, but she was so quick on that.
It was. Scoreboard's caught up.
Takes guard again. In comes Lamb. Bowls it into the wicket, short, and she pulls it. It's short, and it's just gone behind square to the boundary for 4. She picked that up nicely, but that was a poor delivery there by Lamb. Short and into the wicket, and it was always drifting down that leg side. So that almost an easy pick up. That
she's almost doing it deliberately at the moment, Emma Lamb, isn't it? Short of a length, really. Seems to be more pull shots coming off her at the moment.
That's what I was again in that 100 and the T20. They were bowling that. They were quite happy to get hit square of the wicket rather than straight down the wicket. See, pitching that ball up there, that one there, it's very hard to hit the ball down the ground. There's no pace on the ball, especially when they're 4 wickets down, and you know they don't really want to take that risk. You've got to keep that ball pitched up, get them to try and hit it down the ground rather than square of the wicket. In comes Lamb again, bowls it short, and it's been pulled again, this time to backward square, and they only pick up a single. That field has come a little bit squarer from fine leg to square. So they pick up 1. End of the over. They move on to 83 for 4 off the 22nd over. Windsor on 6 and Schofield on 24.
7 runs off that Emma Lamb over, which is I think the most expensive for a little while.
In the context of the game, that is, you know, that's quite expensive. But they're still in control of this game, Thunder. You know, Vipers are now got to rebuild. They've got to make the runnings in a little while, but do it very cautiously.
So it's going to be Hannah Jones with her left arm spin round the wicket. 3 overs, none for 9. There's a little dab sweep shot there from Schofield, which doesn't quite come off as it wraps around the pads, gets behind square on the leg side, and Phoebe Graham fields. So the Vipers need 121 from just under 28 overs from here and in. Duckworth Lewis is showing 100 here. That's a dab shot behind square on the offside, but Dottin doesn't pick it up cleanly. There you are, Claire. Georgie. There's the misfield from Dottin that I said was coming at some point. As good a fielder as she is, there's the misfield, Georgie. Thank you. I'll take a hot chocolate. Yes, thank you. You just knew one was coming somewhere. She's a fine fielder, but I don't know. I always think she just attacks it almost so much. That's cut away on the offside. She looks actually disappointed. I'm just watching as the ball went past her into the gap, out towards Laura Jackson, and Dottin still got both hands on her hips as if to say, why on earth? How on earth can a ball? How can I miss a ball like that with my standard of fielding? 86 for 4.
Just took her eye off the ball there.
Windsor gives herself some room, hits it to Dottin, but they won't chance that.
And it does happen with good fielders. We used to play with a chap called Roland Butcher, if you remember.
Yes.
He used to field on the boundary, sweep and pick balls up and throw them, but occasionally he used to have that misfield because he was looking for that run out every opportunity.
Turned away on the leg side, no run. But you're right, sometimes you can almost attack it too much, can't you?
Yeah.
So 86 for 4. 1 ball left of Jones's over. Windsor gets wrapped on the pad. Again, it's going down the leg side, but a good over again from Emma Lamb. Just the 3 runs off it. 3 overs, 1 for 13. 86 for 4, the Vipers. Windsor has 6, Schofield has 27. Ella McGacken for 8, Elwes for 6, Charlie Dean for 11, Georgia Adams for 20. The batters that have already been and gone. Phoebe Graham, 2 for 20. And the biggest partnership so far in the Vipers innings, 42 between Adams and Schofield.
Jones has bowled 4 overs for 12 now, and on comes Emma Lamb for her 4th over. She's gone for 13 and picked up a crucial wicket off Adams. She's about to come in and bowl to Schofield. She bowls short, and it's been pulled and just goes behind square. Slight misfield, and they're coming back for a second, and they get there. The score moves on to 88 for 4.
Liberty Heat down there. I think the ball just came at her a bit quicker than she thought, and it just sort of went through her hand and hit. Fortunately for her, it hit her on the boot. Otherwise, that was going over the boundary.
It just spins around as well there when you pull the ball around there behind square. She pitches it up. This time, Schofield gets a thick outside edge down to short third man. Picked up and thrown back into the keeper, and they pick up a single. Score moves on to 90. And I think Vipers, this is all they can do, is, you know, with these two bowlers, just keep playing, picking up the 1s and 2s, and then the odd ball. If you do get a bad ball, then milk it for 4. Windsor just creates a little gap. That wasn't a bad delivery. Emma Lamb's come in, bowled a length ball and off stump. Windsor's backed away, and she played a favourite shot, cut shot, and used the pace of the ball and got it dead square, and the ball's run away for 4.
Exactly in the area she hit the winning runs at Lords.
That's her favourite shot. She's very much an offside player, Emily Windsor. Can't afford to give her any sort of width. You've got to bowl tight middle leg stump line. Lambert pitches it up on off stump, full, and the ball's been driven out to Doughton for no runs. Emily Windsor takes guard now. In comes Lamb, bowls it short, and she's pulled it, and that's gone to mid-on. Fine stop by mid-on, diving to her right, and they pick up an easy single. That looked like that was going to get through there for 4, but it's a very good piece of fielding that.
Yeah, I was like you. I thought that was. I think it lost a bit of pace off the turf, didn't it?
Here comes again. Lamb bowls a nice length ball, just turns into the Schofield. No runs, dot ball. They pick up 7 runs off that over. Total moves on to 94 for 4 of 24 overs. So another good over for the Vipers. If they can just keep ticking it over at 4s and 5s, I think they'll get to their total. They don't sort of feel under pressure that you have to hit boundaries. You know from experience, Kev, you've been doing this job for a long time. On this ground, teams who are really successful, teams who run well between the wickets, they really do push people because it's a big ground to defend.
Certainly is, yeah. So here's Hannah Jones with her left arm spin. Windsor's in behind that one. Plays that very correctly back to the bowler, and there is no run. So 110 needed from here, and after this over we will be exactly halfway through the Vipers' reply as Hannah Jones tosses that one up. That's driven to extra cover by Windsor, but no run there. Straight to fielder Emma Lamb. So Jones, about 3 or 4 paces, comes to the wicket again. That's flighted, and that's driven. A very full delivery and nicely guided down towards third, and that might just make it all the way. I think it's going to beat the field as it has. It wasn't a bad ball there from Hannah Jones, but I think Windsor played really executed that well, didn't she?
She did. It was a ball, was on a left arm spinner, sort of drifting into middle and off stump line. It was full like a Yorker length, and she sort of just opened up that offside and guided that ball beautifully down to third man for 4.
A run of ball 15. Vipers move on to 98 for 4 as Jones comes in, length ball. Windsor pushes that out towards extra cover once more. Schofield at the non-strikers end's doing a good job, 30 off 41, having not played a game during the 100 series, not included in any of the Vipers' final 11 teams in their 6 matches, as Windsor gets wrapped on the pad there again, trying to play on the leg side. That's a sort of a weakish shot, isn't it, really, when she's trying to just turn it away on the leg side.
She likes using that offside as it coming in, tucking her up. She finds it really difficult to try and work it down the leg side because she's gone outside to open up the offside. It finds it difficult.
Sort of slapped at that one, did Emily Windsor, and it's just trickled back to the bowl. It's 4 runs off it, but that was the only scoring shot in that over. Vipers 98 for 4, need another 106, and we are halfway through. And halfway through the Thunder innings, they were 117 for 3 with Threlkeld and Emma Lamb going very well around this spot. So they are a little bit behind here, the Vipers.
They're behind, but you know, you can always make that up in the last 15 overs, 10 overs if you've got wickets in hand. you don't really have to chase it. You know, you've got to wait for the seamers to come on and put a bit of pace on the ball. You can use that pace to your advantage. We now have a change of bowling at the pavilion end, and we have, it looks like, Sachi Pay coming on.
Sachi Pay, yeah. Now she's only bowled the 1 over in the 5 matches that she's played so far, so this is an interesting move. This is this season, played for Lightning last season, but this will only be her 2nd over in this year's competition.
So in she comes again. Pye bowls short, and Schofield's given herself a bit of room, opened up the offside and pushed it through the covers off the back foot for 1. Gets Emily Windsor on strike. Again, it doesn't look like she's got much pace or she's going to swing the ball that much with that sort of action. So it'll be interesting to see how she gets on. The lack of bowling this season. In she comes again. Hustles and bustles, comes in, drops it short, and Windsor pulls it in front of square. And Jackson has run round from behind square to front of square, picked it up, thrown it in very quickly, reduces Vipers only to a single. Score gets to 100. A little bit of an applause from the crowd for the Vipers. And comes Pye again. Bowls, pitches it up and drilled by Schofield to mid-off. 1 bounce, no single, no run there.
Could have been awkward there for Phoebe Graham, but she did well. Stayed behind the ball.
And that's where it's very difficult for the Vipers to score down the ground when they pitch the ball. Not many balls have been hit down the ground. Most of the runs have been scored square of the wicket. In comes Pye, bowls it full again. Windsor looking for that single, but Doting's so quick there. It just stops them. No run again. Full ball. 2 full balls. No runs.
So so she's got to pitch it right up here, hasn't she?
She has, and with that field set, that's they're going to find it very hard to score if you pitch it up. She drops it short. It looks like it's going to be an LBW. It's given. Short ball kept low. And Schofield looked to go round through the offside, trying to get under the ball to try and work it behind square, and she was out LBW. Umpire Wolf took a little bit of time to think about that one, but he did eventually give it out. He's trying to create something there, Schofield. I think she could have actually sat up and just punched that with a vertical bat shot, either through mid-wicket or through the offside, but she looked to try and pull it.
I tell you what, for me, that shot wasn't really on. That's just a length ball. She's trying to scoop that away on the leg side from straight. I mean, if you miss that, you've had it, as she found out. It's easy from here. Does she really need to play that shot? I'm not so sure.
You don't need to play. You know, you're in control of the game. You're building up a partnership. You don't really need to play it. As I said, you just need to play vertical bat shots unless it's a real long up. That's when you can play it.
So Chloe Hill is the new batter for the Vipers. She's on loan from the Central Sparks, has been all season. This is her 3rd game in this year's competition. She played the previous 2, and in the previous 1 here against the Sunrisers, when it was the last round of matches before the 100, she did hit 55 off 110 balls, so she can play.
She can play, and Vipers really do need her to play. You know, her and Emily Windsor now got to take this game deep into their innings now.
Yeah, there's been a few games this year where the Vipers have just looked in trouble at times, and you get the feeling that they're not far off that here. Need to play well from here.
In comes Pye again. End of the over. Ball pitches it up, and Hill just plays it back down the wicket for no runs. It's that type of wicket, you know, when there's no pace in the wicket. The bowlers haven't got that much pace. If they pitch it up, it's very difficult to hit it down the ground unless you've got wickets in hand. You can use your feet, you can get down the wicket and then hit it over the top. That's different. But when you haven't got that luxury, then it's very difficult. You've really got to wait, you know, knock it around for 1s and 2s.
Yep.
You know, you're going at 4 and over. You don't really need to push it that much.
So Duckworth Lewis is showing 122 at this stage. Vipers 100 for 5. One more over from Raj, then we'll bring Georgie Heath back in. So 24 overs, 2 overs.
No, I was just giving you the piece.
Oh, Peace. Oh, it's Peace. I'm sorry.
Peace,
Is that? Oh, right. Yeah. Oh, look. Gosh, she's where it's at. 100 for 5 then. 26 gone. Hannah Jones just tosses that one up. That's cut by Windsor straight to Dottin at point. And there is no run. So Jones into her 6th over, none for 16, doing a really good job here for the Thunder as they seek to defend this total of 203 all out. Windsor drives, doesn't time that, just goes past extra cover, but makes its way up to mid-off where it's fielded by Seren Smale.
We've actually got a little change in the fielding, got a short third man in now.
Hannah Jones bowls, Windsor just works that into the gap on the offside. That's the way to play it, isn't it? Just find the gap, don't try and hit it too hard, because there is a sweeper out there. Just make sure you're ticking over. So 17 Windsor.
That's that shot off the back foot going there, play with a vertical bat shot rather than a horizontal bat shot, which is very difficult when there's no pace on the ball.
So the Thunder looking to squeeze the Vipers here. It's a good game from here on in as Hill faces Jones. Just pushes forward at that one and it goes out on the onside. Jones fields off her own bowling.
The Thunder feel as though they're favourites now and they've really got to squeeze this pressure onto the Vipers. Saying that, exactly that, the cover man Jackson comes in from the boundary into the circle.
I think that's a good move, as that's left alone outside the off stump by Chloe Hill. I think it's a good move. Don't, or they're going to push it. I think Threlker wants her back out now. Just the one ball, and Jackson's being pushed back out, probably because they want Hill back on strike with one ball left of this over.
They'll be quite happy to give her a single.
As Hannah Jones bowls again. Hill works it away on the leg side into the gap. They'll take a single there as Pye falls over the ball there to make sure she fields it, and she'll bowl the next over, and Hill will face it. And we've had 27 overs done. Thank you, Raj. Raj Maru, former Hampshire left-arm spinner, will be back in about half an hour's time. Georgie Heath, cricket journalist and broadcaster extraordinaire, will be coming back in. Love and peace. 102 for 5 then the Vipers. 23 overs left. I think this is bubbling up quite nicely. Remember, the Vipers have only ever lost one game in this competition, and Thunder this season have won just one. They'll feel that the second victory, Georgie, may be around the corner.
This could be an issue because the Vipers might never invite me back.
Pye bowls. It's pulled away by Hill. It's gone down towards fine leg. A bit of a lofted shot, that one. And that'll be a single. Hill moves on to 2. And 103 for 5. Of course, I mean, looking at it pessimistically, you'd be one of the very few that have seen a Vipers defeat.
Yeah, as a Vipers fan, is that a good thing? I don't know.
No, it's not. No, you don't see it very often. Fortunately, the one they lost, I didn't see it. Oh my gosh, Pye's bowled one which has gone over the keeper's head. It's slipped out of her hand. It's called a no ball and the ball trickles down to third. That's completely come out of the hand wrong. And that'll be a free hit. To be fair to it, it wasn't dangerous. It just lolloped over everybody's head.
I mean, it didn't go anywhere near anyone. It landed completely safe. But it was a different one. Sometimes that just happens, whether it's a bit of sweat or just let go a bit early. But I've never. It's gone a long way. She's just a little practice bowl there, top of her run up, and it happens. You know, it doesn't make her any less of a bowler, any less of a player.
Oh no,
We'll have moments like that. We've all hit a shot and let go of the bat at the same time. Done that before.
Here we go then, free hit. She comes in, right arm over and bowls. Hill drives in the air. It's just over mid-wicket and there's nobody behind her. That could be going all the way. The crowd enjoyed that one. That's going for 4. So it's been costly. That ball slipping out of her hand has cost 5 runs.
Yeah, I actually thought it was quite a good recovery ball, really, after that bit of a shocker, we'll say. It looked like she'd found a line, found a length again, but it was played really well by Hill into the leg side there, and it's a much needed boundary for the Vipers. You don't often say that.
No, you don't. 109 for 5 they are now as Pye from that pavilion end comes in again, and that's a slower ball, tossed up in the air and quite full. Hill drives it back to the bowler, and there's no run. So 95 they need now, the Vipers, and they're Pye into her second over, 1 for 9. Picked up the wicket of Paige Schofield in the last over, LBW. Here's Pye again then. Comes in, nice straight run up. It's pulled away by Chloe Hill out in front of square. Laura Jackson comes round. I think that'll only be a single if she picks it up cleanly. She does. Throws it immediately back in the vicinity of the bowler. Vipers move on to 110 for 5. There's 2 groups playing different games on the Bowen way to our right. One group playing cricket, one playing football. Take your pick. We're in the middle of both. Well, not in the middle of the cricket season, actually, are we? We're not in the middle of the football season. But either so, as Windsor works that away on the onside, that'll be another single. Throw comes in at Chloe Hill's end and knocks the bat out of her hand with the throw. That's Danny Collins, I think, threw that in.
It's all go really down there, isn't it?
Yes, isn't
Bats and balls in all directions. Bails as well. Stumps. Ellie Threlkell's just trying to put them back in. She went with quite some oomph after that, so she's had to rearrange the stumps.
111 for 5. Can hear 1 or 2 in the crowd. Just somebody's having a joke down there outside the golf club bar. Here comes Pye, bowls, and that's turned away by Chloe Hill. That's a nice looking shot down to fine leg. It's fielded by Liberty Heap. Love to hear more of that name in the coming years. 112 for 5 at the end of that over, 28 gone.
Would you say Liberty Heap is one of the favourite names you've ever had to say on the radio?
I would say it is,
yeah,
actually.
okay.
You? Apart from your name, actually. Yours is one of my
No,
favourites.
Thanks. That's just because I owe you a hot chocolate.
Do you think that's a great? Do you think that's one of the all-time great cricket names?
Liberty Heap.
Yeah.
I'm unsure. I'm very into my nominative determinism, you know, when it...
What?
They say if her surname was something like Wallop or Whack, you know.
Right.
And then she was a good batter, that kind of thing. Who
Okay.
did we have? Bosch, Annika Bosch, playing for the South African women's team, you know, and it was
right.
great, that kind of thing. As Emma Lamb comes in, that left arm around the wicket. Played back up to mid-on for no run.
So that was your favourite name by association, in a way?
Well, I love something like that. I'm trying to think of a few more. There's, I'll think of some as Lamb is in again, and that's turned away into the leg side. They hesitate, but they've scampered through for 1.
That's Emily Windsor calling that one. Right call as well.
Yeah, it's important at this point. Yeah, we had it. There were quite a few. I was working at the Commonwealth Games. There are a lot of names that sort of associated with their sport, and I think there's also an American tennis player called Tennyson. I'll come back to him. And there's Emma Lamb round the wicket again, and that's just played to cover for no run. Yeah, so he's called Tennyson, and he's from Tennessee, and he plays tennis. And I am just so here for that. But it would have been even funnier. Emma Lamb again, left arm, and that's played with a straight bat. Again, no run there from Emily Windsor. She's still on 19. Wouldn't it be funny if his name was Tennyson? He's from Tennessee, and he was like, yeah, gonna play badminton. Lamb in and bowls, and that's a lovely defend there from Emily Windsor. She holds a pose and is just adjusting her pads, but it's a dot ball, only 1 from the over so far. This is tight from Emma Lamb. And Windsor plays that one off the back foot, but to dot in at point, and that is the end of the over, just 1 from it. The Vipers 113 for 5 at the end of 29 overs.
Done a terrific job, hasn't she, Hannah Jones? 7 overs, none for 19, going for less than 3 and over. Vipers from here need over 4s. So she's doing a fantastic job. Only 3 overs left for her. Sachi Pye going at 6 and over, despite getting that wicket of Paige Schofield, and she's being replaced. I think this is a good move, actually. What have we got? Phoebe Graham coming back into the attack. If I'm honest, I'd probably have... I think this is such an important part of the game. I'd certainly have Phoebe Graham, which they've done, and maybe even Laura Jackson if you really want to risk it, because this next 7 or 8 overs is really important. Vipers can get into a rhythm, and that will certainly help. Phoebe Graham then, right arm over, and Chloe Hill beating outside the off stump. That looked a superb delivery.
It did, didn't it? I'm glad I've cleaned my glasses for that one.
I think that's probably just held in the turf there a little bit. No, he just straightened a bit on Chloe Hill. She's bowled 1 or 2 of those, Phoebe Graham. Picked up the early wickets of Ella McGacken and Georgia Elwis. Vipers then 29 for 2. They were 29 for 3 when Laura Jackson got in on the act, picking up Charlie Dean. Here's Phoebe Graham again, right arm over, bowls. Chloe Hill just prods that out on the offside, no run. Phoebe Graham made the move, didn't she, during the winter from the Northern Diamonds?
Yes, perhaps.
Yeah.
I mean, not that far from the Northern Diamonds to the Thunder, but...
Has it crossed the Pennines? I don't know my geography over there very well.
Does it get warmer? It's a bit south, isn't it?
Do you think she moved because she thought it might be warmer?
Oh no, she'd be playing for the Vipers if she was trying to move that far.
Here comes Phoebe Graham bowls. And, Chloe Hill's beaten there, and it's an edge. It's gone very quickly down to third, and that's not picked up. And again, for me, that's a bit of a leg cutter there from Phoebe Graham. She's really found a spot here. And she's picked up with this second spell. Maybe Chloe Hill was just guilty of just closing the face of the bat a little bit, but even so, I think the ball just held a fraction in the turf. Hill was lucky to pick up a boundary. She moves on to 13, 117 for 5. I'm probably more thinking that probably, and I don't know, but obviously moving over, play for Thunder, play for the Manchester Originals. Maybe there was a bit of that involved. I don't know how close the tie is there between the two sides.
Yeah, perhaps. It's all about allegiances up in the north, isn't it? It's very Game of Thrones up there.
Is it? That's the voice of Georgie Heath.
I've got a mum from Yorkshire.
Have you?
Yeah.
Oh, right, okay.
Dear,
Whereabouts?
Sort of near Helmsley.
That means absolutely nothing to me, as that's outside the off stump and left alone.
So sort of north-east, I'm going to say, it would take about 40 minutes to drive to Whitby and Scarborough kind of situation from there. So
okay. Well, mind you, everything's a long way from Scarborough, as I've found out a couple of times this year.
Oh, it's on my bucket list to go and watch cricket at Scarborough.
Is it really? Hampshire were there twice this year.
Yeah.
Once it was very cold, the next time it was quite hot, actually, surprisingly. Chloe Hill gets an edge. There is a slip in there for that. It's just wide of first slip as it goes down to third again. But again, Phoebe Graham is just getting the ball to straighten a fraction off this turf. She's looking very dangerous indeed.
Yeah, she is looking very dangerous. And obviously we saw that one go for 4 earlier, but I don't think you should be too perturbed by that, because what the ball is doing, and almost you can let that happen because the Vipers are far enough behind that she shows what she's able to do with the ball, and she knows that that might have gone for 4, but if she can do it again, the next one could be the wicket ball.
Could be. 86 needed off just over 20 overs. There'll be 20 overs after this delivery as Graham comes into Windsor. Windsor cuts, it's wide of off stump. She misses, taken by Threlkeld, who's looked very good behind the stumps so far in this innings. 118 for 5. Windsor is 19 off 28. Hill 14 off 16. Phoebe Graham 7 overs, 2 for 25.
Yeah, so cricket in Scarborough is on my bucket list. We used to go on summer holidays to sort of Whitby and Scarborough every summer, and without fail, I don't think I've ever been to Scarborough not raining. We used to go up on a Thursday always because there's a thing called, they do a Battle of the River Plate. Don't know if you've ever heard about in P-Zone Park.
Yes, behind the ground.
Yes,
yes, they talked about it.
These small boats, and I learned that there's people in them, and I think I went to see it every year of my life that we went, and it was always on a Thursday, and there was this man who'd sit in his little pagoda in the middle of the lake, and we knew what was going to happen with the Jarvis Bay and what was going on there, and every time there'd be shooting and he'd just go, excellent shooting. So now, honestly, every time I hear something like that, I watch a lot of netball, and you hear excellent shooting quite often in my head without even thinking excellent shooting. So now it's all I can hear. So I need to go to Scarborough on a day it's not raining and not watch people wander around P-Zone Park Lake in these boats and go on those pedalo swans as well.
I'm not sure if that was going on when Hampshire were there for 4 days, or people were talking about it around about, whether it was happening or just about to happen, but yeah.
If it was a Thursday.
Yeah.
Strange old life, isn't it? In comes Deandra Dottin, right arm over. And that's just worked away down to fine leg there by Chloe Hill, and they have to settle for 1.
Well, yeah, you might have to be quick. I mean, I think that the whole time I was up there, I think most people at Scarborough were worried that there wouldn't be as much in there moving forward, as much cricket at Scarborough. I think they were just worried maybe for no reason, but everybody said, "Oh, I'm not sure how much cricket there'll be up here from now on." So if you're going to get up there, you better. I wouldn't say you need to be quick, but there might be less options for you.
Bring the hordes with me, and that's shorter from Dottin and kept down by Emily Windsor. There's no run there. Yeah, maybe we'll have a big trip to Scarborough one day.
It's a long way
Get some
away.
women's cricket up there.
Do they play any women's games up there? I'm not sure there is there?
I'm not sure they do it in Scarborough. They had it up in Durham, obviously, yesterday.
But in terms of, I suppose it'd have to be Northern Diamonds play there, wouldn't it?
I wonder who we can have a word with. Not Phoebe Graham. In comes Dottin. And that's cut away by Emily Windsor out to Laura Jackson. That'll just be one.
Well, it's very much 4 and over, isn't it, from here on in, and a fraction, which is gettable, but I'll have to work hard at this. 5 down. So what other grounds have you not been to then?
Ooh,
that you'd like to go
I've not
to?
been to Chesterley Street, but I also don't do very well in the cold, so it could be an issue. I'd have to go, you know, very middle of the summer.
I think they have the odd day of warm weather up there.
In comes Dottin. That's played away
That's a
into the
shot.
leg side. That's really well played by Chloe Hill. She's found the gap down there, and that's rolled away for 4 towards the boundary hoardings there. Obviously no sponges on the ropes here.
Gosh, she's hammered that away, hasn't she?
Yeah, made a good noise, didn't it?
Oof, that's a strong shot, that one. Don't bowl it there, Miss Dottin. I think that might get the same treatment the way she's played that.
Skip at the beginning of her run from Dottin. Oh, and that's an edge there from Chloe Hill, but falls safe.
It's quite interesting what Badger's saying. You know, the pitch. There's a bit of bounce there from time to time. I think the ball's just holding in it. When we're very central here, this pitch has obviously been used. I mean, I can't think off the top of my head, you know, what games. I mean, it looks almost as if it's a pitch. Well, maybe the one next to it had been the 100 games on it. Maybe this has been used for that as well. But it's certainly been used, isn't it?
In comes Dottin. She bowls, that's shorter, and that's kept down again by Chloe Hill. And there's no run there. This is tight bowling from Thunder still. So at the end of the 31st over, the Vipers 124 for 5. Emily Windsor 20 from 31, and Chloe Hill 19 from 20.
Let's have a quick look at other scores. A test match at the Oval, day 2, although it's day 4. South Africa 133 for 5 in their second innings, leading them by 93. They might squeeze a result out there in 3 days. South East Stars against the Central Sparks. Just to give you context, South East Stars starting the day in 3rd, Central Sparks in 6th. The Stars made 254 for 9. The Sparks are 62 for 6 in the 18th. Struggling there, needing another 193. That looks like the Stars are going to strengthen their position near the top as Phoebe Graham comes in from the pavilion end and bowls. Windsor gets a length ball which she just about keeps out. I think she was trying to work that on the onside initially. Sunrisers against Lightning, that's the bottom 2 sides. Sunrisers propping up without a point the group. Lightning made 230 for 9. Sunrisers 129 for 5 in the 32nd. They need another 102 from just under 19 overs. 5 down there, that's a good game. As Graham comes in and bowls. Windsor drives, not out of the middle of the bat, that's gone up to mid-off, and there's no run. Western Storm against the Northern Diamonds, that's 4th against 2nd. Diamonds made 334 for 6, good total there. Storm 106 for 5 in the 24th, need another 223 from just over 26, that's a struggle.
Yeah, well, Holly Armitage, 131 not out. She finished that Northern Diamonds innings, so captain's innings there.
Yeah, certainly was. As Graham comes in, tries to cut Windsor, misses. Phoebe Graham's certainly causing a few problems here.
And in the same innings, Beth Heath with a 70, doing it for the Heaths, and Lauren Winfield Hill 74. So, yeah, Northern Diamonds, what a performance from there. It's going to be, it's a difficult chase for Western Storm. Already 112 for 5.
Just got a message here, actually, Georgie. Apparently oh, of course it was, yes. Thanks, I've been reminded by Adam Carty, the Regional Director of Cricket here.
And that's just played into the offside by Emily Windsor, and they come through for 1.
Last year's Rachael Heyhoe Flint playoff was between the Diamonds and Sparks, and that was at Scarborough.
Oh!
It was, I remember now. Thanks for reminding me, Adam. And the 100 eliminator was played on this wicket. That was Spirit against Rockets, I think, or Phoenix, wasn't it? One of the 2. Oh no, it would have been against the anyway, it was the eliminator. I'll come back to that. It's Graham bowls. It's outside the off stump and
Brave.
left alone. No, Brave didn't
Brave
make the
went.
limiter.
Oh, we're talking men's.
Yeah, men's. Sorry,
yeah.
So this is the wicket they played that on the Friday night before the final. It was definitely London Spirit
The
involved,
Oval.
didn't it?
It was Invincibles, wasn't it?
Let me look it up.
Yeah, because the men's final was Brave Rockets, and it was
No,
Invincibles.
not the men's final, wasn't. That was 2 years ago.
Oh no, it was Invincible Rockets. Yes, it would have been.
That's
we're all
drive
getting
by
confused.
Hill out towards extra cover, and there's no run. London Spirit were definitely one of those, and I'll tell you the other ones in a minute. End of the over then. We've had 32, 18 remain. The Vipers need 79 of the remaining 18 overs. Duckworth Lewis showing 130. Vipers not far off that. That gives you a good guide. They're 125 for 5. Windsor 21 and Hill 19. Hang on, I've got another message from who's going to tell me.
It was that mega tight.
Oh, of course it was. Yes, you're right. The women played.
Yeah.
Brave against Trent. Yeah, sorry, I'm getting confused.
And it was that mad
Yes.
finish with Nat Siver looking like she was just going to single-handedly get them over the line.
Of course, yeah. What am I talking about? Thank you very much. Thanks for putting me right, Adam, and I'm sorry, Georgie. I'm getting mixed up.
It's okay. We'll do it. DeAndre Dottin in, and that's walloped away into the leg side there by Chloe Hill, but it's plugged somewhat, picked up by the fielder, and they'll just get one from that. The noise it made, it felt like it deserved more than one run.
Yeah, thank you to Adam. The women, Brave Trent, and it was the Invincible men against Spirit. London Spirit. Thank you very much. Got there.
That was an exciting
With some help.
eliminator, that women's one.
It was, wasn't it?
I was very late to a party because I had to stop watching, and then I pretended that I was working on it so that I had an excuse for why I was so late. In comes Dottin, right arm over. That's shorter, and that's
Shot.
whacked away down to square leg by Chloe Hill, and it's rolled away for 4. They're just picking things up a little bit, these two, going along nicely, the two blondes out in the middle.
They certainly are. That's a nice shot. Chloe Hill's played some nice pull shots on the leg side, in front and behind square. And she's doing a very good job. Run the ball 23. Vipers down to needing 74 from just under 18. Overs, that is, not balls, as we've been talking 100. Make sure we get the terminology right.
In comes Dottin. That's flat batted straight back for no run. Picked up.
Sorry. Do you think that was one of the all-time great 100 matches here, the women's one?
That was one of the all-time great 100 matches, but you can't ignore that game between the Manchester Originals and the Northern Superchargers when DeAndre Dottin went mad and then Laura Wolvart also went mad. We'll come back to that. That's fuller and straighter by Dottin and just defended back up to mid-on by Chloe Hill. Yeah, DeAndre Dottin just scored left, right and centre, and then Laura Wolvart came out and they chased down the record chase in the 100, the Northern Superchargers, to take down the Manchester Originals. It was just staggering to watch.
When I say all-time great 100 matches, of course, I'm only looking back over 2 seasons and making it sound like the competition's been around a lot longer.
That's just worked into the leg side by Chloe Hill. She sets off at quite a pace. And they always push, look like they're going to push for 2, these two, with their running. It's good. She sets off straight out of the traps. She's almost got a sort of rowing action with her bat as she sets off to run. Give herself a bit of momentum, sort of digging her way from the crease.
Dottin's been expensive here, hasn't she?
Yeah, she has. Yet to take a wicket as well, the world boss. And that's shorter, and that's cut into the offside by Chloe Hill, and they do come back for 2. Or do they?
Emily Windsor.
Emily Windsor, apologies.
I just think some of the lengths she's bowling is playing into Windsor's hands. And it also, with Chloe Hill, playing some nice pull shots. I think she's just got it a fraction short, don't you?
And I don't know if this is me making excuse. She looks quite tired. She's sort of not really picking her feet up as she wanders back out to field here. I mean, she has flown, to and from the West Indies a couple of times in the last few weeks, and maybe a bit fatigued, but she looked up and about earlier, so yeah, Dottin, she's just not quite finding her length here. Maybe hasn't played that much against the likes of Emily Windsor, so not as clued up to her. She obviously never played against her on an international stage. Won't have seen that much of her in the 100.
Phoebe Graham, start of a 9th over, right arm over, bowls to Chloe Hill, who turns it away down to fine leg. I think that's come off the pad. They run the first one. I don't think they'll get any more as Liberty Heap picks the ball up and throws it in. Every time it goes to her, I'm going to make sure that I mention her name in full.
Okay, if she's never been as the statue of for a fancy dress, she's doing it wrong.
Great name. 134 for 5 in the 34th. The Vipers need 70 here to keep up their 100% winning record this year in this competition, as Phoebe Graham comes in and bowls to Windsor, tries to cut, misses. It's not that far outside off stump, but Graham's just found a bit of a spot there, isn't she? She's gone into a nice line, a nice length, and she's been very impressive. 2 for 26 she's got so far. Windsor 24, 134 for 5, the Vipers. It's quite a warm afternoon here now. As Graham runs towards us once more. Keeper still standing up. Driving is Windsor, but only as far as Pye at mid-off. It's not quite come out of the middle of the bat. Windsor's now 24 of 39.
Yeah, the sun's just come round to our commentary position, hasn't it?
Yes, it'll be nice.
I'm starting to feel it.
Yeah.
Get that last September sun.
Yeah, you're guaranteed some sun in here, that's for sure, around this time of the day. As long as the clouds don't come across, I don't think we're going to have any too much worries about that. As Graham comes in again, Windsor cuts. This time she does get the bat on it, but it'll only be a single out in front of point. Past Dottin. Dottin's just hands on her knees. You're right, she just looks in a little bit of discomfort out there. I think maybe there's a bit of jet lag there somewhere.
Yeah, I looked over a minute ago. I thought she was having a standing snooze. Sort of head down, you know, like a giraffe almost.
Yes. 135 for 5. She's still got an important part to play here. I know she's gone for 31 of 4, Dottin, but still looking for her to put in a good shift, as that's a nice drive by Chloe Hill, but no runs as it goes up to mid-off. Emily Windsor's asking for something. Is it a drink or something? I know she hasn't felt particularly well over the last few days, so I think she... I don't think she was down to play the last game had it taken place. So I think if she's okay, she's only just sort of okay. Here comes Graham and bowls, and it's turned away by Chloe Hill. She's quite strong on that shot, isn't it? Just helps it away and still managed to get some pace in that shot. So it goes out to Laura Jackson at deep square leg, and that'll be the end of the over. And Hill will keep the strike as well. And these two came together. And exactly 100 for 5 when Paige Schofield was LBW to Pye for 31. That was in the 26. So these two have put on 36 here. We've had 34 overs, so they've put on 36 and 8 overs. And they might just need to up that a fraction. But I think at the moment, while these two are out there, I think they'll be fairly happy. What was that there, George?
We were just looking at the Wiggly Worms.
Yes.
And they are somewhat below where Thunder were at this point. They obviously went off mad out the traps, 10 from the first over, and they were pegged back really well by Thunder, who I must admit, I did think Thunder had been weakened quite a lot by the loss of the bowlers that had gone off to England duty, the likes of Sophie Eccleston, Kate Cross.
Yeah.
But then I guess Vipers have lost some of theirs too. They've lost Danny Wyatt, Maya Boucher, Lauren Bell, Freya Kemp.
Yeah, to name but 4. And your Shrubsole injured as well, which is not helping. Yeah, they're in the mid-150s here, the Thunder, at this stage. So definitely ahead at this stage. But they did sort of fall away a bit towards the end, and of course they were still 9 balls short of their allocation. Is it your over or mine? I can't remember.
Emma Lamb, and that's just played up straight back. They run through for 1, played to mid-off. Mid-on, apologies.
Emma Lamb back with her off spin. Bowled quite well early on, didn't she? 1 for 21 from 4. Picked up Georgia Adams. Caught at deep mid-wicket for 20.
And she comes, right arm over. And again, Windsor looks like she's going into the leg side as well here. She's just played that one down to backwards square leg, picked up by Pye, and they run through for 1. It's the shot these two are enjoying playing, isn't it?
They do, don't they? They've had a few opportunities.
Lamb's in, bowls. That's just played defensively.
For me, that's the line and length I think she should be bowling. I think at times, even when she bowled at the pavilion end, she was a little short.
Yeah, and you know that these two are going to try and hit you into that leg side. Here comes Lamb again. That's much better. That's that fuller shot. And there's the appeal for the leg before, but it's just going down, I think. I can see indication from my right.
Yeah, Rad's not giving that out. That's just turning a bit as well, isn't it? It's just biting in the turf a fraction.
Lamb in, and that's defended there by Chloe Hill. Lamb fields off her own bowling. Yeah, perhaps that's the wicket you're saying, you know, used for that eliminator, used wicket, and Lamb's just finding that bit of turn. She's in, and that's Fuller, and again defended back to Lamb, who fields again off her own bowling. And that's the end of a tidy over from Lamb. The Vipers finish it 138 for 5. Windsor out there 26 from 41, and Chloe Hill 26 from 34.
Was it Raj for you or Raj for me? I can't remember.
I think I only just came on, didn't I? Is it?
I think you did, yeah, you came on, so I think you're on for me. Yes, it's Raj. So Georgie Heath will stay on, I think that's right.
You're stuck with me, apologies.
No, we need you on, Georgie. We love you. And Georgie will stay on, and Raj Maru, former Hampshire left-arm spinner, will be alongside her.
Yeah, it's been an interesting passage of play, this, you know. It's very cat and mouse at the moment. The Vipers, this pairing is crucial at the moment, and Phoebe Graham will continue. And that's gone down the leg side, and it's evaded a diving Ellie Threlkeld. And they're going to come back for 2 on that one. So wide down the leg side, good running from these two. That's great awareness from Emily Windsor and Chloe Hill out there. That's what they need to do. They need to push these twos. They're starting, they set off quickly, like I was saying, Raj, and that's great work there. So that will have to be bowled again.
Anticipation levels again.
As Graham's in, she bowls, and she's tried to cut that away there, Emily Windsor. She's not got that, and it's taken by Ellie Threlkeld.
Just trying to hit that too hard instead of just using that pace of the ball and guiding it down there. Because there's a masses of gaps down there. They only need 4.5 and over. They've just got to keep placing the ball and keep running well, and they'll get there. But they've just got to be sensible.
Graham in, she bowls, and that's again Windsor's gone for that cut and just missed it, and it's taken by Threlkeld. Will she try a third time?
She's just looking for that cut shot all the time, and again trying to hit it that too hard, trying to back away, and she's trying to hit it too hard. You know, she's a good enough player just to wait for that ball, just to let it come on and just dab it down to third man, or if it's there, sits up, then you can cut it square.
Graham in bowls, and just worked off her hip there by Windsor. No run. It was a bit tighter to her body, that one.
Yeah, just tucking her up, and you know, if I was a smart captain, that's the sort of line I would look to bowl at Emily Windsor, because she's just looking to hit everything through the offside.
You can see third has been just pushed a bit wider because they know she's trying to go for that cut shot down there. As Graham's in, she bowls, and that's straighter again, and that's played to Deandra Dottin, and there could be a chance of run out, but she was easily home, and it was well wide from Dottin there. She didn't have that energy we've seen her with when she went for that pick up.
Oh, she just looks a little bit laid back, and it's that sort of, I don't know how you call it, the West Indian mentality, where it's West Indian time, where you just lay back and just let things happen instead of trying to make it happen.
Graham to Chloe Hill, and she just tucks her up, and there's thought of an appeal off the pads, but
if things are going well for the West Indies, you know, they're unbeatable. They are really good. They're sharp, they're quick. But when things go against them, then it could just all, you know, go array.
In comes Phoebe Graham. There's long strides, and again she's tucked up Chloe Hill there, and she can't get her away, and that ends another tidy over for the Thunder. The Vipers finished the 36th over, 142 for 5. Windsor 27 and Hill on 26.
Yeah, you don't really have to worry that much now, because you know their best seamer Graham is taking 10 overs, 2 for 32. He's finished her spell, and Jackson's only got overs left, I think, when she does come back. So it's mainly the spinners who've got to finish the job off. Doty's been going for a few, so I don't think we'll see that many more from her. In comes Lamb, drops it just slightly short, outside off stump, comes off the keeper's glove, just off the batsman's glove, probably Emily Windsor's glove, and it just picks up a single. Score moves on to 143 for 5. Just sticking into the wicket a little bit. She's just bowling it into the wicket where the ball's just gripping a little bit. In she comes again, bowling it into that wicket, a little bit fuller this time, which Hill just turns it over through the leg side, just square off mid-wicket, and they pick up an easy single. And this is all that Wipers really need to do, is to just pick up these singles. They don't really need to go looking for boundaries just yet. They just need to keep working singles and rotating the strike. Be patient. In comes Lamb. Drops it short. Windsor gives herself a little bit of room. Drills it to extra cover, and that was well stopped there by Doughton at extra cover. No runs. 3 paces from Lamb. In she comes. She drops it short, and Windsor's pulled it, and it's gone through to mid-wicket, straight to mid-wicket, and they only pick up a single. So 3 off the over so far. 2 balls to come, and if they just pick up 4, 5 and over, that will be sufficient. In comes Lamb again, drops it short outside off stump, and Hill pulls it, and as well stopped there at mid-wicket, but just parried it. And they pick up a single, a deep mid-wicket comes in, picks it up.
Yeah, again, Lamb going short there. So we know these two like to hit it into the leg side, and they're just managing that and getting 1 off them.
This time is slightly over pitched, and she sort of pushed it through Point, but Point ran towards the offside a little bit, and the ball just sort of spun away from her and skidded away and out of the rough in the bowler's footmarks on an old pitch there, and it ran away, and they picked up 2 runs there. End of the over, they move for 48 for 5. 13 overs left now. 56 wanted. So it's not masses runs, as I said, it's just about 4 and over, just over 4 and over, and they've just got to keep it ticking over for a little while. They're not going to chase this total down in 40 overs to get that bonus point they needed to go straight through to the final. So they've just got to just keep working. It's not a wicket where you're going to drill the balls, take the game to the opposition because you've lost 5 wickets. There's not that much batting left to come in. Tara Norris, Alice, Carla Rudd and Charlotte Taylor to come in. So between Pye and Doughton is that's where they're going to make their runs up, because they do tend to bowl that 2 bad balls and over. They've got to pick up on those.
Pye in and bowls, and it's short, and it's flat batted up to mid-on by Chloe Hill, who scampers through for 1. As the throw came, I think it might have just caught her on the leg, but she seems all right. She had a little bit of a shake of the leg there. She's just practicing that shot there.
Yeah, you just got a little bit big on her, got a little bit high, so she hit it down. Just lost a little bit of power because it's just got too high.
In comes Pye, that swinging out left elbow she's got there. Emily Windsor just cuts that lovely shot down behind Doughton at point, and it's rolling away to the 3rd man boundary. Doughton sort of languidly picks it up and throws it in.
That's what we were talking over the previous over, where she's just going to let the ball come on, use the pace of the ball and run it down. She did that time and picked up an easy 2. So wanting 4 and over, they picked up 3 off the first 2 balls of the over here. So they're ahead of the game. Don't go chasing for it. The runs will come to you.
Yeah, and that brings up the Vipers 150 and also the 51-run partnership. In comes Pye. And that's hit straight over cover, and that's a lovely shot, and that's going to fly away to the boundary at extra cover. That's a really lovely shot there from Chloe Hill.
It was Emily Windsor there, the minute Emily Windsor. She just got underneath that ball a little bit. It's a little bit risky. Emma Lamb jumped up but just couldn't get her fingers to it. But she timed it so well that it raced away to the boundary for 4.
So Pye's just leaking runs a little bit here, needs to find her length again. That's much better. It's gone fuller there, but it's played by Emily Windsor and they scamper through for 1.
Do you know, earlier in the innings, mid-wicket and extra cover, Thunder, they were stopping those singles. Now they're just slightly sitting back a little bit because of the partnership built up. The runs have been easily leaked to mid-on and mid-off.
Pye's in, swinging left elbow, and that's fuller and straighter and defended by Chloe Hill. There's no run. It's already 8 from this over, so that's already almost double what they need an over.
So they've got that for the next over, so there's no real pressure now. They've just got to play and just pick up the 1s and 2s off them.
Pye in, and that's full and straight again, but worked into the leg side by Chloe Hill. And again, they come through for 1, and that's what they're doing so well, this pair, and that concludes the over. So 9 from that over. Vipers 157 for 5 after 38 overs.
So Emily Windsor should know this ground very well, because she started her career here at the age of 11, so she knows this ground pretty well and how cricket is played here, and she's done a lot of coaching here as well with the age group squad. So, you know, using her knowledge, Chloe Hill and herself should really get their heads down and guide the Vipers through. In comes Lamb, bowls it just slightly short, and Hill's pulled it in front of square, and that's run away for 4. That's a fantastic shot. Now they've got two overs worth of runs here already, so the pressure's coming on. The pressure's more on the Thunder now, and as soon as it gets under 40, that total will start to dwindle away quickly.
Yeah, you can't be bowling it there to either of these two. They're so strong on the leg side, and that was just a gimme all day, and it's just bisected the fielders out there on the leg side.
Lamb comes in again. This time she pitches up fuller and straighter, and it's just been hit down the wicket, back to her, picked up, no runs. That's the length she's got to look to bowl. The batsman's not got to worry about it too much. In it comes again, just wait for that short ball, which there's a short ball, and she's just guided it to backward point, and Emily Windsor comes through for a single. There's 5 off the first 3 balls off the over here. Total's pushed on to 162 for 5. Only 42 wanted now. That total should start to dwindle away very rapidly, because Thunder now got to take all the wickets. The only way they're going to win this game is they've got to take wickets. Slight change in the field now. Emily Windsor facing short third man from 45 leg side, comes in, pitches it up. She comes down the wicket and drives it through mid-off for 4. That's a great shot by Emily Windsor. She's used her feet. Emma Lamb's pitched it up, tossed it up, and she's accepted the challenge. She's come down. She didn't hit it as cleanly as she wanted, but just left off mid-off, and the ball ran away to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, it's been quite a knock this from Emily Windsor today. Like, we talked about how they're rotating the strike really well, taking those ones, but the boundaries are coming as well.
In comes Lamb again. Bowls it short, and Emily Windsor backs away, and with a vertical bat shot, she punches it through extra cover and pinches an easy 2 there. So that rotation of strike creates so much pressure on the opposition, because the score is coming down, the total is coming down, and they've got to do something different, and then they bowl a bad ball, and these two are putting that bad ball away. Then comes Lamb again to Windsor, who backs a wicket, and another vertical bat shot through a little bit straighter through extra cover again, and they come through for 2, and Jackson can't do anything about it, but just let them go through for a 2. And that's a great over, that. And they look pretty tired here, but they've got to take a little bit of sting out of the game, call some drinks and whatever, take some time out, get their breath back, calm down.
Yeah, you can just see Emily Windsor up there. She's down on her haunches. She's talking to the umpire. There's a bibbed player coming out with a drink, but she looks like she's struggling somewhat. The 12 came from that over, so Emily Windsor just getting some fluid on board.
Yeah, Emily's been ill this week, so she's probably absolutely drained from herself, because she had probably no energy coming into the game. The energy levels are probably low with that illness she's had this week. So she does really need to get those fluids in her quickly.
And I guess coming off the back of a busy 100 schedule, and then the excitement of all of that, the adrenaline, then being poorly, then getting straight back into training with your Vipers side, then getting out there on the pitch, and then being the star batter for now. So
yeah, and as we said, you know, this field is quite a big field, and running those two where they've rotated the strike beautifully, it's actually taking the toll on her. But you know, she's got to take the sting out of the game, quieten down, slow it down, use it to her advantage. Change of bowling now from the pavilion end, and it's Laura Jackson coming in to bowl her last 2 overs. They really need to get her on to take a wicket.
In comes Jackson. That's flat batted into the leg side by Chloe Hill. They're looking to push for 2. Emily Windsor ignoring any feeling of illness and jogs back to complete the second. They've just run their 2s so well, this pair. I'm in awe of it.
Yeah, they've
How many yards they've run?
Yeah, it's the fitness levels they demand nowadays, and these two have done it really well. I mean, the total's come down to 32, so they've just got to keep their head down and just play.
In comes Jackson, right arm over, and that's a great fuller ball there, just dug out by Chloe Hill.
There's no pressure. They've got they're ahead of the run rate. The run rate's really come down to under 3 and over now, so you just got to play now. Just enjoy it, take the sting out of the game. You don't really have to push it that much. You don't have to take high risks. Just wait for the bad balls and put the bad balls away.
Yeah, and that's just played down to 3rd by Chloe Hill, fielded by the left arm down there. Who is that down there?
Number 2.
I need my sunglasses.
It looks like either Hannah Jones, or it could be Smale, really.
In comes Jackson, and that's full and straight again. Emily Windsor just finds the fielder at cover, and she looks to almost set off with the single as it ricochets off the fielder there, but decides against it, and wisely.
Yeah, ricochet straight to mid-off, and she doesn't really need to take those quick singles anymore. I think when Emily Windsor hit that ball, it came off an old pitch off a foothole, and it's got through Emma Lamb's hands and hit her on the forehead, so it looks like umpire's looking at her concussion levels, see what that's like before decides if she can stay on or go off. But she looks okay, so she's going to stay on. She took one on the forehead there, just went through the hands.
In comes Jackson, that flicking ponytail. She's gone short there, but is cut by Windsor, but only to find Dot in at point. And she sort of dismisses the ball straight away down to Dottin. Doesn't want anything to do with it.
I think what Emily Windsor's got to do here is just every 2 overs get some fluids out there, take them on board. You know, just take your time, get yourself together.
Jackson in, Windsor again trying to cut there, and she can't get that one, and it goes straight through to Threlkeld behind the stumps, and that concludes the 34th over. Vipers 173 for 5.
Rizzo was looking to come onto the field to bring something out to Emily Windsor, but got waved away. So from the previous drinks break, she must have felt a little bit better. She's ran 2 singles since then. So it looks like Jones has come on to bowl. She's bowled 7 overs for 19 runs. It's been a good spell. Should be looking to continue in that. Trying to keep that pressure on these 2 Vipers players. She drops it short, and Hill has just helped it along behind square, picked up by Pye on the boundary, throws it in, they pick up an easy single. And that's all they need to do. They don't really need to push for those twos anymore. Just keep picking up those ones. You will get that bad ball every now and again, which you can put it away for four, but just keep waiting, pitched up, and Emily Windsor's just looking to create a little bit of space on the offside, guides it to point to Dotin, gets no runs. Jones in again, too pacey, brings it up, and Emily Windsor's come down the wicket and hit her over the top. 2 bounces and 4. What a fantastic shot. There's no signs of being ill there. She's actually just waited for that, come down the wicket, and that's her 50 for today. She scored a 50. That's a fantastic knock that for Emily Windsor, and she's now just got to see it through to the end. That was a tremendous shot. All the pressure's now back onto the Thunder, where they were on top of the game. Now it's the tables are twisted again. In comes Jones to Windsor, and she looks to drive and gets a thick outside edge, and the ball's running away down to third man, and they pick up an easy 2. There's just no pace on the ball to take it to the boundary, but they picked up 2, so that is 7 off the overs so far, and that's fantastic. And the score now goes on to 180 for 5, 24 needed now. She comes down the wicket again, Emily Windsor, full toss by Jones and hits it to mid-on, and they pick up a single. It's a great score, 181 for 5, 21 needed now off 9.1 overs. So really no pressure. All the pressure now is on Thunder. Chloe Hill's got to keep her head and just stay there with Emily Windsor. She's done that really well so far. She goes back and she helps it to just behind square. 45, no runs. End of the over. So that's 41 overs gone. 181 for 5. 21 needed. Emily Windsor on 53 and Chloe Hill on 39.
Oh, it's been so impressive this from Windsor, hasn't it? You can see her again down there. She's back down on her haunches again, just squatting down on the ground, you know, head below the heart kind of situation. But she's done so well. She's obviously been ill this week, but to come out and score a 50, but not just a scratchy 50. In the way she's done it, she's played her shots, she's run hard, and she's sort of saved this game, these two, from what could have been their first loss in a very long time, the Southern Vipers. So Hill and Windsor have dug them out of a bit of a hole here.
They have, and you know, we did say earlier on that this ground is massive to defend, and teams who do well run well.
Jackson in, and that's full and straight and just defended by Windsor.
And they've done that really, really well, these two, as did the Thunder batters in Emma Lamb and Captain Throwfoot. They did that really, really well. They ran well and they got their total up to where it is now. But what these two have batted tremendously well.
Comes Jackson into Windsor, and that's on the leg side, and she just tries to work it into the leg side there. Can't evade the fielder.
So your two best bowlers, Jackson, one of the best two bowlers coming in for her last over. She's had no option but to bowl her out now, just to try and pick up the wickets, because that's the only way they're going to win this game now, by bowling the Vipers out.
Jackson in, and that's Windsor looks to cut, and the ball just sort of goes up in the air and everyone sort of loses it, and it bounces down to her just past her legs. Ellie Threlkeld picks it up and there's no run, and Windsor rehearses the shot, adjusts her pads and sets herself again.
Yeah, it's getting warmer now. The sun's come out, coming to a really lovely evening here at the Ageas Bowl.
Jackson in, and Windsor cuts it away but can't get it past Dottin at point. Again, no run.
I think all the energy levels have been sapped out of Emily Windsor here. You know, she's going to lose all her power at the moment. Just takes an over to get it all back again. And I think this over is just see it out. There's no risk involved.
Jackson in, Windsor defending, and it's to Dottin at point, and they scamper through for one.
But, you know, as we said earlier on, they weren't getting those singles. The fielders were that much tighter, that much quicker on the ball. Their anticipation levels and awareness was that much better. But in the last few overs, that seems to have sort of disappeared. They sort of have given up in the field. You could just see that they're just sitting back a little bit rather than at the Vipers.
In comes Jackson. And that's fuller and straighter, and it hits her on the pad, and there's a muted appeal. But umpire Wharf uninterested, and that concludes the 42nd over. Vipers 182 for 5.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic partnership by these two. Batted really, really well. Taking it into the game to the Vipers, not by smashing the ball to the boundaries, but by running hard between the wickets, turning ones into twos, dots into ones, put pressure on Thunders, who then bowled a bad ball, and then they put that bad ball away. So they've done that really, really well. Jones coming in to bowl a 9th over, bowls to Windsor, who's come down the wicket and driven that ball through to deep extra cover on the boundary and to Jackson, and picks up a single. In comes Jones, this time to Hill, bowls it short, and Hill pulls the ball to Pye on the boundary, a deep backward square, and they pick up another easy single. They've just got to keep this going, see it through to the end.
I just wonder whether they could bring that deep backward square leg up a bit and potentially go for the attack on that one.
They've got to try and do something.
Because we know that these two like to go hit into the square, and she's just giving them that one every time, being out on the boundary.
It's just that length of delivery, isn't it? It's just that too short. If he pitches the ball up, she's been very hard to get away. Like that one, she's pitched the ball up, and Chloe Hill's really found it difficult, or Emily's found it really difficult to get the ball away. The only time she's done it is when she's come down the wicket and hit her over the top for 2 bounces 4. Jones in to Windsor. Short down the leg side, and she works it behind square. Pye's chasing after it. They come back for 2. They're going to look for 3. The ball's gone down to find third man, and it's run away down to the boundary for 4. That's very well played. Just helped it round the corner, Emily Windsor, and that ball's run away for 4. That's a great over. She'll be relieved not having to run the 4th run there with the way she's feeling.
It did seem like that at one point. I did think this is going to be 4 either way. They're just going to get their wheels on.
But she did run 3 though, and before the ball trickled over the boundary rope. In comes Jones again to Emily Windsor. She sort of backs away and just pushes it to point to Doughton for no runs. End of the over. The Vipers 188 for 5. Emily Windsor on 59. Hill on 40. And they only need 16 to win now of 7 overs.
I just can't get over how impressed I am by Windsor today. She's obviously visibly struggling. Between overs, she's squatting down, and Chloe Hill's just patting her on the back there. Maybe she's just saying, you know what, if we just whack, 3 sixes, we can have this done in 3 balls and we'll be done. You can go get a drink, have a bath, have a nice bath.
I don't think they can afford to hit 6s, these two. But in the changing room they don't have a bath, they have a big jacuzzi. They get each changing room as a jacuzzi, or used to have a jacuzzi where you could actually just fall asleep in the bubbles and just calm down and relax. Yeah. Doting's coming
slowly
on now.
boil away.
Yeah. Doting's coming on for a 3rd spell.
She is right arm over, and that's hit again into the leg side by Chloe Hill, and they jog through for 1. It's fielded by Laura Jackson. There's a good arm out there.
She's been very expensive today, Doting. She's bowled 14.1 overs and gone for 32. She's really clocked up those air miles today.
The sun glaring down here on this Sunday evening at the Ageas Bowl as Deandra Dottin runs in, and that's very full, and Windsor looks to cut it away, misses it, taken by Threlkeld, and there's no run.
That was full, and that was a slower ball as well, but it was wide of off stump. That's where most of her runs been scored today. It's either been pulls, short balls through the leg side, or short, and she's been cut through the offside.
Dotted in, and that's cut away by Windsor, but only to Pye at point. Again, no run. They do seem a bit turgid in the field, this Thunder side.
They seem to have sort of given up in the field. You know, they're just sitting back now and gone quiet, and there's no sort of bubble around out there.
In comes Dottin, and that's chipped up in the air by Windsor, and there's a fielder under it, and she takes it, and that is the end of Emily Windsor. She just couldn't get under that. She chipped it up in the air, and it's gone to, is that Phoebe Graham up at mid-off?
Yes, and it looked a very tired shot there by Emily Windsor. She's run out of steam, energy. She tried to hit that over the top, and she just had nothing left to give there, and the ball really didn't go anywhere. It just went straight up in the air. But that's a fantastic knock that by Emily Windsor. 59. She's put the Vipers into a winning position here when they were really struggling. 29 for 3 she came in. And she's been in there, and she's really dug her heels, first with Schofield and now with Chloe Hill. She's put on 2 good partnerships and got them to a winning total here now. And it's now up to Tara Norris and Chloe Hill to see them through to the end.
Yeah, so 15 needed from 38 now, and you can see Emily Windsor there, and I actually don't envy that she has to now walk up those steps. Can someone just carry Emily Windsor up those stairs, please?
Yeah, it's a very tired, laboured walk up those stairs. The first set of steps, and she's got another set to go up now. It's a very slow walk up there, but...
What about a Stanner stair lift?
Yeah, it could be, but it's a well-deserved walk.
Other stair lifts are available, I think. I can't say I've ever looked to buy one yet.
No, they all come in different price ranges as well. We've looked into my mother-in-law's ones in the recent weeks, so...
I just moved my mum into a bungalow. I'll never have to worry about that. That was clever.
Yeah.
And the left-handed Norris faces up to Dottin, who's... And she defends that. Into the offside. No run.
And Norris has got to play this clever now, you know. She's got to... she's now just got to hang in here for Chloe Hill. Just give Chloe Hill the strike and just play, you know, face 2 balls. Majority of the strike's got to be taken by Chloe Hill. She's got to shepherd the strike.
Dottin in. Norris just looks to work that into the leg side, and she gets something on it, and it's just gone very fine off her legs, and they run through for 1.
And she'll be good as well. She's quite quick between the wickets as well, so she'll run hard between the wickets and keep the same sort of pressure on.
And I shall be stepping out, and I will leave you in the capable hands. Oh. Kidding, I'm still here, you're stuck with me. So yeah, just as we're coming through to the final overs, you know, the very business end of this, you would think that Vipers have got this in hand. And I'm going to leave you in the very capable hands as Kevin comes to join us, as it looks like the Vipers are going to be seeing this home.
Thank you very much, Georgie. Great stuff. Great stuff from Georgie. Not sure there'll be time to hear her again. It's 14 needed off 6. The finisher has departed, Emily Windsor. I think there's an excuse, though. Did well to last as long as she did. 89 runs they put on Windsor and Hill in 18 overs. Here's Hannah Jones, bowls to Tara Norris, drives that up to mid-off, and there's no runs. We're into the last, well, just under 6 overs now of this game. 190 for 6. And what a fantastic effort from Emily Windsor, who you could see was visibly wilting the longer that innings went on. There's a nice cut shot there from Tara Norris. It split the field on the offside. There's 4 runs.
That's a poor delivery again, you know, at this stage of the innings when you got a new batsman in, you don't want to bowl short, you don't want to bowl wide, you want to keep it up, you want them to try and hit the ball down the ground, hit it straight where you've got your 4 fielders set there to stop that and take wickets. She drops it short and she gets cut for 4.
Norris moves on to 4, 194 for 6. There might be a bonus point here for the Vipers, but I think there are times when they would have just been glad to win this, if indeed they win it, as that's turned away on the onside. Chloe Hill was looking for a single, Norris wasn't. It's a dot ball in the end. I think the Thunder has just suffered in the last few overs with Laura Jackson and Phoebe Graham having bowled out. They haven't really had many options after that.
They've had no real penetration in the attack apart from those two.
It's driven up to mid-on by Norris, and there is no run. They both bowled absolutely superbly. I suppose there were times when Thunder would have hoped that they could have got 12 overs out of each of them. I think another few overs and it really would have put the Vipers under pressure, but they've already bowled out and it's turned away on the offside. Much accurate ball there from Hannah Jones.
Hannah Jones has bowled well as well. She bowled really well in her first spell, but it's just the last 2 overs she's actually gone for a few, going from 17 to 37 in 2 overs.
Last ball of her spell coming up as Norris drives into the gap just in front of point on the offside. That'll be a single. 9 runs needed now, and there are 5 overs left in this game. Norris moves on to 5, keeps the strike. 195 for 6. The Vipers, and Jones has bowled 10 overs, none for 38. But you're right, Raj, for most of those those last 2 or 3 overs before that, she was much more economical.
Yeah, and they're the 3 best bowlers. Have all 3 bowled out now, and you know the other 2 bowlers, Pye and Doughton, left now. You might have an over 2 left from Emma Lamb, but she'd gone for a few as well.
7 overs, 1 for 42, Emma Lamb.
So you've got Doughton coming in now from the pavilion end to bowl the 46th over. She hustles in, that quick arm she delivers, and Norris has knocked it to mid-on, and it was scampered through for an ease. There should not be a single there because the ball only went 2 or 3 yards behind Doughton, who has just watched the ball and waited for mid-on to come and pick it up, and they scampered through there for an easy single. Yeah. They're sort of given up now, haven't they, really?
Well, they shouldn't be doing. I mean, that's yeah, you're right, that's a single that should never have happened. Got to still try and squeeze the batters.
Hill on strike now. In comes Doughton, bustles in. She bowls one, bowls it down the leg side, and looks like it was going to be a wide, but
I think it hit a pad. I think.
Well, it's come off a pad, no single, but it's well taken by Ellie Thelcroad.
1 or 2 in the crowd making a slow walk off. They obviously think they know what's going to happen.
Well, they've started the engines rolling. I don't think we'll have a traffic jam getting out the ground this evening.
The crowd have enjoyed this. They've watched this intently, you can tell.
In comes Doughton again, bowls it short, and Hill goes back on to the back foot and pulls it to mid-wicket, but with no power, and she picks up an easy single. Brings Norris on to strike.
Yeah, I've been watching the crowd. The time I've been off, I've been looking around at the crowd, and they've kept their eyes on this the whole time. That partnership of 89 between Emily Windsor and Chloe Hill, which was a crucial partnership from a Vipers point of view. And, you know, for long periods, this game could have gone either way, and it's probably still might, but you don't think so now. But the crowd were really involved in that partnership.
Norris in, Doughton into Norris, pitches it up, Norris drives it to cover, but no single, no real power in that. Says there's no risks involved now, you can do this easy. There's only got to be 7 balls, 7 singles, there's plenty of balls left. You will probably pick up the old boundary. I think Emma Lamb's got to come on and bowl from this end. In comes Doughton, bowls it. Norris has had a wide slash outside off stump, well taken by Ellie Thelcroad. No runs. She's impressed me with the bat and behind the stumps today, Kevin.
Yep.
I think she's done really, really well. She looks like a real athlete as well.
Just 23 years of age.
Yeah, she's got a long future in the game.
Made 79.
Comes Doughton in again to Norris, hustles in, pitches it short, and she pulls it behind square, and the ball looks like it's running away. That is well fielded, and they come back for 2. And the Vipers only need 5 now off the last 4 overs.
Laura Marshall on the boundary there. Good piece of fielding. It's been a warm afternoon, isn't it? You can see why Emily Windsor was getting sapped of energy the longer her innings went on. Hasn't been feeling well the last few days. It's just the sort of weather that if you haven't felt well and probably still not 100%, you're running around in this.
There's not really that much breeze. Being in Anfield Theatre down there, there's not been really that much wind down there, breeze. So that, you know, it's just sapping you off all your energy.
So as we get towards the end of this game, let's have a quick look from a Vipers point of view what Northern Diamonds are doing, because Northern Diamonds starting the day 1 point behind the Vipers. Well, Western Storm struggling to chase the 334 for 6 that the Diamonds made. Storm 202 for 8 in the 38th, need another 133 from 12. I'm just wondering if Northern Diamonds might pick up a bonus point out of that. If they do, and the Vipers don't here, they'll be level on points at the top. I haven't got a calculator, I don't know how to calculate it, but my guess is that might be pretty close. That's pulled away by Chloe Hill to mid-wicket, finds the fielder, no run. Start of a new over from Emma Lamb into her 8th, the off-spinner, 1 for 42.
You almost need an analyst here to analyse all the run rates and whatever. And
need a mathematician, Reg, with a degree, as that's driven by Chloe Hill up towards mid-off, but no gap there as the score remains on 199 for 6. The Vipers still need 5. And we're into the last of the 4 overs in this game. Chloe Hill, who's played very nicely indeed. That's turned a little bit and almost got through the gap there as Hill's trying to work. They're always square on the offside. She's 42, not out here. Has done a good job for the Vipers on loan from the Central Sparks. She's had a couple of good knocks in this competition. So she pulls that away on the leg side, straight to Pye along the ground. That's square leg. Just taking their time here, Vipers. Don't need to rush, but I suppose those in the crowd and all home support here would love to see the Vipers finish this off sooner rather than later, as that's pulled away by Hill. She's found the gap this time, in the air but safe, out towards deep backwards square leg. Norris was going to run 2. Hill says no, we'll keep it at 1. And that's the 200 up for the Vipers in the 47th.
You know, we talk about Emily Windsor being sapped of all the energy and whatever. Hill must be feeling exactly the same way, because she's run her socks off out there as well, and she's played, you know, a really good supporting role there for Emily Windsor. But she's now got to see it through to the end. She's a senior player. Make it count.
She's done a good job. She made 55 in the last game here against the Sunrisers before the break. So she's done a good job for the Vipers.
A good addition to the squad.
He is. 200 for 6 then, Vipers. Here's Lamb. It's cut away by Norris. Has she found the gap? She has. It's going all the way to the boundary, and that's the 4 they need. And the Vipers have won this game by 4 wickets. Tara Norris moves on to 12. And in a game which could have gone either way, mid-innings for the Vipers, that stand worth 89 between Windsor and Hill has helped see them home. Chloe Hill finishes 43 not out of 59. And exactly 18 balls left in this match. The Thunder still have just 1 win to their name. The Vipers keep up their remarkable record in this competition and this year. That's 5 wins from 5. Whether they stay at the top, we'll have to wait and see. Northern Diamonds may very well join them, but what a win for the Vipers there, Raj. It was a close game, wasn't it, for long periods?
It was a close game, and it was a great win for the Vipers. I found that the Thunder were 3 bowlers short, 3 experienced bowlers short in this, where they got on top with their 3 best bowlers, who didn't go for many, but then the other 3 actually went for quite a lot, and they got Vipers back into the game. But you know, not taking credit away from Emily Windsor and Chloe Hill, they made it happen. They rotated the strike, they ran between the wickets well. It was a fantastic partnership by those 2, especially Emily Windsor, who got to 50, and then really backed well by Chloe Hill, who ended up with 43 not out.
So the top bowlers for the Thunder, which they weren't able to call on in the later stages. Laura Jackson, 10 overs, 1 for 27. Phoebe Graham, 10 overs, 2 for 32. Both caused problems. Both got the ball. In fact, in Phoebe Graham's case, got the old ball to just get off the straight. Laura Jackson with nice shape on the ball at the start. They did cause the Vipers problems. That's why they were 29 for 3 at one stage. But just like Thunder, who were 23 for 3, they had a partnership, thrill-cold and Emma Lamb putting on 116 for the 4th. Got them into a decent position, but then they fell away at the end. Paige Schofield on a hat-trick, picked up 2. Tara Norris, who picked up those 3 early wickets, 3 for 41, and then with the Vipers at 29 for 3, they were in a bit of trouble as well. Georgia Adams falling for 20, there was 71 for 4. Paige Schofield played a useful innings with 31, but it was the Emily Windsor-Chloe Hill partnership that sealed victory for the Vipers. Thank you very much, Raj Maru, former left-hand, former left-arm spinner for Hampshire. Thank you as well, Georgie Heath, making her Vipers commentary debut, and she's been absolutely superb. Thank you, Georgie. Thanks for coming all the way down from London. Really enjoyed working alongside you, and Raj, of course. And thank you for listening and watching. That is 5 of the 7 matches completed in this group now. Vipers go to Headingley next Saturday to take on the Northern Diamonds. That you almost feel that one could be the decider as to who goes straight through to the final and who doesn't, but there will be another round of matches after that, so probably not totally decided then, but I think we go a long way towards it, and that will probably be that extra game sometime the week after next. So from a very warm Ageas Bowl, thank you for watching and thank you for listening.